Hello there. Today we'll be taking an educational look at the species known as DoucheTubers. The DoucheTubers phylum consists of members that possess no soul, no morals, and no creativity, and definitely no entertainment. In this phylum you'll find members such as the Rice Gum and the Paul brothers. DoucheTubers are composed of mainly 5 characteristics. 1. They are all douchebags on YouTube who got popular by being douchebags on YouTube for children. 2. Bragging. Always bragging or flexing. Flexing, for those of you who aren't 12, is when the money is thrown in the face of the viewer. Look how much money I have that you don't. I just fucked a hooker that cost $5,000 because girls usually won't look at me without money in my hand, so I paid for it. You don't have this kind of money, I have this kind of money. So it's just bragging about your money to the children that watch you, which is kind of just shitting in the hand that feeds you. But kids like it. 3. Just being a big fucking douchebag. 4. You're still a big fucking douchebag. 5. Always threatening to fight your haters or roasting them. Optionally diss tracks if you want to be an extreme turbo super douchebag YouTuber. Douchebag YouTubers are something I've talked about in the past. They're probably the biggest content creators on the site because kids live vicariously through that kind of content. They see this man who's successful because they watch them. So they feel like they had a part in that person's success. And when they get flexed on, they feel like they've earned that. Like, when they're getting flexed on, it's like, hey, I gave you that. Yeah, use it wisely. Kids like that kind of shit because they might not have it, and it feels good that they were able to help someone else achieve it. I understand it. It makes sense. That doesn't mean I respect it, though. It's a very toxic thing. And the reason I'm making this is because I found the perfect example of a douche-tuber today. Memulous made a video on a man named Ryan Franklin who is the epitome of a douche-tuber. He does it all. And I want to take a hard look at his channel here to show you exactly what douche-tubers are and why they're a bad thing.
As for shoes, my shoes cost more than your whole outfit, so yeah, easy.
First, flexing. I'm only going to show one Ryan Franklin clip per point to illustrate it because I don't want to show more than necessary because I understand not everyone has a war-hardened stomach like I do that can hold on to vomit when they see abysmal fucking content like this. So I'm only going to show as much as necessary to get the points across so you are not tortured with more Ryan Franklin content than you need to be. In nearly everything that Ryan does, there's some degree of flexing. In a video it'll be, oh, look at this Gucci hat I just bought, or oh, hey dad, I just spent $2,000 on this Louis Vuitton trench coat. On Instagram he'll post, just bought this extremely expensive pair of shoes, these Yeezys. Oh, check out this Gucci condom on my micro penis, #blessed. He is always flexing, and flexing is one of the main things with douche-tubers. I really personally don't understand why people will just stand for that. That's just so insulting and spitting in your face. Hey, you've supported me, now I'm going to brag to you that you don't have these things, so fuck you. I don't get that, and I think that's just a really bad thing to do, unhealthy more than anything. It shows nothing but insecurity or a sense of holier than thou, which all douche-tubers have. They always think they're more important than all of their viewers, and they always have this belief that the world owes them everything and they're entitled to everything the world has to offer.
I'm a hypocrite, which, you know, like, cool, whatever, like, I don't actually care, but apparently I'm a hypocrite because I complain about people doing clickbait, but then proceed to do clickbait myself. Now, I sort of get your point, but at the same time, your points are irrelevant, alright? They're dumb, they're stupid. I mean, I do the odd misleading thumbnail, the odd misleading title here and there, and if you're dumb enough to, like, you know, be misled and, like, actually go onto the video, like, I've clickbaited you, I won, I've got the extra view, like, you're so dumb if you go onto the video thinking...
I am in firm agreement with Ryan on this point here. If you are a fan of Ryan Franklin, you are dumb, and you are stupid. As you can see, this illustrates my point I just made, where he thinks he's better than all of his viewers. He thinks they're all very dumb for even falling for his clickbait, and most douche-tubers feel the same way. Hey, my audience is so dumb, I can clickbait the shit out of anything, even if it makes no sense. Aliens invaded my boners at 3 a.m. while watching SpongeBob? Haunted, super scary, you won't believe. Number 6, 10 million views. So yeah, I agree the viewers of these kind of people, I wouldn't necessarily call them stupid, but they're naive because they're children, they're being exploited with this misleading shit, which is fucking awful in my opinion.
I don't see the attraction, like, I'm not overly like, ooh, like...
Now, one of the main things he does is he always insults any of his haters based on their appearance. He always goes right for appearance insults, and he does not discriminate. It doesn't matter your age, sex, race. You could be a fucking alien. You're still a target. Everyone is equal in his eyes. Here he is taking on a 6-year-old, and he showed no mercy. The full wrath of his clever roasting was laid down upon this 6-year-old. He was merciless.
What's wrong with your hairline? Your hairline is so ugly.
Right. Hair jokes. I mean, I've never heard those before in my life. For real, if I had £1 for every single time someone mocks my hair for the colour or the style or anything, it doesn't matter. I'll be living in the Bahamas.
I wonder why you get so many hair jokes. I honestly can't imagine. I'm gonna go ahead and pile on it though. You look like Bert from Sesame Street. I'm sure you get that one all the time, so that's nothing new. Your hair looks like Anthony Sullivan's smart mop after it was used to clean up a pile of Chaz Finster's pubic hair. I'm actually really glad you chose that hairstyle though, honestly. It lets people know you're a douchebag without ever having to talk to you. Your hair looks like 3 rusted slinkies that had an orgy on top of your head that you just decided not to stop. So you're welcome. There's 4 more for your Bahamas fund.
Guys, this person right here is the ugliest man alive.
And do you know what's the most awkward thing is when this calls you ugly.
Oh no, look out. We've been invaded by Ryan Franklin. No, I'm just kidding. That's not Ryan Franklin. That's Watto from the Star Wars prequels. Ryan is way too much of a pussy to confront someone directly. He's already privated his Twitter account and shit because he's a big old pussy. But you see what I did there, Ryan? I compared you to Watto. And Watto is known for not being super great looking in The Phantom Menace. So I'm calling you ugly. You get it? You know, because that's what you do. Man, you really took that 6-year-old down to size, man. What are you, like 19 or 20 and you're just calling a fucking child ugly? Are you out of your fucking mind, man? Holy shit.
Well, I opened up some fan mail. This is a letter from one of you guys. I think her name's Jessica. I haven't opened that fan mail in 2 years.
What a cool guy. He couldn't even be bothered to read who the fan mail was from. He's had it for 2 fucking years and hasn't opened it. What a piece of shit. I honestly don't think that fan mail is actually from somebody. I feel like he just wrote that himself as Jessica. I don't think this guy's getting fan mail or ever has in the past.
You do want me to get maybe like another PO box, that sort of thing, so you guys can send me in letters, maybe like candy from your country, then you know, I'll definitely do it.
Oh yeah, that's what we want you to do, Ryan. Open up another PO box so they can send you letters that you'll never fucking read for 2 years. Great idea, you stupid son of a bitch. Amazing. Hey guys, you want me to open another PO box so you can send shit that I ignore? How's that sound? Great, huh? Again, just further proving he does not give a shit about his fans or anyone for that matter. Unbelievable.
Now, I don't intentionally flex on my fans.
How the fuck do you have an accidental flex? Oh, whoopsie. I accidentally just started taking pictures of all of my expensive possessions and saying how great they were and then accidentally uploading them all over everything that I own. Damn, what a silly mistake. I mean, there's no correcting it now. It's already out in the wild. Shit, I'm sorry, guys.
First one was a joke to Ruby Roo because obviously during the summer I made a few videos on her. And yeah, the video's done well in terms of, you know, views. Got me money, okay? So I was doing a joke, like that tweet is a joke. Like the whole Yeezy thing. It's a joke. You don't realise, actually, like, I feel that I'm quite misunderstood. I said this in yesterday's video.
This is always the fleshlight these douchebags start to use once it starts backfiring with all of their douchebaggery and bragging. Oh, it's just a joke. I'm just playing a persona. Ha ha ha. I'm not really a huge insufferable asshole. It's just a joke. Lighten up, guys. But it's very clear it's not a joke because none of it's done in a comedic way or anything entertaining at all. It's just being an asshole. Jokes on you guys, I'm not really an asshole, ha 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 ha. If you have to keep reiterating that it's a joke time and time again, maybe it's not a good joke, or maybe you're the joke. It's just fucking silly because it's very obvious to anyone that you're not kidding. You're just being a douchebag. Now, this was a National Geographic look at the DoucheTuber, and I hope you've all learned something about this abhorrent species. I really have no respect for these kind of people at all, and hopefully you're walking away with this knowledge and also forming an opinion that, hey, maybe these aren't great people that I should be letting either my kids or my brothers and sisters that are young watch, because who the fuck is Lil Xan? Sunny V2 makes these really great videos on a bunch of different topics that I always find interesting. Lil Xan was a rapper, I guess. I don't know if he does it anymore, but Lil Xan's biggest claim to fame was he was a guy who almost died from overdosing on flaming hot Cheetos. I remember he got sent to the emergency room because of eating too many flaming hot Cheetos, and that changed the way I approach snacks forever. So we have quite a few here that I've stockpiled because I think all of these are pretty interesting. I don't know Jayus though, but I was talking to Sunny like a month or so ago, and he has been blowing up. And this JS one went wild. So I'm assuming JS must be a pretty big creator that did some fucked up shit. So I figured this would be fun to learn about, a little internet drama.
Despite having incredibly uncontroversial content.
If you're at a house party and you got a drink in your hand, don't hold it up here by your chest. Try to hold it more down towards your hip. This will make you seem more open and confident, and people will be more willing to come up and talk to you.
She's found
Not true. You could just be a giant fucking loser and you could put that beer bottle up your butthole. It's not gonna help. So bad advice. Stop giving people false hope. You might just suck. And you have to accept that.
You're gonna throw a fit because I didn't make you my priority?
After a petition to ban OnlyJS from TikTok garnered over 400,000 signatures, it'd be safe to say that she's a contender for the platform's most hated creator.
Did the petition work? Petitions have always, like, historically been incredibly effective. She's gone up 4,200,000, or nope, exactly 4 million followers. Bro, these petitions are so effective. Not bad.
Did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on who you are as a person and the things that could possibly happen to you?
Yo, did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on you and the things that can happen to you in your life?
People born in March are way more likely to have asthma, and I can actually speak to this one because my little sister, the only one born in March, has asthma.
What the fuck are you talking about? What? Is that real? Like, these are things she actually believes in? Or is this like some kind of TikTok meme I don't understand? Who the fuck actually believes that? Why do people just, like, want to disregard basic reasoning? Jesus Christ. Astrology's one thing, like, it's harmless. Like, you can believe in astrology. It doesn't really matter or whatever. Like, zodiacs dictate who you fall in love with, or whatever, your lottery numbers. It doesn't matter. It's harmless. But do people parade it around as, like, actual real things? Like, your birth month changes you? Or has an effect on your life? There's no way people actually, like, believe in that shit.
Jonathan responded by stating that he'd simply found the information on Google, and as a result, OnlyJS was berated and mocked by her audience, with them stating that she was in the wrong. I have a hard time dealing with the negativity. I still don't know what to do. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Maybe you do, but honestly, I don't see it.
What are they talking about? It's not even, like, real anything. It's fucking nonsense. What is... You got this information from a Google source. Oh my god. Holy shit, yeah, it's like a full-blown Reddit post. Nice. Man, TikTok is just like its own little ecosystem of degeneracy.
With this in mind, it's barely surprising to find out that approximately 6 months later, an old message will be dug up in which OnlyJS had said the N-word, taking center stage as her brand new colossal-sized controversy.
I love you no matter your sex.
What the fuck was that? What is... Oh, yuck. Uh-oh. Ooh. The abortion didn't work. Oh boy, she's really going full-blown Xbox Live here. Even dropping the racism. Oh my, this is outrageous. On TikTok? Oh, come on now. This was a heated gamer message. Shit got crazy. She went fucking insano style. I wonder what the controversy was. Like, what sparked this message? Explain how I'm sucking up to Luna. Maybe, like, fanfic or something, maybe? I don't know.
You're a role model to 10 million people, bro. I hope things get better, and I hope you educate.
How did she respond, I wonder?
There were a couple of comments in support of OnlyJS, however, as a whole, and understandably, the response was mostly negative. Hey, the best way that JS could have responded to this expose would have either been no response at all, or a short, cool, calm,
oh my god, she's in a Rolls Royce.
Post.
Is this where she did her apology video? This is a Rolls Royce, right? They're the only ones that do this Starlight thing, right? So she was born rich? That's nuts. It's not a Royce? I thought they had a patent on this. We watched the whole video on the dog shit Rolls Royce does. I thought they had the literal patent on being able to do this in the interior of a car. I don't think it's a filter. What the fuck? Now I sound like an idiot. It's not a filter. It's a custom Mercedes. It's a custom Mercedes top. Oh. Okay, I see. Alright, maybe I'm misremembering the video, but I remember Rolls-Royce made a huge deal about their ability to put stars in the roof of the interior and them being the only ones allowed to do it. They had if I remember correctly, they have a full-time star guy His whole job is putting stars that light up in the roof of Rolls Royces. I'm pretty sure they must have some kind of patent or like a stranglehold on the technology. They have one designated Grandmaster Star Lord for their vehicles.
Which would have actually
You're
been
right, but she
respectable,
did
as
this
it's 100 times
DIY.
harder than simply guessing.
And there is no excuse, and there are no justifications for what I said, and you guys deserve better. And when I first saw the screenshots, I didn't even think that they were real, because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be.
All that suspense just for it to be trash. The worst insult you could tell somebody was liking black people. Wow.
With the scandal being shared across every platform imaginable.
Was that in her
NJS will also
apology
lose
video?
all the-
Alright, let me just look at the apology video. Hold on, let's get caught up to speed here, alright? I don't like...
Because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be. And
Why aren't you crying? And where's your dog?
No, I know that my words hurt people, and I know that my words have consequences.
Well, not really. The consequences were 4 million new followers, actually.
But I am so deeply
Seemed to walk away pretty strong.
for all the pain that I've caused. The first book that I decided to pick up was How to Be Anti-Racist by Dr. Ibram Kendi.
What?
And this will push readers that think that they're not racist into being something better.
To her credit, she did acknowledge that it was a grift in the title stating,
What?
I know it might come off as performative, talking about this at the end of Black
Alright,
History.
I'm gonna hit you with the cold water. If you need to buy a book on how not to be racist, you've already failed. I think you're already too far gone. What the fuck? Hey guys, I just picked up this book on why murder isn't awesome, and it was a real eye-opener for me. Like, it made some points that I never even really stopped to consider, and I think if any of you are considering murder, you might want to check out this book. Like, it really might steer you in the other direction.
Message.
So I am sorry for basically ghosting you. I didn't mean to do that. I just have a very chaotic schedule and ADHD on top of that, so I genuinely just forgot. And it wasn't me trying to ignore you.
Oh.
You could have just hit me up again, but instead you decided to go public and try to add public pressure onto me, and that's not cool, so I don't want to collaborate.
Which will once again receive a response from Aunt Karen, explaining that she had emailed OnlyJS multiple times with no reply.
You're gonna put it on me? In your voicemail, you said I should have emailed you again.
Viral
April 4th,
Nation?
I emailed you. How many times?
That sounds like
do
a
you
scam.
expect me?
And in classic OnlyJS fashion, she'd post another emotionally charged response to the drama.
Oh.
Today's episode of What Are People Mad at Me For Now? Not checking my emails in a timely manner. I was joking. Forgot to respond to an email from this creator that wanted to collab with me, and instead of just like hitting me up again, they made 7 videos about it. Can you please leave me the f alone? I have a diet.
This is like a Chris Farley sketch.
That makes me forget things.
I couldn't check my email because I was living in a van down by the river.
For days.
For example, she will post this video.
You can get your letters delivered for free without any postage if you just put where you want it to go on the return address instead of where it's actually supposed to be.
Which would get the post office activists involved with comments such as, yes, please encourage people to do activities that cause the already failing post office to lose more money. Or when she posts this
What a
video
strat.
saying nothing more than
Life
what
pro
she
tip.
did. However, it eventually got to the point where OnlyJS couldn't even make jokes anymore without being cancelled. Seriously. On the 23rd of May 2021, OnlyJS would post the following video.
If a service dog ever approaches you but they're alone, that means that their owner's in trouble and they probably can't move, so you should follow him, because you'll get a free wallet.
It was clearly a light-hearted joke. Can't believe this is still up. It's obvious that it's a joke, but some people may still do it. It could start a trend. What you post on the internet reaches so many people, and some of those people
What are you talking about? How often is a service dog going to be approaching people and lead them to someone who is injured? That surely can't be such a frequent occurrence that it could start a trend on TikTok. What in the fuck is going on over there? Like, it's not a good joke or anything. Like, it's just a pretty generic one. It's like something that your grandpa would send you in like an old email chain. But like, why are they pretending like it's somehow like a terrible thing? It's like, oh my god, someone might actually do this. I see a service dog like once every 6 months, maybe.
She's been tested over and over and over, yet has been unable to switch off and let things go whenever she's been put under pressure. As an end result, there's not only a
Seems
loss
like
of
she's
respect,
only done
but also
2
a never-ending
apology
freight train of
videos.
negativity and
I
hatred.
thought it was gonna be a lot more. That was interesting. I never heard of any of that. Well, let's see how so she's gone up 4 million subscribers since this video. So she's doing pretty well on that front, or followers. So she's doing well there. What do the comments say? Do they still bring it up? Here, she posted 6 hours ago. No, just everyone being supportive. Yeah. Seems like everything's on the up and up. I was gonna watch this one as well. This is about Sam Pepper. I'm sure a lot of you remember Sam Pepper if you've been on the internet for any length of time. Sam Pepper was an old prank channel who got notoriety when he did the kidnapping my best friend and executing his friend in front of him prank. I'm pretty sure it was faked, I'm not really sure, but either way it was really disturbing and weird. And then he turned into just a full-blown scammer, so he's taken big part in a lot of the NFT scams over the last 4 or 5 months, however long it's been. He's been like an integral part to scamming people in all of these big crypto scams.
Surprise, as those who know the past of Sam Pepper, from his active persona on Big Brother to his fake pranks on YouTube, know that
hey, that's the one I was talking about.
Built on lies in a similar fashion to Dan Bilzerian, who he unsurprisingly happens to be an acquaintance of, judging from an Instagram photo taken out the front of Bilzerian's LA mansion.
I think unironically, being Sam Pepper has to be truly miserable. The man's entire life, from everything I've seen, has been just living a full-blown lie. And I don't think he even has that much money to his name. I remember not that long ago, I think he was homeless. So he just lives a full-blown, fake, fabricated life and doesn't even make a living off of it because he has so many problems and just wastes all the money he scams. What a crazy cycle. What a absolutely, truly awful existence.
Sam Pepper had a prolific reputation on YouTube as one of the fakest pranksters on the platform dating back to the early 2010s.
So I worked out, oh, okay, I can do these pranks that these other channels are doing.
He was one of the first internet punching bags.
However, prior to even
YouTube
this,
punching
Sam Pepper
bags.
had already begun. The point at which Sam Pepper's audience discovered that his pranks were fake is pretty damn obvious. On his social blade, he went from gaining 100,000 subscribers every single month consistently between January 2013 and September 2014. However, 1 month later in October 2014, the growth not only stopped, but he began to lose around 10,000 subscribers every single month. The catalyst for this massive dive in viewership was a video titled Fake Hand Ass Pinch Prank. And after receiving a barrage of criticism from other YouTubers,
prank idea.
His most recent fake hand ass pinch garnered the most negative attention because he was grabbing women's bottoms without their permission.
As well as a trending hashtag on Twitter stating report Sam Pepper, he had no other choice but to admit that the video had been faked.
You know, another video, and that brings me on to making the best friend killing prank.
Yeah, that's the
best
one.
friend killing prank. Arguably one of, if not the most over-the-top insane YouTube pranks of all time. Certainly crazy enough to put Sam Pepper's name back on the map. Involved in the video was the fake kidnapping of 2 friends, after which one of the friends
I remember this
killed
well.
right in front of
I remember
the
this
other,
very
with the
well.
premise of the video being how will someone react if they watch their friend get killed.
Let's see how he reacts to his best friend of 5 years being killed in front of him.
Obviously, the whole thing was
What a good
fake.
prank.
All 3 people were
What would happen if I
do a viral
executed
stunt.
your
I'm like,
family?
okay, cool, we'll help you out with
Would
this
he
viral
find
stunt.
it enjoyable when I
actually
reveal
all
they're not
3
dead?
Came up with the
Sam had some success as an IRL streamer in the CX network, however he was ultimately dropped after an argument with Ice Poseidon, which had partially been fueled by Sam Pepper's lack of integrity.
He's like, oh, it's okay to lie as long as it doesn't affect anything, and that's not okay. Like, why are you telling my girlfriend it's okay to lie to me as long as it doesn't affect anything? Like, dude, this is not your relationship.
After this, Sam Pepper disappeared from the mainstream. His reputation
Until
was
crypto scams,
destroyed,
baby.
he had nothing left to offer.
3, 2, 1. Chris! Chris! I don't want to. You said Chris!
Oh,
This video, which was clearly set up and probably used a stack of fake $100 bills, racked up over 28 million views. Now, the most interesting part about Sam Pepper's TikTok blow-up is that it follows the exact same trend as his YouTube journey. He blows up with a genuine, heartfelt video about saving some duck eggs from a restaurant, then progressively makes his content more and more staged, and by the end he's claiming that he's won the lottery with absolutely zero evidence.
If I play you rock, paper, scissors and I win, can I like rip this down the street? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh my god, get fucked, idiot.
I'm gonna get in the passenger, I'm scared.
Get fucked, dummy.
Instagram and an old forum post titled as follows.
That's just
Scam
TikTok?
Pepper
Yeah,
living a
man.
life of luxury
TikTok
after
is
scamming
just-
his followers for millions, then fleeing
That's
the
a
US.
wild
He's claiming to have
wasteland.
won the lottery while... Although, in order to be buying an $8.9 million island in Thailand, you're probably gonna need around 50 to 100 million in order for it to be a comfortable purchase. And while Sam Pepper has had a fairly successful social media career, I doubt he has access to that kind of money.
I
Obviously,
can
the
assure
easiest
you
way to
he
put all
doesn't.
of this to rest would be for Sam Pepper
He's
to
a
simply
serial
provide some kind of
scammer
evidence
who
for
is
either winning
also
the lottery or the
historically
purchase of
awful
the island.
with money.
However, with a track record like Sam's filled with
No
fake
chance.
video after fake video, it seems pretty obvious that like the rest of his entire career, this is nothing more than yet another
So is this
hoax.
what he does now, like full time? He just full time pretends to be a lottery winner on TikTok? I mean, I guess it's better than the alternative of scamming everyone. Now he's just lying again. What an interesting loser. Yeah, that man's like an OG punching bag for the internet. And thanks for the 10 gift subs, Cobalt. Appreciate it, man. Killing best friend prank is a timeless classic. It really is. Literally Dan Bilzerian. There's a huge difference between Sam Pepper and Dan Bilzerian. Dan Bilzerian was a massively rich kid from birth because of his dad. Sam Pepper pretends to be a massively rich guy from scamming. They're both, like, genuine full-blown liars living a fake life. But at the very least, Dan does have a lot of money to back it up because of his family. Sam has nothing besides lying on TikTok and scamming 16-year-olds on Twitter out of crypto. Yeah, this will be the last one we watch here, and then we'll switch to something else. Sunny V2 just makes actual bangers, man. I love the way he puts out these things on topics I would have never even thought about. Like, Sam Pepper's someone I think about once in a while and remember just, like, how pathetic they are. But, you know, Lil Xan is a name I haven't thought of in so long.
It was just
So what
3.5
happened?
years prior that on the very same podcast, Lil Xan was sitting back and bragging about owning 3 different Los Angeles apartments.
I have the same one 10 floors up now.
Really?
Yep.
What? Don't you have another one down the street
Yep.
too?
And another one on the same floor.
Why do you have 3 apartments?
One for my parents, one for
Aw.
me and Eli, my hacker, and then one for the hose.
The hose?
Despite once being in what seemed like an unlivable
My dedicated
situation,
thought
it was obvious
apartment.
that over the long run, Lil
That's
Xan's
where I
failure
sit
was
in the
not only
hose.
inevitable but work ethic.
They could never get Xan to do the shit that he
Yeah.
actually had to do for his career. Like I remember.
I don't think I ever
talking
heard
to
one of
Stat
his
about it, and he was
songs,
constantly
ever.
frustrated.
There are going to be numerous examples throughout this video of Lil Xan.
I only
often
know
being
about him from
unable
the
to
Flamin' Hot
work whenever
Cheetos
it was
incident.
required. We already discussed him dropping out. Lil Xan kept missing the meetings, either as a result of being disorganized or because he thought the meetings were too good to be true.
It's
You,
LA.
you can't believe everybody.
It's LA.
It was a time when SoundCloud
What?
rappers were popping up left, right, and center. To the
What?
point
What does
it
that
was
even
becoming a
mean?
meme.
This meeting's probably not real, so I'm just not gonna even think about it. I'm just gonna go eat more Flamin' Hot Cheetos till I fucking die. What a just say that you're too fucking dumb to go. Like, no one's gonna look at Lil Xan and listen to him for more than a sentence and be like, yep, that guy is an intellectual. Like, just own it. Like, you're fucking stupid. Like, you are visibly stupid. Every word you say is like a caveman trying to speak while having peanut butter in his mouth. Like, just say like, yeah, I'm kind of fucking dumb, so I kept missing the meetings. There'd be a lot more respect to be had there.
Like I remember when Lil Xan's album came out, right? And I remember having a conversation with Stat and being like, "What do you think of the album?" Because it was pretty obvious that the album was bad. Xan put in like no work for the album, and I remember having that conversation with him. And if it was up to Stat, Xan would have been sitting in the studio recording every night, and instead he was just doing drugs and having random ass girls come over every night.
The other issue might have been that after the insane success of his single Betrayed, Lil Xan might have been lured into a false sense of security about his future and talent as an artist.
You have to keep working. What they don't tell you is that you coast, totally fine. There's another hill. So you gotta keep going.
From Lil Xan's perspective,
God,
he would
I
state
love
that the poor
T-Pain.
performance of the
I fucking
album
love
wasn't his
T-Pain.
fault, it was instead the fault of his management.
I dropped like a mixtape.
T-Pain
that
is
got
the
way
actual
more,
goat.
Like, positive. Then
Why?
I'm like, I'm mad.
Laugh about ruining a $1,200 hoodie after leaving it on the floor,
So everything's on the floor. Expensive hoodies, $1,200 on the drain.
and then go on to purchase 2 copies of the game Destiny with the goal of showing the store some love.
Honestly, copies of Destiny. Like, dude, let's play some else, you know?
Now, you could probably make the argument that
What
this was
the
just Lil
fuck?
Xan
It's like
spending
a-
big loss to capitalism
it's like
in his face.
Target.
However, there was plenty of
Hey, Target, this one's for you. 2 Destiny copies right now in this bitch. And I'm not a hero, okay? I'm just doing me. Alright, I am a hero. Fuck it, fine. Alright, you need an autograph? Okay.
I'll take all my homies. I'll spend $700 to take 7 of my friends in there.
Just to get Butterbean?
Just to get Butterbean, we did. And I don't film it or nothing.
In addition to
Why?
this, Lil Xan would take
That's
out a
just
loan to
stupid.
purchase a
That's just
Mercedes-Benz
really stupid.
G-Wagon, the price of
That's
which
not even
starting
cool.
at
That's just
around
embarrassing. It's not a
$170,000
flex.
US
It's sad.
I'm about to get a G-Wagon.
Nice.
My favorite car, dream car.
Now, if we ignore the fact that Lil Xan would go on to key his own car whilst angry at a later date,
I just did this to my car.
Why? What the fuck?
Scratched it, keyed it up. I just bought it. Keyed all the way.
the levels of stupidity for this purchase go pretty deep.
What
Taking
the
out a loan to buy a car? Moron. On the 21st of December 2017, just before he'd buy the car, Lil Xan would make a tweet which read as follows. If you live in the Inland Empire/LA area and want to meet me tonight, pull up to 100 to 110 North 5th Street, Redland, CA 92373, United States at 7:30. Now, it's hard to call Xan an idiot for this.
I
one.
can't
He was still early in
imagine
his
more
career and the
than
tweet
like
was made only 4 hours
25
prior
people
to the
showed up and
meeting
the
time. He
average
probably
age
expected
had to
just
be
a couple of people
16.
to show up.
I gave like a 4-hour notice. I was heading to my hometown, so I tweeted a location, and then I just expected, what, like 50 people to show up? That's just how I am. I got there, and this video's on YouTube. It's like 2,000 people showed up.
What?
But I got fined because a lot of damage is to cars and streets.
To haunt him.
The industry just doesn't care. They just want you to pump out hit records, and when you're useless to them, just leave you in the dirt. You know.
In this video, Lil Xan would
That
blame
is true.
his
He is
sober
absolutely right
businessman
about
and
that.
manager Stat Quo for
Very
fueling
true.
his drug addict gang member.
Oh, you're a snitch now, bro. He didn't make you do that. All this stuff. Like, bro, how am I a snitch? Did I go to court and rat on my gang? I don't have a gang. You can't snitch if you're not a gang member, bro. Miss me with that. I'm trying to help other artists in particularly my similar situation.
In the Instagram live stream, Lil Xan would also reveal that his manager,
I paid literally, it's all my money in the car, and he won't give it to me.
without $30,000 to take full ownership of his G-Wagon, a declining follow count across each of his social media platforms, and no new music in over 7 months, it seems like this could possibly be the end for Lil Xan's career.
No, he's about to make a big comeback. I feel it. Man, I didn't know any. Why didn't he talk about the Flamin' Hot Cheeto moment? I don't even know Lil Xan from his music. Back in, it must have been like 2019, maybe it was 2018. There was a big story that broke about Lil Xan of how he went to the hospital in the actual ER because he ate too many Flamin' Hot Cheetos and it made his tummy hurt. That's the only reason I know him. He's pumping a crypto scam on his Insta story right now. That is the most like 2021, 2022 darkest TikTok iceberg. Why do people keep asking for that? Oh, I actually remember this story. I haven't seen his video on it, but I remember this was on Reddit. There was a random TikTok that was taken, well, at least this story, I guess the whole thing might not be connected. A random TikTok taken of a girl with like a black eye and shit. And then Redditors actually were the ones that maybe potentially connected her to a missing persons case. I don't remember the result. I don't know if it actually turned out to be true or not, but yeah, I guess we'll check it out, sure.
We're doing it from most tame to most gruesome. This video gets really, really, really dark, and it sounds so ironic because it's TikTok, but you guys would...
No, TikTok's a fucked platform.
Also, I made
Shit's
this
nutty.
list. I hope you guys watch the whole thing. By the way, make sure to follow me on Instagram and subscribe to the channel if you are not already. Actually, don't subscribe yet. I'll earn your subscription by the end of this video.
Hey.
Without botting accounts. Like most social media, TikTok has a
underwhelming.
users that want followers can easily look
Everyone
up
knows
how to buy
TikTok's
TikTok
botted the
followers on
fuck.
Google. I don't know how lame you have to be to do that stuff.
Hey, fun fact. That's how Travis Scott started. Travis Scott bought all of his followers on SoundCloud when he started. His manager came out and said that Travis Scott, paid him to set up a bot farm for his SoundCloud engagements, and then he was able to pitch that manufactured success to a record label. So yeah, that shit really works.
Fetishization of murderers. TikTok
True
is a
crime.
place for anyone with any interest.
That was big
It's
on
about
Tumblr.
Some people are push the boundary a little when they begin romanticizing these murderers. Take Cameron Herron, for example.
Oh,
in
Jesus,
April of this
yeah.
year, this
Fuck.
21-year-old man was sentenced to a total of 24 years in
Actually
prison
forgot
for
about
killing
that.
a 24-year-old mom and her baby during an illegal street race. Yet people on TikTok were begging for his freedom because he is quote-unquote cute. With dedicated fan edits, comments like, chances should be given and he deserves it. And he is innocent. Please let him go, or justice for him.
They still exist. I see them on Twitter all the time.
These comments have no real
All the
sense of
time.
murder. And it's not only male murderers that are
Exit
simps
tier
for,
one
though.
chaotic
There's also the
meatball,
case of
Reset
Isabella
kitten.
Guzman, who in 2013 was the age 18 and stabbed her mother 151 times, killing her. TikTok
Holy
teens
shit.
began requesting for her freedom because 1, they just thought she was cool, and 2, people said that the only reason she killed her mom was due to being abused, though that was never proven, so people were just going off word of mouth.
Jesus
Fetishization of
Christ.
school shooters. Just like young teens simp for murderers, they also simp for school shooters. Most notably, Devin Erickson, which we actually talked about on this channel back in March.
Who the fuck is
That's
that?
exactly what you'd expect. Fan edits, comments saying he's hot, and I wouldn't doubt some asking for his freedom. Speaking of romanticizing school shooters, I remember FTP made a couple
Wait,
shirts referencing
who the fuck was that? I've never heard of that guy. He was a school shooter? Dude straight up had like cotton candy hair. I guess that's good that I have no idea that dude's name. But yeah, no, I had no clue. I've never seen that guy before in my fucking life.
I don't know who started this trend of thinking school shooters are people you should idolize, because they're not. They're shit humans that took away lives of innocent people. The Surface. Faking disabilities. There was an instance
Ooh, this
last
was
week
big.
when this girl
Still
on TikTok
big.
did some detective work and found out that the account at Adopted and Disabled Child was actually a guy pretending to be disabled. For what? All credit to her, because she actually found out that the quote-unquote disabled man in the video is a soccer player for a Norwegian football team.
What?
What goes on through your head to say, you know what? I should fake a disability
Holy
today
shit.
and post it on TikTok. Lopez brothers. Okay, I honestly don't want to waste my breath on these fucking idiots, so I'm gonna
I
make
don't
this
know
one
them.
really quick. Yes, they are both guilty of soliciting minors. Yes, there is proof.
She's 14. And you are how old?
Who the fuck are they? I've never heard of them.
You can end up in jail.
I do realize that.
Man, that video didn't really pop off. Let me take a peek. I bet they're doing just fine on TikTok. Honestly, it might even be good marketing on TikTok, so that way the little girls think they have a chance with them, I guess. Which they very well might. Tony Lopez has 23 million followers, and he's doing real well. Posted a day ago. Let's go! He rated his attractiveness. Look at this. Nice. Yeah, no, that really, man, him being outed as a pedophile apparently really, it really ruined him. Who was the other one? Andre Lopez? He probably took the brunt of it. 21 million followers. He's doing even better than his brother. Hey, look, he's doing a dance. Nice. See, that's the beauty of TikTok. No matter what you do, you can't be canceled on there. And you know why? Because kids don't care. Kids do not give a shit. These two could have literally executed a child on TikTok livestream, put a gun to his head, blew their fucking brains out, and then did a dance on their corpse. Kids would have forgiven them. Literal next day.
For some reason, little girls still love them.
Oh, even mentions it, yeah.
His TikToks would get millions of views, and I'm sure you've seen them on your For You page at some point. Well, last month, multiple minors came out explaining that Jerob had groomed
I guess,
them. One
Tori.
of them, the one that got the most views, was a boy by the name of DYLG16. Joe would send him and his minor friends online BDSM tests and would ask to see their scores so
Jesus
he could see what
Christ.
their kinks were. He even offered to buy him alcohol, and if that wasn't damning enough, Jerob ended up deleting his account shortly after these allegations came out. Bro, if there's one thing I don't like, it's fucking groomers, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. Cartel TikTok.
To be fair, that dude probably wouldn't have recovered. I think you're probably right. The people that are fine and uncancelable on TikTok are like the dudes that are decent looking. This guy stood no chance. This guy was fucked the second he got outed as a child groomer. But yeah, the other ones are doing just fine for literally being outed by multiple people for preying on minors.
Zombie Woman is the nickname given to a woman in distress recorded from a neighbor earlier this year in May in Seattle, Washington. Now, I've tried researching what actually is the story behind this video, but there isn't really a solid story. So, I'm just gonna read you guys some popular theories. The first theory is that this woman is a victim of domestic abuse due to dyeing her hair pink and her boyfriend not liking it. Also forgot to mention that in that same theory, the boyfriend allegedly ripped her hair out due to not liking the pink. That's the most I could find for that one. The second theory
That's
is
probably
that this
not
woman
it.
is just on some type of heavy drug like bath salts. The third theory
That's
is that
more
this woman
likely.
is a victim of human trafficking and she had escaped her abuser.
That is possible.
Someone said
Man, that actually does look like a fucking scene from Martyrs, if any of you guys are unfortunate enough to have watched that movie. That movie's disturbing. This actually does look like a scene from that. So this was real? This wasn't like some theater promotion thing or something? Like some kids doing high school theater? Because the cops are actually here, so I'm guessing this was a real person. Damn, that is fucking sad. Martyrs isn't that bad? Bro, that movie hits hard. That movie, not just the gore shit they show. That movie, even its message is disturbing. The whole movie is about torturing women so they can get as close to death as possible, so hopefully they'd have an out-of-body experience and see what's on the other side. And to accomplish that, they torture the women, by literally, peeling all of their skin off, degloving their whole body. That movie's nutty. That movie is, really nutty.
Holocaust challenge. Yo, I can't
Oh, I
even
remember
believe some
this
of the
one.
stuff I'm saying right
I remember
now.
that one.
This is real stuff that happened on TikTok. In August of 2020, a new trend began emerging in US TikTok. In this trend, teenagers would pretend to be Jews that had died during the Holocaust.
Yeah, that one was pretty fucking crazy.
Diane Saltzman, the director.
One thing I always found pretty interesting about this is like, what is the thought process here? Like, so they died at Auschwitz and they went to heaven, and yet they're still like covered in dirt and like hurt and stuff, even while in heaven. Like, that's gotta suck. You go to heaven in the same state you left the world. Like, if you get hit by a fucking train or something, you just go to heaven in pieces. That'd be terrible. What a horrible, like, entrance.
Is offensive to survivors
Easy
and
tier one
trivializes
macaroni
the
and
history.
cheese.
I don't know how fucking stupid you have to be to do this shit, bro. That's just weird and disrespectful. Ronnie McNutt video.
This one, I remember this one
TikToks would
too.
be posted onto the app.
Fuck,
Well,
this
that's
one
what
was
people
heavy.
thought. Until the TikTok would then cut to a clip of a man shooting himself in the head with a rifle. Well, he actually shoots himself in the face, not... Well, like, we're like, all right here. I'm sure you guys have probably seen the video. These TikToks were disguised as your average
that one was
dancing
wild.
videos.
That was a
memes,
fucked up
K-pop
trend.
fan cam confirmed that the rumor of Ronnie doing this, quote, because his girlfriend broke up with him, is entirely false. He explains that Ronnie did this due to suffering from PTSD and depression.
Oh, yeah, that one was super
TikTok
sad.
beheading video. In the summer of
That
this
one was
year,
really
the
fucking
video
sad.
began Cassie Compton. In January of 2021,
This one I remember
a
from
video
Reddit.
posted on TikTok went viral due to showing a woman sitting in the backseat of a car. People compared this woman to Cassie Compton, a 15-year-old who disappeared from her home in Stuttgart, Arkansas on September 14th of 2014. Though, these were later found out to be two completely different people. And
Oh,
the
it
woman
wasn't
in the
right?
video was confirmed by family to be Haley Grace Phillips. She had been reported missing by a family member
Oh,
who saw the
well,
video.
it was
but
right, though.
on her own account, had just left home due to a falling out with her father. So,
Oh.
you know, she didn't think she was missing. She just like left home. And when asked about the black eyes, she explains that she had been jumped and robbed by two women when leaving the store. And the men in the car were friends of hers helping her track down the attackers. Many were still skeptical to if she was telling the truth or if her abusers were telling her.
So Reddit was almost right.
So we
Kind
have
of.
no idea what the Austin 13. Austin Morosky was a TikToker with many followers who was accused of raping his 5-year-old sister. Yup, you heard that
Jesus
right. So basically,
Christ.
there is no hard evidence that I could find to this case. It's all just word of mouth from people that went to high school with him.
That if you happen to get in the same scenario like myself, don't beat yourself up. Let this be a lesson to my followers and whoever's watching, that words will and can affect someone's life along with the cyberbullying.
Which, by the way, is one of the worst apology videos I've seen.
What?
It's right up there with James Charles and David Dobrik. You'd expect them to be like, no, I did not rape my sister, or yes, guys, I did.
Holy
but
shit.
He just dodges the question. He acknowledges nothing.
What the
Lady
fuck?
Cat Killer.
Wait, what the fuck? That was actually like his response? I imagine he's doing just fine on TikTok. He probably didn't even need to do that for his TikTok followers. They don't give a fuck. What was his name? Austin 13? He does not have a TikTok anymore. That's a first. Yeah, I typed it in right. The AWS. Yeah, I typed it in right. Oh, 316. Oh. Okay, hold on. No, still not. And it was Austin 13. Man, fuck you guys making me think I was wrong.
On July 28th in San Antonio, Texas, this girl and her friends saw someone hanging from the railing of a drainage ditch. The 25-year-old man had just committed suicide, and instead of calling the police, well, one of the teens filmed the other one stealing his necklace. Yes, removing it from his lifeless body. To make matters even worse, they filmed it and posted it on
Full-blown
Snapchat.
Logan
I have
Paul.
no idea how stupid you have to be to film yourself committing a crime. I mean, because if you think about it, they could have gotten away with it, and I'm not condoning them getting away with it. But seriously, how stupid, like, just don't film
Holy
it? Again,
shit.
I'm not condoning what they did. Good that they got caught. I'm glad they were idiots and filmed it. When asked by the police why she stole the necklace, she says that it matched her fashion style. Honestly, I didn't.
That's
I
a
didn't
good-
expect any better.
That's a
reasoning
good
from this
point,
girl.
actually.
The police,
How are they doing on TikTok? What was her name? What was it? Bethany what? Yeah, I'm sure if I type in how many people are actually fucking named Bethany in 2022, I'm sure it'll come up. Bethany 3160. I'm not falling for it twice. No, it looks like she has also been banned. Man, maybe TikTok actually does sometimes take action. Then why not for the other? They're like predators. Yeah, it looks like she is also off. Her name was Bethany Martin.
Zachary Lathan.
Her account still exists.
Often
It's at
dubbed
50K.
The TikToker who killed his neighbor for clout.
Thank you, some
Zachary
Dal
Lathan
stars.
did just that. Eventually, the family's son and father confront Zach by going to his house, and meanwhile, Zach's wife is recording everything. Yeah, the dude had a wife at the age of 18. What the Anyway, Zach ends up going ape mode and stabs William in the armpit, puncturing his lung, killing him. People say this was an attempt to gain TikTok clout since the wife was recording, but I personally think it's just a man with mental and anger issues not knowing limits. Also, the argument the people came up to his side, and I'm not defending it again, that kid's a fucking idiot, but yeah, rest in peace to that man. Rest in peace. Joseph Jimenez.
I'm assuming that TikTok guy's in jail now.
When explaining why he did it, he says that voices were telling him that by killing both of those two teenagers, he would be saving the world.
Fuck, maybe, Jesus Christ, maybe that Reddit commenter really was real then. Fuck me, oh my god. What? Jesus Christ. Yeah, going out in public's scary, man. What's the name of that old song from Under Oath? It's dangerous business going out of your front door or something. The shit is super true. And it really feels like more and more people are becoming unhinged. I don't know what it is, but it just really feels like more often now than when I was growing up, people are becoming significantly more on edge and dangerous. Thanks to Tier 1 Dat Boy and the resub up down. It might just be like more access to information. But goddamn, this fucking scary.
Claire Miller is a 14-year-old girl that murdered her disabled sister, Helen, that had cerebral palsy, a disorder that affects a person's posture, muscles, and balance. Claire hysterically called 911 and just admitted to murdering her sister, and when the police arrived, they noticed that she had tried washing the blood that was on her hands in the snow on the ground. So I guess there was just bloody snow everywhere. And they had found a knife inside of the older sister's neck. They are charging her for murder as an adult. She's not being charged as a minor. She's being charged as a full adult. So
that's good news.
Consequences.
God damn.
Nicola Priest. This is by
I think
far
as TikTok continues to grow, pretty much every criminal ever is going to be able to be traced back to a TikTok account. So literally every criminal from this point forward, I imagine, will be able to watch TikTok videos of them doing the Doja Cat dance or some shit at some point. Because it's just everyone has one now. So literally every single murderer is also going to be a TikToker by extension. That's a pretty wild future.
So this woman from the UK named Nicola Priest would post TikToks mourning her dead daughter. This woman actually murdered her own kid and then went on TikTok post mourning her own daughter. People found this out because you can actually search her up on public records and it says there that she murdered her kid. That's what she is. And if you go back and watch some of the videos, her account is still up, by the way. If you go back and watch some of the videos, it's so fucking creepy seeing like just no.
Why is her account still up?
Acting like she didn't fucking kill her own daughter.
What? What was her name? Nicola Priest. How is she doing? No, it's down now. Okay, so it must have been up in August. It is down now. So far, almost all of them have been. I'm very surprised. Usually they're not. Why just 15 years? I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I imagine, if I had to take a guess, I would say it's probably the UK. Let's see, in fact. Mom who killed 3-year-old for interrupting her having sex posts... What? Posts apology to her parents. And yes, she was from Solihull, England. She made a fucking YouTube apology video for killing her 3-year-old daughter. She was having sex with her boyfriend and got interrupted. And so she killed her daughter. What was the thought process? It's not like she was going to go back to getting laid after committing a murder in front of the boyfriend. Oh shit, the boyfriend is also implicated in this. The vomiting was the result of the severe beating you were both responsible for inflicting on her. No doubt you irritated by her crying, asking to be let out. It interrupted the two of you when you wanted to have sex. You lost your temper and you were joint participants in the assault. Holy shit. And they got 15 years. It's a fucking joke, man. That's a fucking joke. Yep, that should be life for both of them, I would say. And what's even wilder, she used it for clout on TikTok.
All right, yeah, that was the iceberg.
That was a lot of shit.
Let me know what you guys want to see.
There's a shark trend as well. Now that just sounds like good fun. I've been debating talking about this topic for the last couple of days, but it's such an awful situation I really didn't want to. I was hoping that it would have settled down by now, but it's only been getting more popular. So I figured I might as well at least discuss it before it gets fully out of control. Right now, the worst content creators on YouTube are getting millions of views and making thousands of dollars by following one disgusting, shameful trend. And I know that sounds like one of those old banner ads on porn sites. This ugly piece of shit's fucking hot moms in your area, and you can too. Doctors hate him. Click here to find out how. But unlike those ads, I'm not making this up or exaggerating. Right now, there are tons of degenerate loser scumbags that are trying to use the passing of Technoblade as a way of gaining subscribers and making lots of money, either by clickbaiting videos with Technoblade in the title, or by making 10 or 20 plus videos all about the passing of Technoblade in order to get the maximum juice for the squeeze from the AdSense. It's so disgusting and shameful. It's fucking vile. I'm certain all of you have heard by now, but just in case, Technoblade was a very large creator on YouTube. He had a massive audience and was a very influential and inspirational creator to a lot of people and channels. And unfortunately, he passed away recently. His father made a heartbreaking video going over the whole situation, and it's just been really sad. So obviously a lot of people on the internet have been mourning the loss of Technoblade. However, there's been some extremely twisted, sick fucks that have tried to use this situation as a way of financially gaining. It's like some actual villain shit. Like Mr. Krabs with dollar signs in his eyes once they saw that Technoblade passed. They immediately started making videos on it, clickbaiting him, and really trying their best to capitalize off the passing of an absolutely great person. I'm not going to show you very many of them because obviously a lot of it is just done for the attention, like the rage clicks. They just want to farm as many views off it as possible, so I'm only going to show a couple here. This first example comes from a channel named It's Owen, and of course this video they posted isn't real, it's just clickbait. And I was actually familiar with this channel before they posted this video, because this channel was notorious for dog shit clickbait. He'd constantly post things like, I met Mr. Beast and he was very mean to me, even spit on me, parentheses, very rude. Or, Mr. Beast forgot to stop recording and his wiener fell out, yucky. Oh, and then also some shit like, a fan asked PewDiePie for an autograph and ended up in the hospital because PewDiePie beat him within an inch of his life, parentheses, not nice at all. Just awful garbage. I have more respect for shit stains in a gas station urinal than I do for Owen, but at least there's a happy ending here, because Owen did get banned for this, and he's whining on Twitter about it right now. He checks in almost hourly to see if YouTube's decided to overturn their decision, and we can only pray they don't. Justice has at least been somewhat served with Owen being off the platform, but from what I understand, he actually has another account, or even a couple other accounts. Going back on his Twitter timeline, it seems like he has a side hustle of creating YouTube accounts, posting absolutely abominable clickbait on them in order to gain subscribers quickly, and then selling those accounts, as well as the play buttons associated with them. I will say though, I am a little bit skeptical of the Twitter account here because it only has 560 followers despite the YouTube channel having almost 4 million. But I could also see why it wouldn't have any followers since his content is only clickbait that people click on for 10 seconds and then leave. Even like 4-year-old toddler baby brains on autoplay. And then they'll just accidentally subscribe. So they wouldn't exactly follow him to Twitter. And he is having like a dialogue with YouTube, so I'm assuming this is the legitimate account. His newest post is also super embarrassing. It just says new bitch with him pinching a girl's ass. I don't know how people get delusional enough like this to think that these pictures are cool. I guess in his head he thought this was pure epic style flex, but in reality he just looks really goofy and silly. He's wearing a fucking hat that says icon on it, despite no one knowing who he is. He is a faceless clickbaiter, and I wouldn't be surprised if this girl has no idea who he is. He just convinced her, like clickbaited her, into thinking that he was the brother of Napoleon Dynamite. But of course, Owen isn't alone in being this shameless. Yes, he was a massive hemorrhoid that YouTube has thankfully removed, but there's still plenty more plaguing the butthole of the platform. I'm not going to show many others, but there are a ton of other YouTubers that are making content just like Owen did that he got banned for, clickbaiting the passing of Technoblade. Now let me move on to the next big channel that I'd like to show you. This is Dream SMP Official. Except it's not official, and it's just doing the best it can to monetize the passing of Technoblade. They have posted 25 Technoblade videos since his passing.
My heart goes out to his family and loved ones. Hug those that are close to you. Tell the ones that you love them.
That's the content that he's posting around the passing of Technoblade. A screenshot of Dream SMP member posts being read by text-to-speech. And he posts a video on it and monetizes it. He has made thousands of dollars from this over just the last 4 or 5 days. And I believe Microsoft Sam is entitled to at least a good portion of that because he's got text-to-speech working overtime on this shit. Posted 25 videos on the passing of Technoblade. And this is operated by one person whose name is Runalong. And they were confronted in Discord about it. This is confirmed to be run by Runalong because if you click the Twitter associated with his account, it goes to his Twitter and the Discord. So it is not actually owned and operated by Dream SMP. It is just someone that's piggybacking off it and profiting big time. So in a Discord interaction, a user says, why don't you have the charity linked to the side? Like, look at this video by Techno. And they mention the feature where you can add fundraisers to videos, which immediately put a donation option for viewers, which is right to the side of the video. It's used by a lot of people. And when asked about this, Runalong says, people can donate with or without it. I'm still giving a portion of my money away. Going a bit deeper, he says that he'll provide screenshots as well when he receives it. To which they respond, but I have another question. Why so many videos about Techno? I counted 17, so this is probably like 4 hours old because he's already posted an additional 8 videos since this interaction. I understand it's important and breaking news, but 17 is so many. He says, the more I get, the more I can give back. And to which they respond, and the more goes into your own pocket too. Which is absolutely correct. Since he's only giving a portion away, the more videos he makes taking advantage of Techno's passing, which is such a fucked up thing to even say out loud, the more he does that, the more money he is making. And yeah, I suppose by extension, the more money he gives away to charity, assuming he even does that, which I highly doubt. But regardless, this is dog shit. Every person right now, YouTube commentators who have made 9 or 10 videos on Techno's passing, all of them are hiding behind this, I'm giving the money to charity though, so I'm a good guy thing. All of them are using it as a way of deflecting criticism, when in reality it's blatantly obvious all of them are vultures trying to use this situation as a way of gaining subscribers and engagement. That's just the pure, factual meat of it right there. There is no way of justifying making 9 or 10 or 25 videos on a tragic situation like the Technoblade situation. There's just no way of ever convincing me that what you're doing actually has a noble cause. There's one commentator in particular who's been in some hot water recently, being called out by a lot of different channels. I'm not going to show them because, again, mainly they do these things for attention and just cheap clicks, and plus I don't want anyone to go over and harass them or anything. But they've posted, I believe, 9 or 10, maybe even 11 videos all on Techno, and they have been trying to take this high road of all of the money that these are generating is going to charity. And then they gave an update saying, we've raised like $1,000 for charity thanks to these videos. But the videos have like, in total, like 3 million views. So bare minimum, that should be like 2.5 to 3K. So they're already being disingenuous with what they're actually making off the situation. All of them are using this as a way of milking a very great YouTuber's unfortunate passing. And they know it, the audience knows it, but they're trying their absolute best to spin it in a way that helps them sleep at night or doesn't make them look like an irredeemable piece of shit to their audience. As this was rendering, I think it's only fair that I mention that the YouTuber I'm referencing posted a video showing that they donated 3K to the charity in the Technoblade tribute. The videos actually earned about 2.7K, which he showed, and then he put in an extra 300 of his own money to get the 3K. And that's cool, that's good, money going to charity. But it doesn't at all change my opinion of him or what he was doing. It doesn't matter if you give every penny that those videos generate to a charity, because that's not the only way you're profiting from the situation. This commentary channel I just mentioned has gained 16,000 subscribers over the last 4 days, where usually they experience 1,000 subscribers per month. So in 4 days, they have 16x'd their normal monthly gain. That's fucking wild. What are you gonna do? Start donating subscribers to a charity as well to make up for it? You're not the good guy, no matter how hard you pretend to be. It's more than just profiting like actual dollars from AdSense. You have gained so many subscribers off of this situation. And even if all of the videos were not monetized. Like if all of the Dream SMP videos weren't monetized, all 25 of them had no monetization at all. Same with the commentary videos. Even if none of them were monetized, you are still directly putting your mouth on the teats of this and milking it and capitalizing off of it. It's always great to celebrate a donation to a good cause, but that doesn't mean you have to celebrate the person that did it. Now, I want to make it clear before things get mixed up here, I don't think there's anything wrong with making a video on Technoblade, like a tribute to Technoblade, talking about them, going over what they meant to you, as well as just the internet as a whole. I think all of that's very positive and wholesome and can be great. And donating the money that those videos make through AdSense to charity is even better. But there is never a situation where you're gonna do that 8, 9, 10 times genuinely. Like, there's just no reason for it. That's milking it. That's taking advantage of it for your own personal gain. There's being respectful, and then there's being shameful. And it's very clear where most of these fall. Videos like what I just showed you from Dream SMP, from Owen, as well as touched on from commentators, where it's exceeding like this crazy amount of content all surrounding a tragedy, that's absolutely milking it and being disrespectful. And while we're already on this topic, there's another really awful trend that I want to bring up in this same general ballpark, and this happens with every celebrity passing ever on YouTube. There's always going to be those children that come from loveless, broken homes that'll make a video talking about why it's a good thing the celebrities died, or summoning that dead celebrity at 3 a.m., or they're in hell, burning in hell, all of that awful, disgusting shit. That's unfortunately been happening with Technoblade, and a lot of people have been posting that content all around the internet, and people have been sharing it in order to go to the video and leave hate messages, and that's exactly what they want from you. The reason those videos get made is for those hate messages in the comments. They're done in order to get quick views from people that are outraged by the content. They're doing it as outrage bait to farm engagement that way. So the best thing to do with that is completely ignore it. That's existed for a few years now in like a big way, and it's probably going to continue to exist, and the only thing you can do is not go over there to give them any sort of attention at all. It'll eventually just die out once they realize no one gives a fuck about them. They're faceless losers in real life, but online they can have some kind of presence by making people mad at them, and that attention is the only thing that gives them some level of comfort in life. It's sad, it's pathetic, but you have to just be strong enough to resist the temptation to insult them on the video, because by going to that video, giving them that view, giving them that comment, you're doing exactly what they want from you. So I just wanted to put that out there. I hate that shit, but you have to just ignore it. I think that covers pretty much everything I wanted to talk about today with this awful... I've said this many times over the last couple of years, but just like my high school basketball coach, you don't take me seriously. Every time I try to preach this gospel, you think I'm joking. I'm not. Wipe that smile off of your face, Buster. I am going to scream it once again with my whole chest. Cringe is the ultimate evil. It's the only unforgivable sin. Through the eyes of the internet, the ultimate crime is being cringe. So why am I talking about this? Well, it's because 2 videos have just gone viral for being cringy, and everyone has been dunking on them. The first one absolutely blew up, and it's become one of the most divisive videos I've seen hit the internet since the fucking Yanny and Laurel debate. It's this woman celebrating getting her pancakes by doing a little boogie. I have to mute the audio, so I'm just gonna beatbox for this. On Twitter, this video has well over 100 million views. This is the biggest tweet from it, saying we're all the person at the next table, and it's that woman in the background who's looking on confused and disgusted and annoyed about this. And the video has over 100 million on Twitter, but then an additional like 30 million or so on TikTok. And boy howdy, has this led to an unbelievably large and aggressive conversation. Mortal Kombat 1 came out, but the fatalities in this debate have been far more brutal than anything in that game. I tell you what, sports fans, this shit has been wacky. It's her pretending that she's super excited to get food, my hangriness leaving my body, and she's doing a little goofy TikTok dance. It's very artificial. It's not real. Like, is she actually having fun here? Who's to say? That's a secret between her and God. I have no idea if she's actually having fun, but it's clearly performative for TikTok updates. She's looking for the internet likes. And it's not really bothering anyone because she's just doing it herself. The only one that's directly involved here is the staff that's bringing her the food, and she's subjecting them to Cringe, which could be considered terrorism to a certain extent because Cringe it's a fucking weapon. I don't care what anyone says. Weaponized Cringe is some of the most potent Geneva Convention violating warfare we have at our disposal. So yes, the staff is exposed to her like pretending that she's super excited to get food, so the staff brings it over and she starts dancing like a toddler here with her happy dance of food, and it's all fake, right? But she's not really bothering anyone. The girl at the other table is just looking on confused and annoyed, which is a very normal response I think most humans would have, because this is a very weird thing to do as an adult. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you need to dress like an adult. Me. That's right. We're doing a me costume for Halloween, so you can wear me like a goddamn flesh suit. So it comes complete with the long hair. Even's got my tattoos 1-to-1 for temporary tattoos, and then just like a fun little shirt to go along with the whole collection. So that's the new merch drop for this Halloween. It's available now. I'll put a link in the description. Oh yeah, also the beard. You don't want to be a clean shaven Charlie, that'd look really weird. And there's nothing cringy about that. If you don't want to get made fun of, then that's what you need to dress like for Halloween. Anyway, the point here is, a lot of people were extremely upset about this video. There was a lot of hostility both in people defending the action and those attacking it. Me personally, I don't like it. It does bother me. I've said this a million times. I think the current climate of things where everything needs to be a fucking song and dance that you put on for an online audience of TikTok people to give you attention is trash. Everyone competing for internet attention at all times and faking everything to get some likes on your posts, awful. So yeah, I don't like that. If I was in that restaurant, you wouldn't see me like flip over a table in anger or anything, but you would see me look over annoyed about it and maybe make fun of it a bit before moving on. But on the internet, cringe is a big deal, and it stays that way, and for some reason gets really aggressive and super deep, like almost philosophical to a certain point. In this case, with this video, she didn't really do herself any favors because she was arguing with everybody on TikTok, and she was getting really mean and nasty in some of the comments. But the point is, people respond to cringe very harshly. Now, there is a bigger talking point I want to get to, but in order to get there, I'd like to show you the other big video that blew up only about 2 days ago as of making this video.
Want to see the cringiest, most cuddly thing ever? This is called a love surge. And we do this when one of us has like so much love in our limbs that we can't contain it and feel like we're going to explode. So Sean is having a love surge right now, and he's going to wrap around me and shake with the electricity of love until I catch it too and start shaking, and then you explode with a love surge.
I feel so much better.
Don't you?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's the love surge.
So much love was just surged.
Sean's not wrong. There was a lot of love getting surged there. The cup runneth over on love. In fact, I think I started to feel some of the particles from that surge all the way over here. Nearly took out the power grid. Now, this also got really big on Twitter, and people fucking hated it. And they hated them for being cringy, which, as you can imagine, didn't feel super great for the woman in this video here who posted a follow-up.
A lot of the duets and stitches were really funny, and I laughed a lot. I can take a joke and I can laugh at myself. But then some of the comments got like, really, really mean. And they were like wishing that like someone cheated on each other, or wishing that like DV on me, or essay, or like to unalive myself. And I think like if the goal was to make me sad, you did it, you won.
She posts this video going over how all of the really mean comments made her feel, like the really personal ones wishing horrible things upon her and the family. And what really sucks is how unsurprising this is. The internet has become a place where you expect this. Anytime a video is posted, no matter what it is, if it's cringy, even if it's good, you already know there's going to be a large number of people that are going to hate it. And when people on the internet don't like something, they go to the biggest possible extreme to let you know their dislike of it, telling you to do the worst things ever and wish the worst things ever upon you. It's unfortunately very commonplace online. I remember when I first like started posting on the internet, I had read somewhere a quote: when someone wears a mask, they show you their real face. So basically, it's not the most profound thing ever. When someone is anonymous, they show you their true colors. And most people aren't that nice. And so what happened here is, this was cringy, so people started being very not nice, and she posted this video hoping that maybe if you saw how it made her feel, that it would stop. And as you can probably guess, it only made it worse. The comments were saying things like, just need another love surge, or order up on that love surge to help. If there's one thing the internet hates more than cringe, it's weakness, vulnerability. If you show that something hurt you, that's the biggest possible trophy you can ever give to people online, because now they know they're getting to you and they will just keep that pressure coming. There was really nothing good that could have come from this video, but I do legitimately feel bad for her and Sean here, because their only crime was posting something cringy. I don't think they should have posted it to begin with, but that's once again just the product of everything being a competition to get internet attention. So they took a very personal thing with them being lovey-dovey and having this really quirky love surge thing they do, and they wanted to share it online because everyone wants to share everything online all the time. And what happened here is it ended up being an awful experience. So let's tie this into what I want to talk about on a deeper level. Why cringe is literally the worst thing you can do online as a content creator, it feels like. Over the many years I've been online, I have seen some people do the worst things imaginable. And those people still have an audience and supporters, despite being a piece of shit that does horrible things. And then I've seen cases where someone does something a little too whimsical. They get a little too silly, and it's embarrassing. And they lose a lot of supporters for it. More so than someone that is an actually awful person doing horrible things. And I guess it's honestly not even fair to say that it's just the internet that has no forgiveness for cringe, because one of the best examples of an entire career being unraveled from something being a little too goofy actually comes from 2004 and predates the modern internet as we know it. Howard Dean and the now infamous Dean Scream. Howard Dean was a very prominent political figure, and in 2004 was a presidential candidate. And his entire world got fucking blasted when he was doing a rally and got a little too excited. He was given a very passionate speech. He's like, we're going to Washington, we're going to Oregon, then we're going to my buddy Eric's place to eat some ice cream, and then we're looping back around, we're going back to Washington, and then Oregon. And that moment, that one silly little screech ruined his entire presidential run and made him a laughingstock, all from just a droplet of cringe. I actually think he was a pioneer who was ahead of his time, because if he did that today, he'd be looked at as like an icon on TikTok, because that kind of shit's not cringy per se anymore. But anyway, the point I'm making here is, it might not even just be an internet-specific phenomenon. It might be like a human-specific thing where we're just hardwired to dislike cringe and always hold it against the person who made us feel the cringe. I don't really know. I'm getting scientific about something that has absolutely no basis in science. It's just something I've observed for pretty much my whole life, where some people will do what I consider to be unforgivable things. Like legitimately horrible, terrible, awful things. And yet they still go on to have an extremely successful career. They have tons and tons of fans. Someone like Chris Brown. Chris Brown, I think, is a bad guy. A hot take. I think he's a bit of a jerk. He has a history of beating women. He beat Rihanna within an inch of her life, and yet, look at him today. He has probably more fans now than ever. Like, he just got nominated for an award at the VMAs a few days ago, and people were cheering, applauding, losing their minds over it, celebrating. Somehow, his fans stood beside him and still support him through all of that. Meanwhile, there have been many such cases of someone posting either an embarrassing video as a YouTuber, or having some embarrassing information leak, or something cringy come out, and their fans like abandon them. Just like straight up drop it, like, nope, I can't be seen here anymore. I don't know, it's just baffling to me. But yeah, now I'm starting to get a little lost in the rant here. Point is, with these two videos in particular, the people in them didn't do anything wrong. One of them wasn't even in public, and yet the response to it was extreme amounts of anger, which is always just interesting to me. And it's not like I'm innocent of it. Like, I'm super guilty of seeing some cringy things and being, you know, surprised and even a little annoyed, even though I'm not directly involved, for sure. But it's just fascinating to see, like, the level that people will take it to and just the incredibly harsh response. I decided to go through the YouTube trending page today. What a fucking disaster of content I found on there. But there's one video in particular I'd like to look at today. Is it real or is it chocolate, from the Dobre brothers? I was unfamiliar with who the Dobre brothers were before I saw this video, but now I'll never forget these 4 kids that look like rejected Backstreet Boys members. And I'm sure you're familiar with the premise of this video. You remember that viral video clip from a Japanese game show where they fished around just biting on objects they thought could be chocolate? Yeah, you remember how entertaining that was? Well, the Dobre brothers took that and then made it the most boring thing imaginable. Let's go ahead and watch this together.
What's up, Dobre Army? Dobre Brothers back here for another vlog. Today, we're gonna do something really fun and interesting. Today, we have a very interesting game we're gonna play. Our friend, the cameraman Steve, went out and bought some crazy random tools.
Oh, holy shit, what the fuck? Stand back. You see that crazy assortment of tools? Those are some crazy fucking tools. Jesus Christ, Steve, you really went wild and let loose at the hardware store. These are 4 kids who have clearly never seen tools in their life. Oh, what the fuck is this? A Grinch? Isn't that a movie? Oh, a wrench. Oh, do you have to use it yourself? What? Do people not have their own personal Jeeves to take care of it for them? Ugh. What is this, used by lower class people? It's gonna contaminate my table. Are you sure, Steve? Well, if you think it'll be good for views, bring it on home, Steve. Bring me that shit.
But some of these tools apparently are not real. Some of them are chocolate. That's right, chocolate.
Did you have to reiterate it and say it twice? It's not exactly hard to believe that they might be made out of chocolate. That's definitely within the realm of possibilities. It's the 21st century. We have that kind of technology.
That's just a little lighter.
I'm gonna say this is chocolate.
Oh!
You hear the doink sound? Oh, oh, those good sound effects. Steve got him real good. That wasn't chocolate at all. It was a real crazy tool there that he just bit on. What a fucking idiot.
Are you okay? Yeah. Oh, this was real.
Maybe didn't bite hard. Wait, the chocolates are kind of hard, so try biting it, Luke.
Are you sure?
I don't think so, man. That's not chocolate. I think I broke my tooth.
Yeah, so this is definitely real.
Gosh. This might actually be a little bit more dangerous than we thought.
No, I mean, it's about as dangerous as a 4-year-old would expect it to be, because it's not really hard to distinguish what would be chocolate and what would be real here. They're gonna weigh completely different. The dude even fucking banged it on his hand and you hear metal against metal. It's really not that fucking hard. But I don't even know why I'm trying to poke holes in the watertight plot of this video. All of them clearly know what's real and fake, and you'll see that as the video progresses. If you don't take my word for it, let the proof be here in the shit pudding.
Lucas, maybe you should go next because you're so hard-headed.
Alright.
How do they come up with it? What a stinker. What a real stinky joke. Is that the best you can do, Dobre Brothers? Is that comedy on the Dobre Brothers channel? You're so hard-headed you should get hit in the head with a hammer? Knee slapper.
That's chocolate.
I feel like that is chocolate.
Who's that? Who is that? Anyways.
Yes, who is that? Look at that fucking loser out there doing work for money. Pathetic. Working. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Lucas, don't give yourself a concussion.
Yeah,
we need you for our next YouTube video.
It's chocolate, bro.
Maybe lick it.
Oh, it's chocolate.
Take a bite.
Alright.
Some nice cacao, chocolate milk.
Oh! Yeah. I got it right. 1 point for Lucas. Alright.
Well, that was certainly fun to watch. Man, it really is. It's extremely entertaining. For sure.
Marcus?
It looks like chocolate.
Yeah, this is definitely does look chocolate. Like chocolate.
Ow! It wasn't chocolate.
This is pretty sharp. Are you serious?
It wasn't chocolate. Yeah, it was.
I was gonna say.
Fucking pranked. He got you good. He got all of us good. I don't think any of us expected that.
That is real. You didn't have to take a bite out of it. Yeah, don't bite it. It's real.
Oh! It was chocolate.
I have feeling that was chocolate.
How'd you know?
How did he know that was chocolate? We're gonna have to find out when they break the magician's code and reveal how that trick was done. One of life's greatest mysteries right there we just watched unfold. One that puts the fucking Zodiac Killer mystery to shame. How did he know that shit was chocolate?
Oh, it's real. No, it's real. It's real.
Are you sure? I see your tooth mark in it.
Oh!
It's not real.
He just missed that. What if it was real? He would have been gone.
Clickbait. Yeah. I broke a wrench with my head.
Yo, chocolate.
No. Wait, that one was real. They look pretty similar.
What a fucking savage. He didn't know for sure if it was real or chocolate. He just took a risk of just fucking bashed it on his head and he got real lucky. Just one of those frat douchebags that'll bust a fucking, can of brewskis on their forehead and then just chug it. Man did it with a wrench. And then his brother tried to emulate it, but it was a real wrench and he fucking nearly bludgeoned himself to death with it. You see how hard he was hitting himself in the skull? Fucking denting his noggin in? Just fucking attacking his forehead with the same intensity as a pillow falling on a memory foam mattress.
Which feels pretty heavy. But I mean, they're both pretty hard, so you can see how...
Oh! Yeah, they would have both broke if they were both chocolate.
It's science.
Do I have to take a bite? Yeah.
No, I think that's real.
Ah!
Yeah, that's definitely not chocolate.
Is my tooth bleeding? Cyrus. Oh, dang. Nah, you're good there.
This is like...
Now, what in tarnation? I think I saw something there. Hold the phone. I don't think he really bit down on that there. Let's go ahead and take that shit to the replay booth upstairs. I'm throwing the challenge flag out on this play. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this. It pains me to say this, but upon closer inspection and after sending the footage away to the top laboratories in America, we have conclusive evidence that it's fake. He didn't actually bite the tool. As convincing as his acting after the fact is to sell you on it, he didn't pull it off. You see, he did a very slick move that most people wouldn't catch. The naked eye just can't register it. My eye's not naked. If you look closely, you can see that he slides it away from his teeth right before he clinches down, and he never even fully clinches down either, by the way. It's almost as if he issued this as a direct challenge to me to attempt to debunk it, which I fucking have. All in all, it's a lie. It's a fraud. He's a sham. He's fibbing. He's taking us for fools. He thinks we wouldn't notice, but I noticed.
If you guys would like us to do another one of these videos and get even crazier stuff, comment down below. Let us know what you think.
Crazier stuff than those common tools? You got me fucked up. I don't even think that's possible. Where's Steve gonna find something crazier than these tools? Such an item doesn't exist. Unless he finds Excalibur or something, you're not topping these tools. Nuh-uh, not at all. The video ends shortly after, but... I mean, what more can be said about some high quality... I've got a confession to make, and it's something I'm not proud of. I am deep into the TikTok rabbit hole of desperate attention-seeking behavior. I'm so embarrassed to say that, downright ashamed. I'm like an 80-year-old woman, and TikTok has become my soap opera. It's just this captivating train wreck I can't help but look at. These aren't even like people anymore. They're just clout zombies. An insatiable appetite for internet attention, updates, and increased follower count. Bigger number, better person. And they will do anything to get a bigger number. And nothing is off limits. I swear to God, they would dig up their dead grandmother as a devious lick challenge. They'd fucking shove a Tide Pod down the throat of their dog if it meant more views on their TikTok page. It is just truly this battle where people are coming up with the most outrageous and most deplorable ways of getting internet clout as fast as possible. And that includes faking abuse.
Okay guys, this muffin I got from, I think it was from like some grocery store, is so good. Like,
I have no idea why the fuck you keep recording yourself eating. You're fat and you're overweight.
Yeah, I couldn't find the original video since she took it down after admitting it was all fake, all smoke and mirrors, nothing's real, you got fooled, and it was all a play for attention. So I found this video of a guy watching it and reacting to it. Yeah, so right away you'll notice the acting's pretty dog shit. It's Tommy Wiseau level, sounding like something out of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers here. It actually just comes across like a Darman video for real. Like, stop eating the muffin, you're fat and overweight. Dude fat shames his girlfriend, lives to regret it. But you have to remember, most people on TikTok are actual children. A lot of them haven't even developed object permanence yet. Like, if I put this phone behind my back, they think it disappears. And those are the people that are using TikTok mainly, so when they see something like this, they're just gonna take it at face value. But it's not just kids. Like, no one really expects someone to fake an emotional abuse video for views on TikTok. You'd have to be a real piss stain in a gas station urinal to try some shit like that. So most people assumed it was all real, and especially victims of emotional abuse came forward to support the creator here. And this spread very rapidly on TikTok. She gained like 100,000 followers as a result of it, with people just pouring tons of support into it.
I have no idea why you keep wanting to record that.
I just want to show TikTok my muffin. Like, why did you have to go there?
But when you're fat and overweight, TikTok shouldn't be a priority. It should be losing weight for me.
All right, Mark.
Wow, what a piece of shit. Show this woman love and support, please. But just wow.
Yeah, not exactly classically trained actors from Juilliard or anything, but it was effective enough to gain 100,000 followers and convince people she was in an emotionally abusive relationship with a piece of shit boyfriend. And she got a lot of support for it, and the views were very positive for her. Also, the dialogue is, of course, really awful. They didn't have much of a script here. It sounds like dialogue out of Death Stranding. You're fat, overweight, eating muffin bad. Lose weight because you're fat, overweight, lose weight for me, okay? It actually just sounds like a parody that you would read on Reddit underneath a post about like an incel or some shit. It's not well executed, but it was good enough that a lot of people believed it initially, and then people eventually started pointing out things that didn't make much sense and calling into question the authenticity of it, to the point where the creator eventually came forward to confirm that, yeah, she faked all of it for attention.
Hey guys, so I just wanted to come on here. I haven't posted in a few days, and it's mainly because I've just been feeling very bad about myself, and I'm just gonna come out. I'm gonna say it. This is the video for all you guys who want it. The muffin video was scripted. Everything was scripted.
Lying again, are we? This wasn't scripted. There was no script here, and if it was written by a 4-year-old. You just improv'd something that you thought would sound like emotional abuse. You just told your friend to just say like, hey, just call me overweight while I'm eating this muffin. That was it. That's all the thought that went into it. You knew that it would gain traction because no one likes to see a woman getting belittled and insulted, especially not by their boyfriend. So you knew it would be a viral video for you, but you didn't script shit. You faked it. Don't say you scripted it. You're giving yourself far more credit than you deserve.
Nothing was authentic, nothing was real, nothing was true. I want to thank all the accounts who are holding me accountable, because that's what we should be doing in today's society. And after the muffin video, you're probably like, well, why'd you keep going?
I love that line when someone makes an apology video after getting caught with their ass in their own mouth. Actually, I'm super glad you're all holding me accountable. This was really a social experiment to make sure that everyone was ready to hold someone like me accountable for these actions. It was all staged in order to empower all of you to hold me accountable. So thank you for that, and you all passed the test. Come on, we know you're not happy about that, so take the mask off, drop the act, just be like a Scooby-Doo villain who gets caught. I would've got away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids, you fucking turbo nerds.
And that's what, if you notice, I have another TikTok. That's what my marketing team told me to do. They said, keep going, like, continue to grow, continue to grow. As a person, though, it just keeps eating me inside. They told me, don't make this video because you're gonna get so much hate. And it's like, I don't care. You guys can hate on me. You can do whatever you want. I literally don't give a shit, but...
Where'd you get your marketing team? Off Fiverr or something? Just like one guy in his basement who says he's a marketing expert? What kind of strategy is that? No, just keep going. That way it just keeps building and building, and then you look even stupider when you eventually have to fold because it's become too much and people are shitting all over you on TikTok. That's not marketing. That's self-sabotage. What you have is like a double agent who must be working for like your arch nemesis on TikTok trying to like sink your career. It's a terrible idea. It's a horrible strategy. Though I do like the scapegoat. I don't know if she has a marketer that could just be like someone she's pushing blame on in order to make herself look a little bit better. Like, listen, you plebeians, I went against math and science. My marketing team, all 500 of them, all of them told me don't do it. They begged me not to make this video, but I knew in order to be the morally perfect person that I am, I needed to come forward and own up to my one and only mistake. I said, damn the numbers, damn the data. I'm doing what's right. Even though it was probably just her and her friend that hatched this idea as just a quick viral video, knowing that they'd be able to capitalize off an emotional abuse situation in order to get like some pity follows or just some supportive messages and validation. It's just really disgusting all around. And I do wonder if there is a marketing team here at all.
I just want to make it clear that if I lose 150,000 followers, that's fine, as long as everyone knows that this video was not to hurt anyone. There were no bad intentions. Because TikTok is an entertainment app, that's purely what it was for, entertainment.
What the fuck is entertaining about witnessing emotional abuse? Like, where's the fun? Was I supposed to sit there and watch the video and be like, oh, hey, oh, just like a jolly old belly laugh? Like, oh my god, she's eating a muffin and getting insulted for it. Hey, top notch, this is what I'm fucking talking about. Like, what does she watch for fun? Beheading videos? How could you possibly think people would like be entertained by watching abuse? There's nothing enjoyable or wacky or goofy about it. It's just sad. Like, it is just sad. And it's especially insulting to people who actually have been through abuse like that, who would have watched that video and been like, oh my god, this is so terrible, and then like actually relate to it, only to be told, no, I lied about it, I staged it just because I wanted more followers, it was just supposed to be entertaining. It's like, oh, it was just supposed to be entertaining. Okay, so abuse is just entertainment to you. It's, you know, it's an insulting, silly fucking concept.
I did, however, do the breaking up text, which I wasn't supposed to do. My marketing team told me to continue with the whole abusive boyfriend or like boyfriend calling me fat, but I made that video just for the young girls on this app, just to show them that if you're treated that way, it's important to leave.
That contradicts everything you just said, that you did it for entertainment. Now you're trying to spin it where you're doing something more heroic than you actually were. This wasn't some kind of PSA where it's like, hey girls, if you've been in a relationship like this, you need to leave. That was never the message. It was you being insulted, and then apparently she did like a follow-up where she broke up with her boyfriend over a text or something, which of course was also staged, but at no point was it ever supposed to be something to like inspire or get people to reflect on their own relationship. As you just said, it was for entertainment, which is fucking stupid.
I'm really a stand-up person and I'm big on my morals, and this completely went against that. Was it just all for TikTok and views? Yeah, it was. And that's, I know, it's sad. It really is. I also want to let you know I did not profit off this. I was not in the creator fund while I was doing this. I did not profit at all.
She's being very honest here. Just fully admitting she did it all for views and that sweet, sweet attention. Attention is more valuable than oxygen, honestly. It's just that precious lifeblood to the modern human. And she may not have profited financially from it. She says she wasn't in the creator fund, so didn't make any money off it. But she earned something more important than money. Clout. Money's temporary. Clout is forever. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit since I've been... Alright, let's do the darkest TikToks part 2. Part 1 had a ton of shit I'd never even heard of before.
Confused_me too. Also, I really want this in the iceberg because I want to let you guys know to not believe everything you see on TikTok. The account only has 2 posts, and one of them shows someone squirming around in a garbage bag, and the other shows a river. I mean, come on, it just looks so staged. It's like some teenagers just wanted to prank the TikTok community. And also, if you
it's very easy to do that.
First of all, you wouldn't upload it. I wanted to include this on this list on the tip because, guys, don't believe everything you see on TikTok. And imagine, like, I'm
still gonna believe everything. Because it's more fun that way.
Suffocating flies trend. And squeeze the bottom, alluding to the idea of the fly being squished to death. Most of the times they wouldn't squish the fly, at least on video, but sometimes they would actually post it. This is a rare case where someone actually claims they made the trend. The user goes by DJSHBDBDB, and his bio read,
hey girl, I made that squishing fly trend on TikTok.
Trend now. This user has since changed his name and gotten banned due to violating community guidelines. It's really stupid when people do shit like this for clout. Like, dog, everyone kills flies, but it takes a special kind of person to trap a fly, put it in a syringe, start squeezing the bottom of it, and then post it for TikTok clout.
I don't feel like hunting that shit down. It's such a hassle.
Fly at 50K. Skinwalker dog. The woman posted a TikTok of her dog opening the door from inside the bathroom. She screams, "Oh my god," as the dog looks at her and closes the door again. The comments were full of people telling her that her dog was a skinwalker. Look, if the doorknob was...
yes. From Upper Kazuki. Yes, of course. The only man qualified to diagnose your dog with a possession. I have no doubt, too, that this kid truly believed it. They're like, oh my lord. That's our real possession. Just like in Demon Slayer.
But the owners then showed that the doorknob was one of those lever-type doorknobs. So,
yeah, my
that's
dog
how
opens
the dog
doors.
opened the door. Bolivia college incident. The Bolivia college incident is another one of those situations where users would just upload these shock videos onto TikTok until they get taken down. Eventually, the railing breaks and students begin falling to their deaths. It's so scary seeing this one girl about to fall
Holy
to her
shit,
death,
what?
but is pulled up by a colleague. Usually, I know about these shock videos that go around.
I've
but
never
I
heard of
had
that.
Also, to the people posting this to get clout or likes or just
Wait, what
shock
the
value.
fuck? When did that happen? I've never heard of that in my life. Well, I'm not looking it up on stream, obviously, but I've literally never heard of this ever. It happened in 2021. Damn, what overshadowed this? Like, did Dreams stream during this day or something? How is this not trending on Twitter? How far up were they? 4th floor, it says right here. It was all over Reddit. Damn, what the fuck was I doing in March of 2021? I never heard of that at all.
You're fucking weird, bro. You're a weird piece of shit. The body.
Jesus, I'm sorry, I just haven't heard of it. Jesus,
TikTok.
that man came after me.
April 24th. Update on cat
Appreciate
killer's
it.
identity. In part 1, we talked about the lady cat killer that would go on Omegle with the tag furry from 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. and would show off skinned and burned cats. She would also go on TikTok basically having fun that she wasn't caught. This is the internet. The cat killer was found out to be Crystal Cherica Scott, a 19-year-old
so
woman
sweet.
in Indiana who apparently sold animal crush videos on the internet. When searching her home, FBI agents recovered
give some
numerous
name.
animal parts and skulls that were consistent of the size of cats and dogs. Agents also discovered approximately 3 live dogs, 12 live cats, and several lizards. Scott is facing up to 7 years in prison, 3 years of supervised release,
That
and
is
a
so
maximum fine
fucking
of
stupid.
$250,000.
That is so dumb that they are not more strict on that. It is fucking shocking. Even if, let's say you don't even like animals. Let's say you're a person that just fucking hates animals. At the very least, there is so much documentation to prove that people that harm animals or torture animals on camera for views or to sell the videos are literally the most likely to be serial killers. So even if you fucking hate animals, there is no argument where this person should ever be free again. For this long, this many tortured and killed animals on camera, there is no world where this person should be allowed back in general population. Fucking crazy. 7 years maximum with 3 years of supervised release. Good lord.
Foreigner challenge. So this was a trend that started in April of 2020, where people would post compilations
so
of little fan edits of themselves, basically, with Pop Smoke's song Foreigner playing in the background. Rest in peace, Pop Smoke. You cannot say pop and forget the smoke. Except the people in these edits would put their into these edits.
Yeah, exactly. The animal harm is often a precursor to murder. Like almost every single murderer, like Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman, claimed to have killed over 200 people when he was working as a hitman for the mafia. Jeffrey Dahmer, I believe, also in that group. Ed Gein, pretty much everyone. Ted Bundy, I think, as well. Pretty much everyone you can think of all started with killing animals. Like just like torturing animals as a kid in their home or finding strays and beating them to death. They all started there. And yet still the law doesn't seem to take it seriously. Crazy. No, I don't think I've ever heard that one, Goblin.
In May of this year, an account on TikTok began gaining traction called Puberty Helper 101. The goal of this page was to help little girls go through puberty and deal with the changes their bodies were going through. But eventually, people found out that the owner behind the account was a grown man. It was even more disturbing when the account posted this. Hey guys, I'm going to pick 3 of you randomly and DM you and give you my phone number to help you and talk you through anything you need. If any of you would find this helpful, write in the comments and maybe I'll pick you up. What the fuck? This TikTok account
Thanks, Austin Jones, I guess.
TikTok community found out it existed.
Who ran that account? EDP? Like, goddamn.
In April of this year, a 1444 video. The 1444 video is another video that would circulate around TikTok, just like the Bonnie McNutt video and the Bolivia college incident. This 2019 video showed a teenage Russian boy sitting on his couch saying a quote and then shooting himself in the head with a semi-automatic rifle. Before he commits, he says a quote, and that quote translates to, Nikita, how does the saying go? Neon Polka. Neon Polka is a reference to another Russian person that also committed. And that person actually laid on train tracks and was, I don't even know if I could say
Holy
that. Her
shit.
head came off on the train tracks, and her last post on social media said Neon Polka, and it became like a meme in Russia, I guess. So you say that before you commit.
What a
to make matters even worse, Gleb's
awful way to go out. I don't know why that reminded me of something. Do you guys remember the hot coil challenge? That was back with the Tide Pod eating shit. There was a dude who threw his arm onto like a hot coil on his stove for the hot coil challenge. Anyone know what ever happened to that guy? And then he just like burnt the shit out of his arm, like probably a permanent branding. And then he was about to do it again before his friends stopped him. It never caught on or anything. But I was just wondering, does anyone have a follow-up to that? He's got nice scars. No, he's got stupid scars because it was literally just a hot coil. So his scar is just going to look like a pile of dog shit on his arm. It's not even like a cool scar or anything. London resub zombie. I guess no one knows what happened to the guy.
These two teenagers ended up murdering Sierra's father due to him not approving of them being together. The creepy part is that they posted this TikTok acting like it was a normal thing to do.
I don't know what to say. Welcome back to our YouTube channel. Day 3 after murdering somebody.
Whoa! Whoa! What a way to start a vlog. Hey,
had been stabbed to death and his body was set on fire. His body was found in his own garage. The teens have been charged with murder, but haven't entered a plea. If convicted, Guerrero could face the death penalty. Because she is a minor, Sierra faces life in prison.
That's
CP/
I can't imagine there's too much more that he hasn't covered because he's doing really broad topics instead of like specific instances, or at least in this that he did. So yeah, we can finish it.
Joining me today is the amazing True Crime Cam.
I thought it was gonna be Danny DeVito.
TikToks on your For You page. Plaque. That's so amazing. When we started this series, I was at 85,000. Now we're nearing 200,000.
Isn't he close to like 500K now?
Thank you guys so much for sticking around.
He's over.
And
God damn, he's popping off.
Grab a snack. Let's get started with the video.
Jesus. I feel like he was at 500K like a day ago, or whenever we watched the first part.
Jonathan G. You guys most likely have heard of this, but let's keep talking about it. Jonathan G was a TikTok account that appeared in 2020, but the original account has since been banned. To understand exactly who and what Jonathan G is, first we have to go back to 2016 and inform ourselves about the Blue Whale Challenge. It is believed that Rina Palenkova was the first victim of this horrible game. We spoke briefly about her in part 2. This happened again in 2019 with the infamous Momo picture, which I can't show or else this video would get demonetized. Where was the first sighting? Apparently, the first sighting of any of these accounts was on TikTok, going under the username @Jonathan.
I remember the Momo thing.
Eventually, if you're wondering how these anonymous people were able to convince these young teens into doing these horrible actions,
I don't think they did.
Because they would threaten to dox, which means find your address, kill your entire family, and do other disgusting things. All the other versions of it have resulted in a lot of kids committing.
Well, I don't think so. If I remember correctly, I haven't done research on this, but I do remember that Momo thing. I don't remember Goofy, whatever that is. I remember that guy's face, but I don't remember that being anything like further than that. But the whole Momo thing was all just a complete hoax. It was all completely fake. No one actually like hurt themselves or anything like that. I don't even know what I type in to find it. Momo related deaths, maybe? Yeah, the Momo challenge hoax. I don't think there was an actual case of somebody, killing themselves from it. Who Momo is? I don't know why you asked that so awfully, but it's this thing. It's a picture from some old horror skit or something. This thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure no one ever actually hurt themselves. It was just people making it up, and then places like Mirror ran with it. So like, here's Mirror's headline: Momo challenge victims revealed, kids as young as 12 killed by twisted craze. But I don't think any of it was ever actually real. I'd have to look more into it, but yeah, I do remember it all being outed as like, all those stories that were reported weren't actually true.
And that...
Okay, people keep saying blue whale. I don't even know what that is. That is foreign to me. I know blue waffle, I've never heard of blue whale before, so I don't even know what to look up here. Blue whale death? Well, I just got videos of blue whales dying, okay, so probably not. What do I look up? Blue whale challenge? The piece, so there was initially an article that came out linking multiple children's suicides to the blue whale challenge, and then it is critiqued by saying the piece was later criticized for attempting to make a casual link where none existed. None of the suicides were found to be a direct result of the group activities. Claims of suicides connected to the game have been reported worldwide, but none have been confirmed. That's what he's talking about. Well, I know, I'm just saying, like, I've never heard of the blue whale one, but none of this was ever, like, actually confirmed, ever.
John told Mashable this in an email referring to his business. Quote, "These pieces are not decoration. They are teaching tools and serve a very important purpose." This is a very hypocritical statement considering John has dressed up these human remains and let his cats play with them like toys.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, that's a pretty reasonable response.
How to tell? We drove to buy a real human skeleton. The thing about the question of where do I get them from?
I bet the people would be happy to see their bones being so enjoyed.
It doesn't matter to like 99% of you.
I first want to point out that John is not an osteologist, which is a trained professional who critically analyzes
how does he get the bones?
To determine. John buys his remains from old medical collections or bone traffickers, then sells them back to the public under the guise of making the study of bones and human anatomy accessible. Anyone could buy these human remains and do whatever they want with them. You could close out this YouTube video right now and go buy some human bones. That is it.
Give me just 1 second. Is that true? I had no idea. I know you can buy, like, for, like, I remember in college some classes had human bones to teach. I didn't realize that was just something I could get on Amazon. Let me see. Bone trafficking? Looted skulls and human remains are being sold in the black market. And do I get to know whose bones they were? Like, do I get, like, a picture of what they looked like before death? And it's like, hey, it's belonged to fucking Paul Cheeseburger. These are his bones. They're like an NFT. I mean, unironically, you get more value out of human bones than an NFT. Yeah, this guy seems like a real maniac.
At one point, John listed for sale the skull of a Sami person. The description of the skull also included a slur in reference to the group. Quote, Black, indigenous, and other ethnic bodies are not props for art. They are not objects to be pillaged and dissected by anyone. They are not exhibitions.
So is that what John was doing? Was he personally going and exhuming these graves?
And we shouldn't be okay with the private
trade, or he just had his mom and dad's credit card and bought bones.
Which people have no ethical right to procure in an industry built on racism and violence. The killer that TikTok users found and caught. So, on February 23rd of this year, Daisy De La O was fatally stabbed outside of her family's California home by her ex-boyfriend, 25-year-old Victor Sosa.
Tier 1
Victor was a suspect
Asian
immediately after her death, but he had already fled the country. They posted videos and images of Daisy, shared her story, as well as images of Victor calling for people to share and find him. They used the hashtag #JusticeForDaisy. Luckily, the videos landed on the right For You pages, and tips started rushing in. Victor Sosa had been spotted working. The person who sent this tip in said that Victor had been working at this bar for weeks and was living his best life like nothing ever happened. Susanna wants justice for her daughter and hopes by telling Daisy's story that other young women will find the strength to lead these abusive relationships. If you or someone you know is suffering in an abusive relationship, go to www.thehotline.org.
I feel like TikTok would actually be a really good tool for something like that.
Challenge.
Just because everyone has TikTok.
Trend surfaced on TikTok. That being
like, look at EDP, for example. EDP literally can't exist in even like a parking lot in bumblefuck nowhere without someone videotaping him for TikTok. That man can't go anywhere. So actually, maybe using TikTok as a resource for catching people would be pretty effective, just because there is so many people on TikTok.
The TikTok challenge that dares people to strangle themselves and escape. This challenge has been referred to as the Blackout Challenge, the game of choking, and speed dreaming. Even though this is public information, because this child is so young, I found out there was some type of video on TikTok letting kids know how to strangle yourself. But he's 7 years old, so how is he going to get out of it? A spokesperson from TikTok has since said that the challenge has been banned from the platform. Junior's family encouraged parents to block various social media sites and educate themselves about what could be lurking behind their kid's screen. The effect of
as a parent, you have to know TikTok's not going to be great for
beyond the United States. In January of this year, and this really begs the question, what dangerous TikTok challenge is going to trend next? And is TikTok even going to stop it in time, or is it going to take the lives of more kids?
Yes.
Zombie Woman is.
You want to know how you solve it? Unironically, YouTube had the solution. You have YouTube Kids, where you literally can't have anything but shit for kids. Then you have normal YouTube. And then they fucked it by just still allowing kids on normal YouTube anyway. So that's how you solve it. You have TikTok for kids, and you have a TikTok that kids cannot access. And the two never collide. That's how you also get rid of all your child predators. Easy. But then again, it's hard to you wouldn't know people's ages on TikTok for kids, I guess. I don't know how you'd enforce it. Right? We're prototyping right now in the lab. I'm still coming up with the solutions. Require an ID to sign up? Yeah, but kids don't have an ID. What are they gonna give me? Their fucking Roblox username? Yeah, it'd be tough. How would you enforce it? A biometric scan? Like, I don't know what the fuck he'd do. Social Security? That'd be good, because that solves two problems. Not many people want to give up their Social Security number, so then TikTok dies, and that's a net positive overall, too. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could do SSN.
In part 1, we spoke about a woman in Seattle, Washington who was clearly in distress. Many of you were telling me in the comments that the woman in the video is a woman by the name of Marilyn Stanley. At first, I thought so too, but after more research, these two cases are actually completely separate. These are not the same people. The story goes that this woman was in an abusive relationship with her then boyfriend, named Zachary. Throughout the relationship, he would beat her, and she didn't leave because he threatened to kill her if she tried. Eventually, she was over at his house, and out of nowhere, he punched her repeatedly in the face. He dragged her to his bedroom and continued beating her. Then his pit bull came and bit half of Marilyn's ear off. She blacked out and woke up to Zachary smirking, and he said, "Look at you. You're bald. Now nobody's gonna want you."
Jesus Christ.
She described, and Zachary, he ended up blaming the scalping on his dog, but detectives were able to find out that the knife
his dog
he
a
used
barber?
had scalp on it. This idiot ended up getting 20 years in prison, which, bro, honestly, I think we can all agree he deserves a lot more. And sadly, Marilyn has to wear wigs now since she cannot grow hair at the top of her head anymore.
God damn.
TikTok helped identify an Appalachian Trail killer.
Because that video looked like it was like makeup
TikTok
or something.
user
I thought it was like
Taylor,
from a horror set.
Flowers Don't Growl,
Holy
went
shit.
camping. The man must have been scared by the police lights because
It
he
sounds
just
super
eventually
fake.
wandered off and faded into the darkness. An officer accompanied them back to their campsite so they could gather their belongings and get the heck out of there. And Taylor learned not only the identity of the man, but the fact that he had killed someone just 2 weeks after they'd crossed paths. Ronald made it to Southwest Virginia. This is where Ronald ran into the man that attempted to murder Taylor and Chris, who was later identified as James L. Jordan. A Canadian woman nearby was also stabbed and managed to survive by playing dead. She then ran back to meet the other hikers and made a 6-mile trek to safety with them. In April of 2021, James Jordan was found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Devious lick trend. The devious...
What? I actually just read something the other day that when you plead insanity, it's actually worse for you. I was reading that, like, if you plead insane, it is significantly worse. Then you're just confined to a mental institution for, like, your entire life with no chance of parole or anything or some shit like that. Yeah, so he's not free. He's still in federal custody. That's what I just wanted to say. Though there is that... We even went over this on stream a while back. Do you guys remember, I think it was in Canada, there was that guy on a bus who out of nowhere grabbed a knife and stabbed a passenger. I think he ripped his head off, like cut his head off, and ate his eyeballs while everyone else on the bus watched. Because they got off the bus, he just out of nowhere started stabbing some random passenger. They all got off the bus, and he just sat there in the bus and ate the dude's eyeball. That guy only spent, I think it was 5 years in jail, and then was let go. He's completely free, he changed his name, and now he works a normal job. He's just back in general pop. No, it wasn't drugs, it wasn't anything like that. He pleaded insanity, and I guess after 5 years they said he was good. No, it's real. What the fuck was his name? We're kind of going back in time because we already did this, but let me look it up again. Vince Lee. Oh, the man formerly known as Vince Lee. Vince Lee was found not criminally responsible in the killing of Tim McLean. Bro, I don't know who he hired in court. He must have got Saul fucking Goodman. He was found not criminally responsible for the beheading and consumption of Tim McLean. So he was discharged in 2017 and changed his name, and he's back to business as usual. Fucking wild. He spent 7 years, though. It was 7 years, not 5. God damn. Wasn't drugs. Apparently, they said that he had untreated schizophrenia. That's what his legal defense said. Whether or not that's true, I mean, that's up to whatever you want to believe. But after spending 7 years institutionalized, they deemed him safe to be put back into, like, general pop. So he went to independent living. From independent living, he changed his name, and now he's just full-blown, like, back to being a citizen. Though even the people that discharged him have said, I'm concerned about a relapse. So, the man ate someone. Yeah. Not only did he eat someone, he ate like the worst part of someone. He ate a fucking eyeball. You know, like, push comes to shove, you and me were trapped on like a mountaintop, we're running out of food. The first thing I'm eating from you is not going to be your eyeball. I'd start with something that looks a little familiar, like maybe like your leg or something, like nibble on your calf. I would not start with an eyeball.
TikTok user Frey Todoroki. A Brazilian TikToker who goes by Freya conspired with 2 friends to kill a girl. 19-year-old Raíssa Borges wanted to know if she was a psychopath. To test this theory, she conspired with 18-year-old Freya and 22-year-old Jefferson to kill a petite person
Jesus
that couldn't
Christ.
fight back. 18-year-old
That was
Ariane Laureano
that's
de
what they
Oliveira.
decided to test
On August 24th,
their
the group
psychopath
invited
nature
Ariane
with.
into the woods to hang out. Raíssa then started to strangle Ariane, but ultimately couldn't kill her alone. That's when Freya and Jefferson joined in. As Ariane passed out, they stabbed her 3 times to make sure that she was gone. On September 16th, authorities arrested Raíssa, Freya, and Jefferson, and this case is still ongoing.
Hopefully it ends with
If you guys
life in
enjoyed
prison.
the video, make sure to leave a like. And if you're not subscribed,
If you want to know
please,
if you're a
may I ask
psychopath,
for
just
your
do what normal people
subscription
do.
if you
See
enjoyed
if you
the
like
video.
Overwatch.
Also,
that was good though. Those were good icebergs. I had heard of a decent bit of them, but not a ton. Especially not that last one. I'm about to drop a name on you like an anvil out of a Saturday morning cartoon. It's a name that you probably haven't heard in quite some time, like Hoobastank. No disrespect to Hoobastank. They had some bangers back in their day. But this is a name that you're going to have to dust off the cobwebs for to try and remember who they are. The Island Boys. Back in late 2021, they went viral for this song, I'm an Island Boy, that one. They became the punching bag of the internet, the biggest clowns that were not afraid to just keep dancing for everyone to laugh at, throw tomatoes at, and shoot spitballs at. They were the biggest joke online for quite a while. And everyone already knew that their time in the limelight was limited, but I don't think anyone knew exactly how long it would last, or rather, how short it would be. Because just like Hans Gruber at the end of Die Hard, they fell off, and in a big way. And to Clout goblins, that is a fate worse than death, because that attention is the most addictive drug in the world, and the Island Boys are some very strong addicts. They need attention more than they need air. They need attention more than their body needs water. It's like the most crucial nutrient in their diet. So when they stopped getting that attention, they lost their goddamn minds. They went fucking wild. They tried everything to get back in the public eye. They tried YouTuber boxing, they tried starting drama with other internet creators, they tried everything. They even did military recruitment for a little while, which was a wild arc in the Island Boy saga, and none of it was enough to get people to talk about or laugh at them again. Man, what the fuck? So I just noticed that for the entire opening of this video, I had a booger stuck in my mustache, just hanging on for dear life there. I'm not going to redo any of this, so I'm just going to let it ride. But I'm very disappointed that none of you stopped me to tell me about it, letting me just go on, continue making myself look like a fool, a greasy loser with boogers in his beard. Yucky. But anyway, the Island Boys, they fell from grace just as quickly as they rose to popularity, and everyone forgot about them. The end, right? Wrong. Because in the Island Boys' desperation, at the deepest pits of the Shadow Realm to which they were banished to, they hatched one last nefarious idea in order to get people to talk about them again. Incest. I'm not exaggerating and I'm not lying either. The Island Boys are back in the public eye because they are making out with each other, and just today announced that they're releasing an oral sex video with one of the brothers sucking the other brother's cock. If you didn't know, the Island Boys are actually brothers. It's not like some kind of, stepmom porn genre thing, like fake incest thing. They are legitimately brothers. And their plan has been, for the last week or so, maybe a bit longer, to just keep making out with each other in videos and keep ramping up how sexual it gets from kissing all the way till now, where one of them's sucking the other's dick. I'd be willing to bet by the end of the week they'll be fucking each other on OnlyFans as well. I guess their strategy is to farm clout off incest enthusiasts? I don't know, but they're over the moon about being talked about again. They've been making tons of response videos, even going on streams and doing podcasts and interviews about it. So they've been fully back in their press tour grind, and they have been doing everything possible to milk all the juice out of this tit. They've been giving all of these statements to publications. Initially, they were saying that they're both straight, and this is just a normal thing to do with your brother, which is a wild take. I can't imagine that that's a normal sibling activity. It shouldn't be. I can't picture a Thanksgiving meal where like your brother comes into town bringing some food and you're like, man, food was fire. Come here, let me see that neck. And you start like sucking on his neck like a vampire or some shit. It's just not a normal thing, and I'm sure the Island Boys know that. They're just saying things to get people to keep talking about them. And then the following day, basically, one of the Island Boys went on a stream and came out as gay. And then after that, I actually saw some people come forward to say that the only reason people are outraged at the Island Boys is because of homophobia, which I think is a delusional take. It's 2023. I don't have any problem with anyone being gay or anything at all. Most people in the world don't. This is incest. That's a whole new ballgame. That's an entirely different planet. And their incest is driven by the desire to get attention from people that are finding it and being understandably perturbed by it because it gets them attention. And then it gets them talking. And then the Island Boys keep feeding that flame to keep the perpetual motion machine going. And obviously that gets even more people talking about them, which seems to be the only thing in the world they care about. And it's just so fascinating to me how people's minds can be so poisoned by internet attention, to the point where it deteriorates in their brains so much that they will scratch at their neck desperately trying to think of a way to get that high of clicks and conversation about them going again. And then they resort to something this degenerate. Like, oh geez, most recent Instagram post only had 50 likes. Alright, that's it. I'm going with the nuclear option. Bro, get out your meat and your iPhone. We got business to take care of. We're not being talked about enough. We're throwing the Hail Mary. Like, it blows my mind that we are at this point in society where these two people never should have been famous in the first place. They got famous because everyone was making fun of them. And it became the most important component of their existence. And when that 15 minutes of fame finally dried up, they didn't know what to do with themselves. They couldn't imagine going forward in life without it. So for the last almost 2 years, all they've done is try to do everything possible to get people to talk about them again. And it's culminated into this shit now, where they're literally sucking their dicks because incest is alarming, obviously. And by alarming people, people will obviously start talking about it. And since people are talking about it, the Island Boys are happy. That's all that matters to them. They clearly don't care that it's negative attention. In fact, I don't think they've ever once in their life had positive attention, so this is an all too familiar feeling. All they know is negative attention and being that clown in the circus. It's so fucking sad what people will do just for attention. Like, this is disgusting stuff that they've resorted to now. They're no longer just cringe goofballs, you know, very silly goobers with some embarrassing shit and constantly making an absolute mockery out of themselves. They're no longer just on that cringe department. They've gone into a totally different realm here with all of the incest shit that they're putting out there. And I have a feeling that it's only going to continue to escalate. Eventually, people will stop talking about the incestuous island brothers here. And by eventually, I mean immediately. I think within the next couple days, people will stop talking about them altogether forever, because now, there's nothing to laugh at anymore, it's just gross incest. So, before the Island Boys had, you know, mainstream attention because it was something everyone could flip on, laugh at, dunk on them for, make fun of them for. It was cringy, it was silly, and even the Island Boys seemed to be in on the joke and laughing with everybody as the kings of cringe. They were all aboard the cringe train that left the station, and they were the conductors. This situation is completely different. This is just two brothers slurping each other's wieners. That's not exactly a wacky thing that people are going to share around to, like, laugh at as some kind of, like, wholesome, cringy thing. That's just something people are going to be like, no thanks. Don't really want to watch incest. So then most people just turn it off and forget about the Island Boys forever. Again. It's just such a crazy situation. To be so attention hungry, so clout driven, that you would resort to just filming incest porn with your brother. Shitting on Fortnite content isn't brave. It's the lowest hanging fruit on the internet. The content is fucking abominable, and we all know this. You have those incredible trends such as 1 kill equals 1 centimeter of my girlfriend's areola that I'll show on camera, doing Fortnite dances in real life while nude. Subscribe to my channel for a Ghoul Trooper skin, 10,000 V-Bucks, and a personal rim job from my mouth to your asshole. And then you've got conspiracy theory videos like, is Area 51 actually just a cover for the Fortnite cube? Just absolute shit is what I'm getting at. So me shitting on it doesn't make me a hero. But I'm gonna shit on it some more. Atop the Mount Olympus of suck-fucking Fortnite content there stands one champion. His name's Xility. It's all just clickbait nonsense like, Fortnite will fuck your wife while you're asleep, and here's how. Oh, and then the follow-up video, Ninja will fuck Fortnite's wife while Fortnite is asleep, and here's the evidence. And it's all just clickbait bullshit that's all padded for 10 to 20 minutes longer than it should ever possibly need to be. This is from one of his newer videos. Fortnite's gonna be offline for a while.
The East Coast is in a declared state of emergency because of Hurricane Florence, which is on a fast track to North Carolina and headed directly for Epic Games offices. If Epic Games doesn't do a good job preparing for this catastrophe, Fortnite servers could go offline for months.
He makes it sound like Hurricane Florence was targeting Epic Games, like God himself created Hurricane Florence to demolish Epic Games and steal all of our V-Bucks. It's amazing. He spends this entire video under the premise that Epic Games is going to be destroyed. It's going to be a pile of rubble and ash, and every employee is going to be fucking destroyed and sent straight to hell because of Hurricane Florence. He treats it like it's Voldemort. And then he has the audacity to pad this video over 10 minutes to talk about every single previous hurricane that's ever hit the United States. It's fucking horrible. It's the worst history lesson I've ever heard in my life. It's 3 a.m. and I've been watching Xility videos for the last hour. Probably gonna have a fucking dream of Xility clickbait. How Charlie woke up 6 inches taller, and then I'll wake up and I'm not 6 inches taller, I'm still 5'6". Anyway, I'm gonna finish this video in the morning. It's not a Fortnite YouTube video without an obnoxious, shitty intro, and Xility's intro is like if Allier's intro fucked a children's electric xylophone.
If flooding like this occurs in Carolinas, Epic Games and Fortnite are going to be out of commission for a while. On top of the flooding and the storm surge, there's also extremely high winds.
Yeah, no shit, Chief Meteorologist Xility. If Hurricane Katrina flooding happened in North Carolina, I'm sure the office would get a little soggy. It's a statement you can make about anything. You could show a video of an intense thunderstorm and say, but what if this happened in North Carolina right over Epic Games headquarters? What if a lightning bolt struck Epic Games, caused the entire facility to explode, killing every single worker there? There would be no more Fortnite, and this could happen, here's why. It's just fucking fear-mongering to make children afraid and click on his video because they think their beloved Fortnite's about to go offline for a few minutes, which didn't even happen. I mean, Hurricane Florence didn't destroy the USA, it's not underwater now. USA and East Coast hasn't become Atlantis. It was just a blatant fear-mongering to capitalize off the hysteria from the latest hurricane, and it's a shitty research video here. It's like a children's book report that is just padded for word count. If someone submitted this to me and I was the teacher, I'd give this a D. I wouldn't give it an F because they clearly put a little work in here in terms of editing, but other than that, there's just no substance here.
TSM Myth was one of the most viral Fortnite creators on YouTube and Twitch. However, over the last couple months, his YouTube views have dropped dramatically. His streams aren't performing as well, and he's unknowingly been killing his YouTube channel and career overall.
It was actually this video right here that convinced me that Xility is just a big old pile of filthy dog shit, because this is just so clearly baiting a bunch of people into clicking on it because they read that and go, hey, wait, TSM Myth hasn't lost his career, he's still extremely popular. What is this guy talking about? What was that one simple mistake? Then you watch this entire 17-minute insufferable video with this man's screeching, nasally voice, and he has nothing to say about how he lost his career. He keeps hyping it up like, he made one simple mistake. Oh, and we'll get there. Don't worry. It'll be towards the middle of the video. You get to the middle of the video? Oh, we're almost there, guys. We're just getting to chapter 3 here, act 4 of this play that I'm creating, and milking as much YouTube dollars as I can out of watch time, but trust me, it's coming. And then, you get to the end, and it's not there. This video is basically like one of those virus ads on a porn website. Click here to find the one simple trick that scientists don't want you to know about getting a bigger dick. That's what this video is. He shows one clip where he's like, this is the one, this is what cost Myth his career, and it's a clip where he falls off a cliff once, and then he's like, yeah, but this didn't really cost him his career. So the video said, this is how Myth cost himself his career, this is how he lost his entire fucking career, this is why he's homeless, this is why the mafia wants to kill him. You go through the whole video, and at the end he's like, yeah, well, obviously Myth hasn't lost his career, he's still extremely popular, but I mean, what if? What a convincing argument, bulletproof, watertight. What if Xility held the dirtiest part of my butthole? At least with that guy who became the meme for the Burger King ass pickles or whatever it was, he had like a cool voice and way of talking. Foot lettuce, that's what it was. At least he had a cool way of talking. There's nothing cool about this guy. There's nothing that draws anyone in here, except maybe his uber epic gaming challenges that he issues to his viewers in the middle of his videos, putting them to a dead stop to do this fucking stupid challenge to try and game the system and get more likes out of it. Let's check the one that he threw onto this myth video.
Did. The next thing we're going to talk about is the fatal mistake he made after his decline began, and a specific clip that was very instrumental in his downfall. But real quick, I've got a challenge for you guys, and you only have 5 seconds to accomplish it. Drop a like and subscribe, and if you're able to accomplish this in the next 5 seconds, then you will have 5 years of incredible luck. Just the luckiest things will start happening to you, so just trust me, try it. It really works, and let's get back into the video.
Hey, what's up, fam? Let's get those swag likes on this video and smash that subscribe button with bell notifications annihilated on, and you'll receive 10 years of pussy. Yahoo! This dude's fucking channel banner is begging people to turn notifications on and subscribe. And another big pet peeve, every single video he uploads, he hashtags Exility, hashtag Exility, as if a single child that subscribed to him is subscribed to him because they support him. They just like all the people he clickbaits. He's a brand new channel, it seems like, for the most part, in terms of content. But he's got the system figured out. If you want to really explode on YouTube right now, you take the most popular internet people and you make up some bullshit about them, or you do some cheeky bullshit where you count their donations, and that's how you do it. He's playing the game well, and he's not the worst Fortnite content producer there on the site. There's definitely worse ones and more insidious ones, but this one's just such a frustrating one for me personally, because I think this is just the laziest and shittiest content there is. At least when you're doing like strip challenges in Fortnite, you gotta actually strip, and there's something to that. Whereas here he's just leeching off of actually, talented people and people that others want to support, which is why they're clicking on these videos, because they're trying to learn about the person that they like. No, I'm sure everyone that watches Exility's videos don't even know they're watching an Exility video, because they don't give a fuck. They just want to hear about the content, that they want to hear about the producer that he's talking about. This is a type of video I've never made before. I'm making this purely out of spite. I'm just a vengeful spirit right now. I had to suffer, and I feel it's only fair you suffer too. On Twitter today, a few people tagged me in 2 TikToks that were just so insultingly offensive to my eyes. I was more disturbed than a Christian youth pastor going to see the director's cut of The Human Centipede. It was so yucky that I just feel obligated to inflict this pain upon you, the viewer. And I'd like to talk about them a bit further. It's from a trend on TikTok where weird dudes try and be sexual and do like sexual shit, but it's super fucking creepy. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love a video like this? Just massaging spit into a blanket that you're pretending is a clitoris. Like, who is this for? I can't imagine there's a single sentient human being out there that's, like, excited about this or being turned on like, fuck, I'm wet now. Or, like, being cheered on in the locker room. Yeah! Oh, baby, yeah! Keep fucking rubbing her clit. Yeah, look at him go. Yes! It's vomit-inducing, especially considering that the majority of the TikTok user base is children. And then he finishes the video by, like, grabbing and squeezing what he's simulating is supposed to be a vagina. So he's basically just fucking, like, grabbing on it like he's trying to start a lawnmower. He's fucking trying to pop a balloon in his hand. Like, it's so disturbing, like, the whole thing. And he's not the only one. There was quite a few videos I saw just like this. I don't really get it. Maybe I'm just getting older. But how would any woman see this and be like, damn, I gotta hit this guy up. He look at the way he's massaging his spit into that blanket. That could be my pussy right now. Oh my god. He could be massaging my pisser, and it'd feel this amazing like what I'm watching in this TikTok video. This guy's truly an expert. A sexual wizard. A pleasure wizard. From what I can tell, this trend is supposed to prove that you have sex. Like, hey, no, look, I fuck, and I'm good at it. and then they have like whatever songs playing here, Arctic Monkeys or whatever is going on. I don't know the song. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, like if I was to participate in this trend, I'd want to go like full-blown Alpha Chad Thundercock status. Like, I not only know how to massage one pussy, but 50. So I'd have like some inspirational music playing, you know, like maybe Scatman or something, and I'm just going all over the place. Fucking southpaw on them, maybe get like the Zoidberg going. Just simulating rubbing over 1,000 clits around me. And then maybe I'd be considered the most sexual man on TikTok. Which when said out loud sounds like a crime, actually. The thing is, this whole trend is so disturbing as a viewer. Like, how is this content that anyone would leave a like on? But what's crazier is I saw so many people trying to duet with this video in particular, so there were so many people moved by it and turned on by it that they wanted to respond to it and like fainting. Oh, it's wild. TikTok is truly an absolutely baffling cesspool sometimes. Why? Just why? My fucking day is ruined now. Dude hits a swan dive into a cunnilingus true combo. That's like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater line right there. I mean, good for him. You know, connecting all of those tricks together. And he sticks his tongue out and his tongue is like 20 feet long. Which I think is supposed to be like a turn on for the women that were watching. But I just feel like it'd be more of a detriment than anything. Because if this man goes to eat some vagina, he's also going to be eating butthole by accident. Like, his tongue is going to wrap around her like a G-string. It's going to be like tentacle porn, but with a tongue. So I don't think it's like necessarily the best thing in the world to have a tongue this long. Especially not for him in particular, because when you're going to administer the doctor-recommended dose of vaginal eating, you'll just get a taste of ass too. It's like, oh god, babe, why does your pussy taste like shit? It's like, well, you know why. Your tongue is fucking deep in my colon right now. How do you not realize that? But I don't even understand, like, this doesn't even show that you're good at sex, which I think the whole trend is supposed to. Because who the fuck is like, hey babe, you ready to bang? You ready to make a bedroom ham sandwich? Alright, here I come. And you do like a cannonball onto the bed, and then you just start like... But yeah, I just wanted to show these two videos from the trend here because I had to watch them, so I thought it was only... The world is still being bent over and spanked by the coronavirus pandemic, but today I want to focus on an equally large and growing disease. This is one I don't believe the WHO has recognized as a pandemic yet, but it's not far off, I imagine. It's called clout chasing. We've talked about this before when I mentioned the YouTuber who was making out with his dog for internet points. There was also the man who was executed by his girlfriend at point-blank range with a Desert Eagle because it was supposed to be a viral video for internet clout. This shit is wild. People are dying, people are becoming dumber, all in the pursuit of internet clout. It's an ailment that's mainly afflicting the youth because a lot of the younger generation just has their entire lives online. They just exist in the cyberspace. So they're trying to emulate YouTubers even though they only see a weekly prank video from them, so they're trying to live their life like that. They'll get all of their social information from Twitter and Reddit, so these younger people are literally being trained to be losers. Their father figure will be some Reddit shitposter named 2Beans1Cream who's giving him advice on the Red Pill subreddit. It's sad shit. These people view internet clout as like this holy grail, this elixir, near panacea, that once you achieve enough internet clout, everything is perfect in your life and you're totally healed and fulfilled. You could be the saddest, most greased up loser, but if you have enough internet clout, you're perfect. That's at least the belief that a lot of people have, which is why some so desperately dedicate their lives to getting imaginary internet points and clout. Today we're going to talk about one such person. Her name is Ava, and she is most well known for the coronavirus challenge that she started. I'm sure that video isn't new to any of you. You've probably all seen it by now, and if you've been on the internet for a long time, it's also not surprising or shocking that someone would do that. It's kind of like Goatsy. When I was young, Goatsy was like the craziest shit. Like, that's something that would make you like fucking close your eyes, puke, and just go wild. Like, oh, I can't believe I just saw that. And now all of a sudden, Goatse, it's like almost safe for work content. Like you could have Goatse as a Twitter profile picture and no one would bat an eye. It's still just sad to see someone stoop that low just for a crumb of attention, just a tiny morsel of internet clout that they can try and sink their little teeth into. It's just pathetic stuff. As you can imagine, spoiler alert, the attention was so ephemeral that no one even knows her name, which is good. So the only thing people know from, or remember her for, her legacy for the rest of her life, is just going to be the fucking idiot that tasted 1,000 dirty buttholes on a plane by licking a toilet seat. That's not exactly the coolest legacy to have, I imagine, but hopefully the 2 days worth of attention was enough. The reason why I'm even bringing this up now is because I'm seeing a lot of this on Twitter especially. I've seen a couple people licking toilet seats. One of them, I believe, got arrested and the Twitter account banned. So she did actually start some shit to try and influence people to doing some dumb shit for coronavirus pranks, challenges, whatever. So I figured I'd use her as the example here to talk about just how shitty clout chasing is and what a waste of time and life it is to pursue imaginary numbers on the internet. So let's show you a little bit more from Ava.
Hi to all of you stupid skanks who know that I still don't fucking have corona. I have something though, because I think I'm coming down with something, because I just feel so hot, rich, and iconic, and if those are the symptoms of something, then bitch, I'm ill!
A real zinger from Ava there, as she continues her mission to be the most unlikable person on the internet. This is her most recent life update posted on her YouTube channel of 6,000 subs. Not the smallest number in the world, but not exactly knocking on the door to being famous, so her little clout chasing stunt didn't really pan out the results she was looking for. She tries to pull off this pseudo-ironic, sarcastic approach to everything she does and says, you know, rich, famous, and iconic. But she doesn't do it well. It just makes you dislike her even more, because she's very clearly not self-aware enough to get the joke or make it into a joke. She herself is the joke, and she just makes it clear she wants to continue to be the punching bag as long as it gets her any kind of attention, which is just super sad.
Sweaty cottage cheese ass not leaving the couch. So yeah, he's been coming over and piping me this whole quarantine. The only thing about quarantine that's making me upset is I can't go get Botox, but otherwise I'm really happy because all the restaurants are closed, so I'm getting super skinny. That's all I want to say. Bye.
It's hard to find even a single quality to admire about Ava. Her approach to pretty much anything she does is perhaps one of the worst approaches you could take. She's been on Dr. Phil 3 times, the most recent one obviously being about the Corona Challenge shit. Ava, this part's for you. You've been on Dr. Phil 3 times and your shit is still not blowing up. Why the fuck are you still trying? Internet clout is clearly not in your future. It's not in the cards for you. Dr. Phil is like the one direction for the internet. Anyone on the internet that associates with Dr. Phil blows the fuck up. Except for you. You are the outlier. The shit you say and the way you conduct yourself is so unlikable that not even Dr. Phil could accidentally find you an audience. So stop being an asshole. Let's take a look at the Dr. Phil clip.
You then went to spring break and hung out on the beach with a bunch of people.
I was fine. I made out with a bunch of people. I was not hygienic. I acted like a degenerate. My immune system was down from all the drinking and drugs. And I should have coronavirus, but I don't.
Yeah, there's just no justice in the world. She didn't get coronavirus, but I'm pretty confident in saying someone around her most likely did, and I just really hope it wasn't someone of the older demographic and susceptible to it.
And they pick up your germs. You're putting their life at danger so you can entertain yourself, and that is ridiculously selfish and ridiculously irresponsible so you can have 15 minutes of fame.
Well, that's their problem, first of all, not mine.
When I first heard this segment, I was actually convinced she was just an actress that Dr. Phil hired just to get some easy ratings or views or something. But as it turns out, this is real. This is her being genuine. She's just actually this stupid. So she's honest at least. You can say a lot of things about Ava, but let it not be said that she's shy, because she's not afraid to come out here and show the world how dumb she is. She has no shame.
It's not their problem. You're the one that's doing it.
No, you know what's ridiculously irresponsible and selfish is that your generation only cares about this virus because it affects you. No one cares when it affects younger people. They just say it's our fault. You guys are the ones dying of it, not us.
Just an outright wrong statement, which isn't surprising because I'm pretty sure she's illiterate. Everyone's being affected by it and young people are dying from it. So, I mean, it's just wrong and she's just, again, wrong. But she does have an attitude that I've seen a lot of people on Twitter have, at least, where it's just all about themselves and just whatever kind of joy they can give themselves and just throwing caution to the wind. They don't give a fuck about anyone else. And I think that shit sucks. I think that's a terrible mindset to have.
It affects boomers. If it affects young people, you guys just find a way to blame us. But yet pandemic's affecting all of you, so you're locking everyone down and instilling fear globally.
Young people are dying from this as well. Do you even know how to spell science?
Dr. Phil had the same hunch I did, and I think that's extremely cute.
Duh. I'm a senior at Rutgers, and now I don't get to graduate. I mean, nothing's happening, which is fine. Like, it's not like I really went to class. This whole thing's a joke. Like.
So you think this is all a hoax created by Twitter? That's what you're saying?
I think, yeah. Well, one, Clout started this virus. A bunch of girls in China started eating exotic animals for views on YouTube, and I know for a fact that those bats probably do not taste good. They just wanted to shock people. And like, I get it because I'm a clout chaser myself. So this started a pandemic.
During that whole little codename Kids Next Door monologue she goes on there, I felt like it was scripted. I felt like it was just a joke put together by Dr. Phil, just to farm a little bit of controversy. And I just, snap my fingers and say, you got me good on that one, Dr. Phil-a-Rooney. I've been had. But again, I looked into her, and from everything I've seen, this is just her. That is how she acts, behaves, believes. That is genuinely her whole personality she put on display right there, which made me real sad because I thought as like a piece of reality TV, like make-believe, I thought it was pretty entertaining. But the fact that there are people that think like her and there are people that support her, they're not super hard to find. They're very few in number, but there's a few. I think that shit sucks. I think that shit's terrible. Now, for the coronavirus challenge prank, she did clarify on Dr. Phil, it wasn't a public plane toilet seat. She said it was her sugar daddy's private plane that she bleached and then licked. I don't know how true that is, but I mean, it's neither here nor there. It's just the desperation of it alone is enough to be just truly pitiful. But anyway, I think Ava is just the poster child for what clout chasing does to someone. Her entire life revolves around it. It's just a real sad shit, really pathetic trend that I've talked about before, but with coronavirus coming around now on the internet side of things, people are taking that and using that as a platform to try and gain some quick little attention through some true. It takes a lot to gross me out. If we were living in the Marvel universe, I would have already been recruited by the X-Men because Charles Xavier would have identified me with Cerebro as a mutant with the superhuman inability to feel disgust. I was just born without that gene to get grossed out by something. Until today. I promise you, I could watch 2 girls, 1 cup while eating chocolate ice cream first thing in the morning and not bat an eye. I wouldn't feel a thing. It would just be another casual viewing experience. But today, I found something that rattled me to my core, made my skin crawl. It is so icky. Amaranth announced a collaboration with a beer company to turn her vaginal yeast into a cold brewski for all to enjoy. I couldn't imagine drinking something more revolting. I'd rather drink sewage. I would rather lick a cockroach, a live, living cockroach, than take a sip of vaginal yeast brew. There is no one on the planet I would be enthusiastic about drinking the pussy beer from. Let's extend the net here. It doesn't even have to be vaginal yeast beverages. Any kind of like bodily fluid body part beer sounds awful. If Jesus Christ right now resurrected again and he said, please, my children, feast upon my ass juice beer, I'd be hesitant. I'd be like, hey, bud, I appreciate everything you've done, but I really don't want to be drinking fucking colon cell brew beer, right? Like, I'll drink your blood. I'll drink blood before that. Like, can we meet somewhere in the middle, a compromise? And when going through their website where they explain everything, I feel like I'm being indoctrinated into a cult, like I'm reading cult flyers or something. It's so odd and off-putting. They take an already revolting concept of using pap smear cervical cells to make a beer out of and make it even more disgusting by the way they talk about it. So the company is a horny Polish brewery called the Order of Yoni, according to this Kotaku article. And when you go visit their site, they kind of explain's the wrong word. They kind of go over the process and also the motivation behind it. They have this page here that looks like Star Wars opening text at the start of one of the movies. And it's a deep look into a deranged psyche behind the evil masterminds of this idea. Imagine an extremely sensual image of femininity, which has often appeared in the wildest of fantasies. You are fascinated by her captivating outward appearance, her passion, her coquettish movements. Admiration reaches its apogee, and the desire to satisfy the senses with its charm increases. This is the most pretentious dog shit I've ever read in my life. They absolutely just typed a prompt into ChatGPT to spit out something moderately profound, full of, like, buzzwords. Reach out for a bottle filled with a golden beverage replete with female essence. Give yourself up to your instincts and enjoy the intimacy of an extraordinary model. I don't know why they're calling it a golden beverage unless they're also bottling her piss for a beverage, which I'm assuming is right around the corner. You might be able to get like a combo pack here where you get vaginal yeast brewskis as well as a palate cleanser of piss champagne or something, perhaps. You deserve to stimulate your mind and enhance your taste sensations. If you buy this, you deserve to not have access to money anymore. This is a huge waste of money. Please, God, Lord help anyone who purchases this. The Order of Yoni is a sensual experience in the form of a beer enclosed in a bottle, obtaining its unusual flavor notes through the use of champagne yeast, wheat malts, and exclusive additives in the form of orange peel, coriander, and aphramomum. The composition is enhanced with the use of lactic acid from vaginal bacteria to bring pleasure to the senses. They talk about pussy beer as if it's some kind of, like, end-all be-all panacea, like this sacred nectar from the heavens, where you're going to take a sip of this and it's going to change your whole fucking life. It's going to make you taller and more attractive, and now you're appreciating the true femininity of the female form. When really, if you buy this, I don't think this brings you any closer to women. In fact, it probably pushes every woman away from you if they know that you are a buyer of vaginal yeast brews. That's the worst shit ever. That's like the biggest red flag. Now, I'll be open and honest here. I considered making edible assholes for like a tier list. I've talked about this idea before, where all my friends send in their butthole mold, so that way there's a company overseas that turns it into edible chocolate, and I was going to tier list all of my friends' asses. But that's a little different because it's just chocolate in the shape of what their brown balloon knot looks like. It's not actually using their poop shooter in order to make the chocolate. It just takes an impression of it and makes the chocolate look like that. So it's still like totally edible chocolate. It's very different than having turned her vaginal yeast into a beer itself. That is crossing a line. That is the point of no return. If you're buying this and like getting hard from it, like being so terminally horny that you consider this like a sensual experience, is so weird to me. Now, they do go over the process a little bit here, and it still feels like it's some kind of brainwashing procedure. We devote a lot of time to looking for a woman who has all the desired instincts, the goddess we want to put in a bottle. Oh my lord, making me want to vomit just with that statement right there. We discovered the process of transmitting female essence by isolating lactic acid bacteria from yoni of sensuous women. Paulina, brunette. Monica, blonde. Patricia, blonde. An essential part of this process is to ensure the safety of our product. During isolation, the material is tested for the absence of other bacteria and viruses. These procedures prevent other bacteria and viruses from surviving, thus allowing the growth of only lactobacillus bacteria. Once again, in terms of certainty and safety, a final test of the propagated lyophilized bacteria is carried out before the use and preparation of the material. Jesus Christ, I'm not a fucking pussy beer scientist. These words are throwing me for a loop. But basically, they're talking about how they're going to ensure you're not going to get sick from it. A gynecologist collects a vaginal smear from the models. These smears are taken to a laboratory where bacteria are isolated, cleaned, and analyzed and multiplied. At the end of the process, the bacteria are used to produce the pure lactic acid that goes into yoni beer. They also have an entire lore breakdown behind the company here, the whole story. Great goddess, the greatest among gods, feminine deity whose main reincarnations were Aphrodite, Venus, Ishtar, Makash, and Freya. Thousands of years ago, the great goddess's worshippers and priests in almost all cultures and civilization discovered her sacrament, her divine part lying hidden in the deity's yoni. Priestess of the goddess had found deities amongst women, took with respect the Saint Yoni lactobacillus, the divine sacrament, and combined it with water, malts, and yeast, creating the first sour ale. And then it goes on and on into this like wild and wacky history lesson. I don't know. I don't know enough about the origins and the genesis of the first sour vaginal beer to be able to comment on the authenticity of the story they tell here, but it is still creepy and weird regardless. This is like a really weird company. Now, Amaranth herself, the patient zero of vaginal beer deities, said that it's hilarious. People will buy the beer for sure. I don't know if they'll actually drink it. I mean, they'll probably drink it. They'll definitely drink it. I actually have more respect for the people that were buying Belle Delphine's bathwater as a collector's item than the people that are going to buy and consume vaginal yeast beer. That is just so yucky to even think about. The flavor notes on that must be incomprehensible. Like, you take one sip of it and your brain immediately goes smooth as the regret washes over your entire being. Like, it's just, it's so odd. She views it as a joke, which I understand. Like, if you're gonna do this as a joke, whatever. I mean, it's still a weird joke to make, but at least she's not saying that she thinks it's like a good, sensual idea to bring her fans closer to her, take all of her fans into her fucking womb, or whatever, to start feasting on her cervical cell beer. But yeah, like I said, it's no easy task to make me feel disgusted. But this pulled it off. Just imagining drinking that makes me a little nauseous. So I just wanted to talk about this. I have no doubt it's going to be a smashing success here for her and that company. I don't think she's the first one they're doing this with. On their website, they have the deities thing, where there's 3 women there, and I'm guessing they already made this product with those 3 women, and now Amaranth is just another one signing up for it. And I have no doubt her audience is going to buy all of it. I think it's going to fully sell out. They'll probably need to really have her go on to the gynecologist once a day to keep fucking scrubbing for the yeast they need. Well, actually, no, I don't think they need to do that, because according to their website, they can just keep fucking cloning the yeast she sends in. So this is like a one-and-done thing for her, and she's just going to be able to keep raking in profits every time they start firing up a new batch of vaginal beer. So, I guess a smart business move, maybe? I have no idea, but I do foresee this being a huge hit with her audience, which is very pathetic to. I want to quickly address something that I've been ignoring the last few days. The reason I've been wearing so many black t-shirts is because my white t-shirts were being washed and I forgot that they were still in the hamper in the laundry room, so I've just been grabbing black t-shirts after my showers. That's it. There's no like deeper meaning to it. Now anyway, I want to share with you a video that is probably one of the most embarrassing things I've seen someone post on their own accord. This is a video that you couldn't torture me enough to release. Like, this is something that I would try to bury. I would spend every dollar I've ever earned in order to erase this video from the fucking internet because it is so unbelievably cringe. This is something that I would take to my grave, and even after I'm dead, would still have blushing cheeks and feel shame for having ever filmed. And this is something that they freely posted on their own. It's a group of kids that are harassing McDonald's employees.
Walk into the back of McDonald's again!
Yeah, I wasn't exaggerating. These are actual milk-drinking, diaper-shitting children. But that doesn't excuse the behavior, and it's mainly the reason I want to talk about this, because they get away with doing all kinds of degenerate shit because they know the authorities can't fully punish them, so they always just get slaps on the wrist, if that. Which just allows these clout-hungry little goblins to continue doing this degenerate shit for views on TikTok, and then they grow up into just fucking losers. I understand you can't just throw these 13-year-olds in jail for any of this, but there has to be some kind of punishment to fit the crimes. Like, okay, you kids went on video to harass these McDonald's workers, so we're going to your house and we're taking away your Xbox, and we're repossessing all of your Fortnite V-Bucks and deleting your account. There's just gotta be something, because clearly they're not getting discipline from their parents at home, probably just being sat down in front of an iPad having their fucking brains rot, so they think this is a good idea, and that the only thing that matters in the world is internet views, so they keep coming up with dumb shit like this, harassing McDonald's workers, and that's just the gateway drug. In 5 years, next they'll be doing like the fucking Kia challenge where they're stealing cars, and then next it's charging people in a Walmart parking lot with a knife, and then they get themselves shot.
As you can see, I'm walking, yeah? I'm walking. Let's go, let's check the inspection. It's the Mizzy. I'm a wife from Mizzy. Alright, let's check the inspection. I'm walking, let's check the inspection. Thank you very much. Inspection.
It's a sensory overload because the kid who filmed it is also doing voiceover after the fact, so it's overlapping. It sounds like you're caught in like a Dormammu time loop. It's just constant words and nonsense. It sounds like when you're playing Chivalry 2 and people are just spamming voice lines all over the place. It sounds like when the fucking nematodes show up to the Krusty Krab. It is miserable to listen to. Also, I have no idea why they were making all of those clicking noises when they entered the McDonald's. I'm guessing that's just them trying to be quirky with their signature style. But really the background noise that should have been playing whenever they roll up on something should be circus music, because they're a bunch of clowns. Now I know all of this sounds mean because they're actual kids, so I'm picking on children, but god damn it, the authorities aren't doing anything about it, so I might as well step in and try and, like, you know, deliver some hard truths that what they're doing is fucking cringe and embarrassing and they should feel shame for it. Like, this is awful. It's fucking stupid. They should be insulted for it. Like, especially now, so that way they'll stop doing it.
Inspection, crazy. I have to check the inspection, I have to check the fries and everything. Man, I have to check everything just in case. And me and my bro, we got locked in there, bro. Look, me and my brother. They locked us in it. They locked us in it.
It just doesn't stop. So they're in the back of the kitchen, they're like walking around, like touching some of this shit, bothering all of the workers, just being an actual headache. Just a blemish on society here. Just for nothing other than TikTok views. It's so fucking juvenile. And yes, I know they're kids, goddammit, I get it. But this is fucking trash. This shouldn't be encouraged. Hats off to the McDonald's workers for taking swift action here. They immediately call the police and then close the door so that way they're trapped in that one location till the police get there. And also, I'm gonna give a little free advice to the kid that filmed this. Give up. Making videos is just not for you. Like, the whole idea behind this with walking to the back of the kitchen is garbage in the first place, but also you clearly have no fucking clue what you're doing. You're doing voiceover while all of the other words are being spoken, so it's just pure commotion and pandemonium. No one can make out anything that's going on here. It sounds like we're listening to Charlie Brown's parents. It's fucking awful. Just stop. Just try and commit to something else that's not fucking pranks or whatever this was supposed to be.
My legs were sinking. My heart was bum. I was scared. Like Ronaldo. Call the police. Sexual harassment. I'm recording this. I'm recording this.
It literally sounds like they're accidentally emoting. But anyway, you can see that these little scumbags aren't just here doing an innocent prank. Now they're saying that if the police get there, they're going to say that they were sexually harassed by the workers. That's a serious thing to do. I mean, that's a fucking crime to falsely report something like that. That's just downright evil. That's just straight up fucking evil.
Man, then we're outside in the fucking district every fucking time, bro. What? Bro, what are you gonna do, bro? Come, badness, bro. She was recording me. I was like, hey, girl, record me. You might as well get my number, bro. Hey, you just walked in. You guys do that,
Honestly, this whole video kind of sums up the human brain on TikTok really well. It is actual constant fucking noise. Just gibberish. Literal random fucking noises at all seconds because they didn't want a single millisecond to go by without some kind of fucking noise, because there needs to be perpetual jingling keys on that platform, which is why there's always like Subway Surfers underneath every video. It's kind of frightening. I really do wonder what TikTok has done to the human brain and if we're going to see any kind of wild effects from that in like 10 years. If people are just going to be completely unable to focus on one thing, they're going to need like multiple things in order to keep their attention.
It's not right. You are not. Why you coming? Let me get told. No. Why you coming? Boss, can I go out? Why you coming? No, because someone. What? Boss, can I come out? Can I come out?
It just doesn't fucking stop. It sounds like listening to a team of Pikmin trying to lift something heavy. Now, I know that I kind of insinuated that I view a lot of these things like a failure of parenting, and that's not always the case, and I recognize that. It's kind of wrong of me to assume that kids like this are the product of bad or neglectful parents. Sometimes there are just people that are too far gone, like kids that get too deep into this obsession with internet brownie points, the updates, the likes on TikTok, and no amount of good parenting can kind of curb that. It's just a lesson that the kids have to learn themselves when they realize that all of that effort was wasted and that they've just turned into a fucking loser from chasing it.
Tell him again, bro. What? I ain't scared. You ain't scared. Pussios, bro. Come fight me, bro.
I don't know.
Open the door. What, so you gonna let us go or you just gonna stay here? Because I'm gonna tell the police that you strangled me because you strangled my neck. I have video footage of you strangling my neck.
It's the teenagers.
Yeah, you never strangled my neck, but I just said like you strangled my
16.
neck so you could like get me out.
Another one of those false claims that could ruin a person's life if they tried that. So now, not only were they going to accuse them of sexual harassment, but also accuse this guy of strangling the kid's neck. And he even admits, like, yeah, that guy never did that, I was just going to say that. Which is fucking crazy. That's nuts. That is just evil. Like, full stop. That is just evil shit.
My neck started to do the stanky last stank. Stanky last stank, and I'll break your lamb. Break 'em. Are you Mendoza, mother? We got freed. Bow! Bow! The feds came. Bow!
Yeah, so you just get to walk out after the police get there. I really do think all of the workers handled this pretty well. They immediately called the authorities, kept them there till they got there. It's just a shame that all of that effort was moot, and the kids will likely just come back and do this again for more internet views since this kind of went viral for them. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because there's been like a real rise in kids doing stupid shit in public for the sake of internet views and at the expense of just normal workers. It's really frustrating shit, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon since the kids aren't getting punished for it, so why would they stop? They don't care about like the negative reception they get online, all they care about is the big number they see next to their views. Nowadays it feels like kids are almost incentivized to be the biggest douchebag possible as early as possible so that way they can start farming views because outrage is the quickest way to like relevancy on TikTok and that TikTok fame that they even mention in this video. Like, they are clearly aware that by being an asshole in public, they're going to get some attention from it. So it's almost like incentivized, and there's just gotta be... Yeah, it's only been a couple days since I talked about the NPC TikTok live streaming trend, and it is completely out of control now. It's spreading faster than the bubonic plague, and it's significantly worse for your health. It is tragic that this is the state of entertainment now. I don't blame any of the streamers hopping on this trend because it's an infinite money cheat code right now. This is a non-stop avalanche that's only gathering more and more steam, but instead of it being an avalanche with snow, it's an avalanche with doubloons. This is legitimately free money because people, for some reason, are just throwing all of their allowance, all the schmeckles from their pockets at every single TikTok streamer that's doing this NPC trend. I'm confident all of you have heard and seen this trend by now, but just in case, I'll introduce you to the patient zero that started this NPC streaming outbreak.
Grab, fire, meow, hee-haw, yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl, let me write it, huh? Aw, thank you, Fruity, I love you. Balloon. That was good. Coconut. Hee-haw, yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Grab.
This is Pinky Doll, and with the rate at which she's growing from this trend, she'll end up being more well-known than the Bible at this point. She has exploded from this. 50,000 viewers during her most recent NPC stream, and apparently, according to reports, eyewitness accounts, she went for 5 hours of doing that nonstop. Can never fault the work ethic there. That is some fucking iron will. That is a certified top 10 anime never give up moment right there. 5 hours of just repeating the same emotes forever, literally just spamming taunts in a fighting game for 5 hours like this. That's not easy. That's beyond mind-rotting. But that's where the money's at right now. She has blasted a new market wide open here with weirdos that want to watch NPC streams forever. So it's really smart from her to capitalize off this, especially considering I imagine it won't last for too much longer. This is absolutely one of those lightning in a bottle situations. I would be shocked. And I've been wrong before. It's rare, but I have been wrong. Like the time I thought I got bit by a bat watching Jurassic World in theaters, and it turned out I had just fallen asleep and had a nightmare. Point is, I have been wrong. And I don't think I'm wrong here. I believe this trend will probably fizzle out and die like a sad little wet fart within about another week or two. 2 at most. I just really don't envision a world where kids will continue to keep coming back to these because it's the same thing every single time. Though, I'm going to go ahead and argue with myself here. On the flip side of that coin, kids do just endlessly loop Finger Family videos and Elsa making out with Spider-Man shit and you know, Crazy Shark or whatever his name is. Left Shark, I think is what it is. Baby Shark. Christ. Like, they do subject themselves to the exact same things on repeat forever, so maybe this will have legs for quite some time. I'm not really sure, but regardless, it's smart from Pinky Doll to keep striking while the iron is hot, because she is making a fat stack of cash from all of this here. And again, she's not alone. This has become the biggest trend right now. Either people hopping on ironically and then still doing it for like hours and then doing it multiple streams, or just people fully shamelessly copying and doing exactly what she does. If you go on TikTok and just scroll through live streams, pretty much all of them are this. There's been a bunch of videos posted of it, so I'll just show you clips from a couple of them that keep floating around of people that just scroll through TikTok lives, and it's literally every single one of them doing NPC streams.
Guys, thank you all for the likes. I appreciate it. The roses. 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 Roses.
The clip goes on for a lot longer, but I want to quickly interrupt before getting back to it. That roses to roses true combo there was actually fucking wild. That wasn't planned or anything from the person who posted this, I don't think, because they were just scrolling, I believe. So that just happened naturally. Like, that's how formulaic the NPC streams are. They're pretty much the same thing, just repeated forever. And they all generate a lot of attention from the audience, like thousands upon thousands of viewers for pretty much every creator that's hopping on board, as well as a ton of money, because again, the trend is NPCs acting out their emojis that people are donating. So they're getting donated roses, so it's smelling the roses. Roses! 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 Oh, roses! 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 Like, across the board forever. It's always the exact same shit for everyone doing it, and it's highly successful for them. And the audiences, for some reason, find it very entertaining and satisfying, which is concerning. It's the perfect illustration of just how bad for the human attention span TikTok is. Like, this is some fucking embarrassing shit for the future generations here. Because this content, the NPC streams, is basically just resetting the human brain to default factory settings. It's making you devolve to baby brain. Watching this is like watching parents play peekaboo with their baby. Peekaboo? Peekaboo? And then the audience is like, every time. Every single time, even though it doesn't change. It's fucking wild.
Hello, I'm AI.
Rebooting. System rebooting. Thank you for your...
GG. Thank you for the share.
Live. Get Queen Slaying. Hi, Zaza.
A couple of those were scrolled to a little too quickly to really recognize that they were NPC streams, but they were. Like, if you slow it down, like one of them that went by really quick, they did have the hair iron out with the kernel in it, popping individual popcorn, just like Pinky Doll does in the NPC streams. Everyone on TikTok is trying to get in on this infinite money glitch. And the content itself is legitimately just perpetual stimulation, jingling keys, making as much noise as possible, as often as possible. And it's working. You can see how effective it is, which is so fucking sad. Again, not for the people doing it here, because it's a free bag, and basically they just have to be the little clown honking their nose in order to make the children laugh by saying the same shit every single time for emojis that come through in the donations. I don't really get it. I'm not a fucking psychologist here, but if I was to spitball a guess, maybe this is like an audience of people that didn't get a lot of attention growing up, like their parents didn't play peekaboo with them, or Here Comes the Airplane with their vegetables, and seeing someone do something similar is kind of filling that missing piece in their soul, and that's why they keep coming back every single NPC stream and watching and donating to all of them. That would be my guess, but again, I can't really sit here and psychoanalyze every single spectator of this new sport and try and understand the inner machinations of their complex noodles out there. It's a little beyond my pay grade. I don't fully understand it, but I respect the people that are on the grind making a ton of money off of a wacky trend like this. I've also heard a lot of other people refer to this as an NPC fetish, which again could be true, maybe, I suppose. That there's maybe some merit to that claim, but I'm also not a fetish scientist, so I'm pretty in the dark on that one too. But regardless, one thing that's inarguable, it's extremely successful, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. In fact, it's only growing in popularity. But again, I do think that its days are numbered. I don't think it's going to last that much longer, so anyone that's on the NPC trend, you gotta stick this shit out for as long as possible. Fucking grip it as hard as you can in order to just continue to squeeze it for a little extra juice. Also, I mentioned that it's not easy to do this because it's not. Like, it's super simple, but it's not easy. It's many hours of just repeating yourself forever. But what I am surprised I haven't seen more of, and maybe it's just because I don't watch the NPC streams, I only see what gets posted online for the frequency of it. What I'm surprised that more people aren't doing is just recording maybe like 15 minutes of you going through all of these emotes like, thank you, fire, gang gang, gang gang, gang gang, all of that. Do that for maybe 10 minutes, and then just loop the video on a TikTok live stream. TikTok live streams are filled with fucking scams already. It's a fucking cesspool of scams. And one of the scams that people do is fake live streams where they just loop a video like that. I'm surprised people haven't been doing that for this trend, especially considering how easy it would be to do that. Like, I don't think anyone's going to be sitting there and recognizing like, oh, they didn't react to the roses. Oh my god, they didn't react to the dumbbell. Wait a minute, this is fake. And even if they did, what are they going to do about it? TikTok doesn't shut that shit down. They haven't shut down any of the scam streams, so I'm just surprised that that hasn't become more prevalent with this trend, but maybe it's just because I haven't been paying that much attention to the actual streams. Maybe this is super common and most people are faking it. That's very possible, I'm not sure. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because Reddit's darkest corners. Let's ride.
Very quick.
Thanks,
The first
Resub.
announcement
Carney
is
in blood.
600,000 subscribers. The last video,
This channel's
I was freaking
popping
out about
off.
500,000. Thank you to all the newcomers that are coming from Critical's channel. First of all, Charlie, thank you so much. I know I told you thank you in DMs, and by the way, guys, the fact that I spoke to
He's such a
Critical,
sweetheart.
literally a dream come true. I sound
Unironically,
like
he's
a
such a
broken record,
sweetheart.
but I feel like let's just go even deeper than the surface. This video will be a little.
You
bit
don't
different,
want to
but I
go
asked you
deeper
guys
than the
over on
surface
my
on
community tab
Reddit.
to help me out. r/Jizzy cards.
Jizzy cards.
37 members. Oh boy, we're starting off strong with this one. Okay, r/Jizzy cards. If you had to take a guess of what that even meant, go ahead, take a guess.
Alright, I bet I can nail this. I would imagine it's people doing cum tributes on old video game cartridges. I would say it's people that like, I love Ocarina of Time so much, here's the N64 cartridge. Just fucking blast it. That would be my guess.
Certain you wouldn't have guessed men ejaculating onto video game cartridges and
But I did. I fucking did.
discs. For fun. Yeah.
Yep,
pretty
but I
much.
did.
There's only
I know these communities so fucking well. I've never heard of Jizzy Carts. I know this shit so well. Because there's other communities like this. Like I mentioned cum tributes. This is huge for like figurines. It's like U2's. U2's has their own cum tribute community where people will get U2's of their favorite YouTuber or whatever and they'll literally just cum on it. They'll put it in jars and shit. Yeah, it's huge. It's fucking huge. So I knew right away Jizzy carts had to be video game related. I bet most people go to like shopping carts or something of cum, but I fucking knew exactly where this was gonna go.
The main user posting these images go.
Oh, I want to read the request. What did he want? If it wasn't Donkey Kong 64, they fucked up. That's a cool cartridge. Oh, better yet, Majora's Mask. That had the holographic. Good to see a rareware game being humiliated like this. I would shoot a load on Conker's Bad Fur Day, but I'm low on money at the moment. It costs nothing to ejaculate. Unless you have to put like a quarter in like a jar at your house like for every time you sin. I don't know what you mean. I guess like he has to buy the game.
User snapped fingers. This story begins with the user claiming that they can see things that aren't actually there, like paranormal things, and that they were told by experts on Discord that they have to make a sacrifice.
Experts on Discord, huh?
In order for the interdimensional beings to leave them alone. Discord experts? Like...
That's what I said.
The things they describe.
That's definitely a red
as
flag.
Dark figures, that of Worthless 319, which we already covered on the channel. So make sure to watch that after this video. Eventually,
Worthless 319 was the video we watched. It's about the Redditor who claimed he blew his cock off to save the world with a gun. I'm pretty sure it was all a hoax. I looked into it further after the stream. I'm almost 100% sure that was all just a big like ooh, so edgy kind of thing. The pictures weren't even of like a dick that had been shot by a gun. It was just more of like a really deformed, weird wiener. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, that was definitely not like a real thing. But the penectomy shit is real. There are people that do actually cut their cocks and all of that, but it wasn't that Redditor doing it.
Snapped Fingers questions the reality of there being a hell portal in the Paris catacombs and explains that they're booking a flight to put an end to this. Thus, the former limestone mine
Someone got
from
lost in the
became a
Paris
space
catacombs and
referred to
died.
As the catacombs. So yeah, it's a
I think
very
there's like a
creepy
YouTube
place
video
which you
about
can
it.
actually go visit some of it. I used to run track back when I was in junior high school. I can likely outrun any possessed people. I am excited to finally close this chapter of my life and shut that blasted portal off for good. Now, personally, I do think this person was suffering from schizophrenia. Or, I could be completely wrong. This could be someone just looking for attention. The thing with these Redditor stories...
Most likely attention when on Reddit.
Don't r/coming on figurines.
35. That's what I was just fucking talking about. This is where they'll do like U2s, Marvel figurines, all kinds of shit. I was just talking about that. Yeah, this one's kind of popular. They go kind of wild. All right.
/cum tagging, 2,000 members. So yeah, this one's just the guys splurging on objects. Men splurging on objects. I mean, that's it. There's nothing more to explain to that. We have public trash cans, airport toilet paper holders, campus bathrooms.
I actually...
Yeah.
So, I don't know about cum tagging, but I do know there was a... I don't want to give too much away about the guy. I've talked about it before. We've talked about it before on the podcast. We used to have this thing where we talk to people from the Patreon podcast, and one of the people that was a regular is a U.S. soldier, and he was on a submarine. He was one of the nuclear subs. So in between his tours, he'd come on to the hangout with us, and he'd always tell us the stories about like the people on the subs to pass time will literally just like come on things in the sub. I don't know how real that is, or if it was just like his degenerate crew or whatever, but it's apparently like super common, at least on that vessel, because he would talk about it like pretty much every time he came back. Do we have any other like submarine boys in here that can confirm or deny? What episode? No, it was like just hangouts where we just talked to people. It was a while ago. We haven't done that in a couple of years now. I heard living on those is fucking horrible. Oh, it sounds absolutely miserable. Yeah, it sounds true. I can't imagine a worse career than being on a submarine. You can't leave it. You're confined to such tight space, and apparently all your friends are just ejaculating on everything. Sounds terrible.
I found a lot of subreddits that are now archived. They don't exist anymore, right? But we have r/beating women. We have r/r-wording women.
Jesus Christ.
I hate women. We have r/just r-word. I'm not gonna go through what... I mean, you guys can imagine.
Yeah, I can pretty much take a guess.
Look at the suggestions.
Oh my god, what the fuck is this? There's a thing on Reddit where like almost every sub has the same moderators. I wonder if they were mods on here. I imagine at least one or two of them were. There's only like 100 mods on all of Reddit, and they happen to mod every other subreddit on that fucking site. Like there's some mods that are literally a power mod of 100 other different subreddits. Was that first one Tub Girl? I didn't read it.
Gone wild. 1.2 thousand members. We fuck shit up. This community is for the dedicated sink pissers who want to take their game to the next level.
Fuck yeah, finally.
2019. This is a subreddit dedicated to people peeing in sinks.
Finally, my kind of people.
Is pointless at this point.
My brethren.
Reddit. And I'm sure some of them are gonna watch this. My videos get very popular now, and if I'm offending any of you, I'm sorry. I don't want any of you to fucking pull up to my house and start peeing in my sink.
True, you don't want to fuck with the sink
pissers. It's not like I have a piss kink or anything. I don't. I mean, imagine going to a friend's house and then thinking, oh boy, I can't wait to take a piss in their sink and record it for
I'm sure everyone's pissed in a sink at least once in their life. Like, let's not mince words.
Make sure to leave a like, and if you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe.
We've all been 2 or 3 Bud Lights deep, 19 years old, and
an extremely sad story.
It's a little wacky.
Last word. r/jailbait. The Urban Dictionary
definition. Oh, that was a big one back in the day.
Female who is under the age of consent.
That shit was fucked.
Acts, and at the time, Eric Martin.
They used it at the front page almost every week.
Subreddits, including jailbait, by claiming that it was one of the side effects of promoting free expression on the web. Reddit administrators took down the subreddit after a user shared a picture of an underage teenager, saying that he had nude photos of her as well. And many users were requesting, send me. Yeah, it's just pretty disgusting stuff.
Yeah, he's underselling how popular that was. Back when I first found Reddit, I would have been, a junior in high school? Jailbait was usually on the front page. That was a massive fucking subreddit. What year would that have been? 2011-ish? It was fucking crazy. Yeah, and that was like, for some reason on Reddit, that like was totally normal. And I remember someone made a big hoopla. I don't remember, it might have been r/atheism to be honest, because that was also huge then. Someone made like a huge hoopla, like, why the fuck are we just allowing like open pedophiles on the site? Like, super transparent. And they're like, no, jailbait's fine. Jailbait's good for Reddit, actually. And it was like a huge controversy when people were like, we need to get jailbait the fuck out of here. But they fought tooth and nail. That was on there for a long time. Like a really long time. Much longer than you'd expect.
Alright guys, that's gonna be it for this video. Don't click off yet. Don't click off yet.
I knew almost all of those.
People were saying that
he didn't even cover true cells, which is surprising.
And I just cover them in a mediocre way.
Do you guys remember true cells? That was a little bit before the big incel explosion. Wow. Most people don't seem to remember it. True cells was basically, they were the progenitor to modern incels. They had a lot of very sad dudes that would post shit like women should be kept on farms and men should be allowed to buy women to fuck them. Like really horrible stuff, like incel shit, before it became mainstream. That one was pretty wild. They had like full websites full of like hundreds of pages where people would like write some real gross shit and their weird view on the world. Oh, that was another one he didn't cover. The sounding subreddit. That actually might still be popping off. I remember the sounding subreddit was pretty wild in its infancy. There was a guy that stuck like a pretty sizable dildo in his cock hole. Of course, it wasn't like full-sized or anything, but it was still like a fucking impressive feat. Yeah, sounding is when you put things in your urethra. And there was a subreddit for it. I'm assuming it's still there. Did it hurt? I don't know. I've said this before, I legitimately feel terrible for young men in the modern age because the internet is constantly contaminating their mind with what it means to be good looking or what it takes or what you need to be successful as a man. There's so much I could talk about on this subject here because the young male audience is highly monetizable, so there's a lot of these ghouls that have recognized that they can get a ton of doubloons by creating a problem and selling the solution to this audience about like, you need to be having sex 3 times a day, otherwise you're a complete failure and you're less of a man for it. If your jawline isn't chiseled, if you don't have hunter eyes and a cantle tilt, you will actually never see a boobie in your life. I'm your only hope. I can be your savior if you buy my course. Otherwise, get ready for a pathetic life of virginity, you swine. And it even extends into the fitness industry. I'll blow the lid off of this one right here, so get ready. Almost every fitness influencer you see online is on gear. But some of them pretend that they're not, saying that they're natty, and they push supplements and other products onto their audience under the belief that they can look like them, even though it's impossible because they're not on the same gear or anything. But they'll still say shit like, hey, got these new pills in, it's, you know, eucalyptus urine extract, so boof one of these in the morning and you have a 6-pack by night. You can use code WAYMIN at checkout. And it's all just a bunch of fucking dirty barnacles. It's all just a huge money-making scheme. The young male audience right now, I feel, is more insecure than ever. And that means that they're buying more bullshit than ever. And the one I want to focus on today is looks maxing in particular. Curtis Connor recently did a video on looks maxing, and it's a banger. I think he covered it really well. However, there was one very crucial component of looks maxing that he decided to sit on the sidelines for and not do. And I don't fully blame him. But I go where men dare to tread. I'm not afraid. He shied away from doing Jelqing. Looks maxing incorporates Jelqing, depending on whose courses you're buying or whose advice you're following. And Jelqing is an old friend. Well, definitely not a friend. An old arch nemesis of mine. This is an old internet meme. From back in like 2009, 2010-ish, I can recall, somewhere in that general ballpark. And fundamentally what it is a penis enlarging exercise where you masturbate a certain way in order to enhance your size over time. Now, for obvious reasons, I can't pull up any video tutorials that demonstrate the technique. I can't show any of the diagrams or any of that go over this advanced maneuver. So we're going to do this the old-fashioned way, old natural. I brought a tool here, a little instrument that we're going to use to showcase the Jelqing jutsu. So there were a couple techniques back in the day. So, you know what, let me go ahead and give you my origin story with Jelqing, because I actually have a personal connection to it. It's an old friend. Rather, not a friend at all. We weren't on friendly terms. An old arch nemesis. If you've been around the channel for a while, you'll know that when I was really young, I got most of my advice, my life advice, through the internet. Mainly Reddit, a little bit of 4chan as well. And back then, Jelqing was kind of popular as a meme, but no one really subscribed to the belief that it would make your cock bigger or anything like that. Some people did it as a joke, or some people did it because, I mean, you had nothing to lose at the time. So there was a few techniques that floated around. I'll showcase both of them on this banana here, my helper. So the most popular at the time was the old hook method. And what you would do is you'd hook one finger around your cock at the base, and then you'd really, like, hard, slowly, like, go up towards the top of your penis, like you were trying to squeeze toothpaste out of the tube. And you would do this for, like, 10 reps. And you'd do this for, like, oh. Okay. We didn't need the stem of the banana anyway. We can still continue the demonstration on this part. So you would go through this process for, you know, whatever your rep range was. And by the end of it, the idea was it would be stretching the blood vessels and stretching all the tissue in there. So over time, that would be its new norm, like this stretch state. It would grow it over time because it's constantly being forced to stretch. However, there was never any real scientific evidence backing that up. The other big one at the time was you would take like this, and you would go from top and base, and you would kind of like you were playing a fucking small accordion or something. You'd go back and forth, just like rubbing it together, and then had a little spillage out the ass end of it. And what would happen over time is the same thing. Again, stretching the blood vessels and the tissue and all that, and supposed to grow your wiener. But, as you might imagine, it doesn't really work. It never really worked. There was never any evidence for it other than like anecdotal shit, which I'm pretty sure were just trolls getting people to keep doing this, because what it does do, and what is very well documented, is it damages your penis, and it can actually lead to impotence. And I have a personal story in regards to Jelqing because I have tried it. Like I said, I got most of my advice online, and being an insecure young man, I was miserable. I hated my appearance. I hated pretty much everything about myself. So I thought, why not? I'll give it a fucking whirl. So I did it, and I hurt myself. And I think I told a story not too long ago where I did like a pseudo Jelqing exercise one time and actually had to go to the walk-in clinic because I could no longer piss. Basically what happened is I damaged everything internally in my cock, like just threw everything out of whack. It was all cattywampus, and I was no longer able to pee, and it swelled up like a giant fucking head of cauliflower. And that is something that does happen with Jelqing. There's no real right way of doing it. There's ways of doing it that don't hurt you, but nothing really grows your cock through Jelqing. And this has been well known for over a decade. But now, since everyone is so insecure because they're constantly being fed all of this ridiculous information and all of this awful advice and all of these terrible courses from terrible people, it's led to Jelqing being dusted off and being preached as a real thing. So there's a lot of people that legitimately have been Jelqing to try and grow their cock because they're not satisfied with their size. Spoiler alert, no matter how big your dick is, you always want it to be bigger. I'm 6.5 inches and proud, yet I would love if my wiener was a little bit bigger. Every man in the world would. But Jelqing is not going to be the thing that gets you there. And you also don't need it. Despite what a lot of the looks-maxing community tries to indoctrinate the audience into believing, you don't need an 11-inch fucking sledgehammer. You don't need a fucking 15-inch battering ram that the police could use to bust down the door of a crack house. It's once again trying to prey on the insecurities of people online. That is the main thing right now that is generating so much money, and why you see so many of these things popping up frequently. Now, I don't think every single thing about looks maxing is evil. Like, I do think there are people online that are just sharing generally good advice and calling it looks maxing. Super simple shit like brushing your teeth, taking a shower, or if you're unsatisfied with your physical body, working out and giving advice on like going to the gym, where to start, things like that. All of that's totally fine. Like, that's all good, positive stuff. Absolutely. Eating healthy, great. But then there is that evil side of it where it starts talking about if you don't have a jawline that could cut glass, you're going to be alone forever because it's the main thing women like, or the hunter eyes instead of the prey eyes, or if your dick isn't huge. And then they start like selling courses on like jelq maxing and, you know, fucking jawline exercises and shit like that. It gets really bad really quick. But anyway, jelq at your own risk. I personally wouldn't recommend it, but I'm not a doctor. I don't know what's best for you. Maybe you'd see incredible results. Who knows? I think probably not. I think what's likely to happen is you hurt yourself, but if you really are a Jelqing enthusiast, then I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not your dad. I'm not gonna bust in there and slap the penis out of your hand or anything. You go crazy on it. I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I could not believe how popular Jelqing had become again. So if there's one thing you need to know about me, it's that this tooth, this one right here, that little bastard, is about 1 centimeter taller than the other teeth on that bottom row. And now, anytime you see my mouth open, you won't be able to unsee it. You're welcome. And the other thing you really need to know about me is that I cannot stand when people cause problems for customer service workers, in particular, fast food employees. I've made countless videos shitting on narcissists that are fishing for clout by exploiting fast food employees for views on TikTok or YouTube through pranks or just being a general nuisance, just a hemorrhoid on society. They're just normal people and they're getting paid minimum wage to deal with the most insufferable people on the planet. Just truly degenerate assholes, and my heart breaks for them. Fast food workers get abused more than a fleshlight. It sucks. And over the last week or so, there's been a new trend that has really blown up that once again just treats these human beings as if they're just NPCs, props for their TikTok and YouTube Shorts videos. It's filming your Chipotle order being made by the Chipotle worker.
I'll get a bowl. Yeah, prefer to go. I'll get white rice with that.
The idea is they're going to give you more food because they're on camera. And it spawned because people were starting to talk about Chipotle portion sizes being smaller than they used to be, which for the record, I do believe. That is a conspiracy theory I'll put on the full tinfoil condom for, because I do think that's accurate, no matter how much the CEO likes to dance around in delusion and pretend that that's not the facts of it. I do think it is true. I used to get a Chipotle burrito after every lift in college, and I had innumerable Chipotle burritos, and over the last 3 or 4 years, I've been very vocal about the quality of the food going down, in my opinion, and definitely, like when I get burritos now, it's significantly less than I remember it being back then. But I also think that's just kind of the industry norm, because I think the same thing about many other fast food places as well. But anyway, someone on TikTok came up with a cure to this small portion disease, and it was to just film these workers doing their job and kind of give them a bit of a hard time and nudge them on camera to give them more food. And this started to really pop off because a lot of people noticed that, oh, when they're being filmed, they give you more food. So that's the cheat code. That's the life hack.
Rice blank or pinto beans? We'll do pinto beans with that.
Pinto beans, any protein for you?
We'll do chicken, please.
Chicken, any queso for you?
We need some more chicken in that.
More chicken?
Finna fire on your ass. Put that chicken in there.
All right, any queso for you?
This one is by far the worst I've seen from this trend here. This guy went in there looking to start shit. He's immediately aggressive and confrontational. The guy hadn't even put the fucking spoon fully into the chicken bowl there before he said, no, 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 need more chicken. He's there to stir a controversy for the sake of his video. And he is just shoving the camera down this guy's throat. If the worker had bent over, the camera guy here would have given him a full-blown fucking colonoscopy. He is right up in his business to just be this insufferable douchebag that's hassling him for the sake of this video that he's filming. Now, it's filmed from another angle, but I can't find that full video. I can only find this one through Twitter.
We need some veggies. Get some green veggies. Yep, little bit more, little bit more.
No problem.
Little bit more.
No problem.
Straight up. Oh, they gonna have to hold me accountable.
When he was asked pretty politely to just stop putting the camera in this guy's face, not even asked to stop filming, by the way, just asked to like, hey, maybe don't be up in this guy's nutsack with your camera, he immediately starts yelling about it. He's immediately throwing a fucking temper tantrum. Even though it was a super reasonable request, because look at how close he's getting to this guy. He is leaning over the counter to get as close as possible. It's like he's going in for a kiss, like he's trying to fucking make out with the guy here.
Nothing else?
That'll be all. And if you got a problem, I'll fire your ass up. Hold me accountable. You gonna have to hold me accountable.
Sir, this is a Chipotle's. Why are you yelling and screaming? Why are you hooting and hollering here? Goodness gracious, it's like a hostage situation here. The worker did everything you ask. Leave them alone. All they requested is that you take the camera out of that guy's mouth. They didn't even ask that you stop filming, even though they should have. They should have walked over and slapped that fucking phone right out of your hands, douchebag. That's what should have happened. But It didn't. You still got to have your TikTok video, and you're still huffing and puffing about it. It's incomprehensible to me. Even when people who did this trend weren't harassing the worker making their food, I still don't like it. I think it is still dog shit. You're just being a nuisance to just average everyday people just going about their lives. They're getting paid minimum wage to make your food, and you're making it a huge headache for them by putting them on camera when I know for a fact they don't want to be. The reason you're getting more food shouldn't be some kind of mystery. The reason is because no one wants to deal with being shamed online. It's not like these people are just drones, AI that are cut off from the rest of the world. These people have access to the internet, same as you. They know what this trend is. And they know if they give you anything less than fucking colossal proportions that could feed a family of 8, then they're going to get insulted in your TikTok video. So obviously they play along with it. Like, it shouldn't be surprising that you do get more food when you film the workers here and put this big spotlight on them, because now you've turned it into a huge song and dance, and they want to do everything possible to avoid a negative situation with their life here that you have now thrust upon them for your own, TikTok or YouTube short. I think it sucks. I think it is sucked from the very beginning. I don't like that the portion sizes at Chipotle have shrunk, obviously. But what I would never do is blame the workers for it. They're not making the corporate decisions for the portion sizing or anything like that. And if you do get less than you want, you can politely ask if you can have like another scoop or something. Like, that's just normal socialization 101. You don't have to resort to the nuclear option here.
And that ain't no issue. Anybody in here can get it. Straight up. You can call the police. I ain't break no law. Wait, what? Whoa, why you lying like police?
This guy's fuming so hard that he immediately gave himself amnesia and forgot that he just threatened the entire restaurant. She said, all right, I'm gonna call the police because you're threatening people. He's like, you're fucking lying! Who did that? Where? When did that happen? You're telling a fib. That's a tall tale. And I don't appreciate it, Buster. Even though literally 5 seconds ago, he just threatened the entire restaurant for some reason. He's just having a full-blown voice-cracking conniption here in front of the entire Chipotle for this trend. And I still don't even know what there is to be mad about. He got big portions on his bowl. Mission accomplished. And he successfully made everyone in that restaurant's day a little bit worse. Yippee. Wahoo! That's great. So yeah, overall, I think that this filming Chipotle workers trend is garbage. I think it is just trash. I could bring up countless other examples because it's become such a viral hit here, but they're all so annoying. They're not nearly as bad as this one. This one is by far the worst I have seen so far. The only ones that I somewhat appreciate are the ones where the Chipotle worker gives them significantly less food because they're filming. I fuck with that. I think that's great. That should be the gold standard going forward here. You come in and you start filming the workers, well, I hope you enjoy 5 tiddlywinks of rice and 1 little glob of chicken. And that's it. Put a smile on your face and get the fuck out. But anyway, yeah. Don't like the trend. On the internet, sometimes you have to get really creative to stand out from the crowd, which births some legends, like the great Tide Pod eaters of yesteryear, or the absolute champion, the brave soul who attempted the hot coil challenge where he put his forearm on a stovetop. And these ideas are always made with the intent of getting views and going viral. And today I learned about someone who tried a new tactic: derailing a train for YouTube views.
Charges have now been filed against a Lancaster County teen accused of intentionally causing this train derailment out in Bennett. The 17-year-old even sent this video to 1011 afterwards. You see there some of those cars veering off of the tracks. It happened at the crossing at Highway 43 back on April 22nd. A criminal complaint says that between the rail itself and the train engines and cars, about $350,000 worth of damage was done. That teen has now been charged with 2 felony counts of criminal mischief, but he is not in custody at the moment. Attorneys have filed a motion to move his case to county court and to try him as an adult.
A very interesting strategy here. This sounds like some kind of lame plot that Cobra Commander would have cooked up to lure out the G.I. Joe, except here it's just used for views. There's so many things to unpack here, but one thing I'm very curious about is where he planned to go from here. Like, let's say he did get a huge audience for derailing the train. Does he just keep amping up the stakes? Like, next video, he smuggles a bomb onto a plane. Follow-up video, he drops depth charges into the Suez Canal. Like, I don't know how you keep upping the mischief to keep the audience hooked here. It seems like this is a one-and-done thing, unless he was just going to be some kind of, like, serial train derailer. Like the worst Saturday morning cartoon villain ever. So, who knows what the potential was behind this young lad's YouTube career, but he is being charged, and it looks like it's going to be very serious charges. $350,000 in damages, that's a lot of clams. He's going to have to sell a lot of Hot Wheels and maybe even his Fortnite account to start trying to make up for that.
Of also pulling a rail switch, ultimately causing that derailment. The lead investigator says the accused 17-year-old walked up during the investigation and asked what happened, later telling the investigators it was, quote, obvious that the switch had been pulled, and then showed the investigator the video you're seeing now. Railway police believe that security cameras in the area showed the teen not only driving up to the scene, but also setting up a camera minutes before the derailment.
I guess I've never seen a real-life train derailment, which is maybe the purpose behind his video, to educate us on what they actually look like. Because in my head, I always picture it the way Hollywood portrays it, where when a train derails, it's going at like fucking Mach 5 speed, and even when the emergency brake is cranked, it doesn't really do anything to stop it, so then the cars just start shooting off the tracks in every which way as Linkin Park's What I've Done plays. But clearly that's not the case in reality. So the conductor attempted to make an emergency stop, but didn't have enough time to do so before reaching the point of no return, and then it collided with an empty coal car. And it's very lucky that there weren't more damages, because I imagine in a situation like that, it's pretty common for some of the cars to start, like, not flipping over, like they're not doing like a fucking kickflip or a pop shove it and falling off the tracks, but like tipping over and shit once they get off the tracks, and especially when they collide with something huge like an empty coal car. So it definitely sounds like it could have been a lot worse there, so it was lucky that it didn't get as bad. And speaking of lucky, you can get really lucky right now by getting Goof Juice. It's going to improve your luck stat because it's the best beverage ever made. It's the best flavor. My GamerSupps Goof Juice flavor is available right now. There's a huge sale. gamersupps.gg/moist, or click the link in the description. Reading about it just makes the whole thing even stupider though, because the kid wanted to record it and share it on YouTube, so he hatched this nefarious scheme to go pull the lever after setting up a camera so he could film a train derailing, and then he stayed at the scene the entire time, and was even the one who alerted authorities to the incident. So he approached the investigator asking what caused the crash, and the investigator said he didn't know, so the suspect allegedly said, obviously a switch was flipped the wrong way. And I can already just imagine, like, he's putting a pinky to his mouth like Dr. Evil. He then even showed investigators the video he took, but denied trespassing and tampering with the switch. I guess he was really hoping that absolute bumbling imbeciles would have shown up that would have chalked up his presence and video recording equipment as just being some kind of coincidence. Dude shows up with like a fucking full-blown studio here to record this, and he expected the authorities to be like, huh, that's weird. Who could have done this? Must have been the fucking goat man. Like, Jesus Christ, I guess he was really expecting, like, NPCs from Assassin's Creed to show up that just immediately de-aggro when you go into tall grass, like, huh, must have been the wind. Probably wasn't this kid fucking filming everything here. So, he was also spotted setting up his camera and tripod near the crossing 4 minutes before the train derailed. And then they also found a video of the derailment posted to their YouTube channel. So, I mean, that was kind of a game point right there. That was kind of a checkmate. The 17-year-old's apparently a huge train enthusiast. That's what their YouTube account mainly dedicated to. And it's a big community on YouTube with, like, train videos, train spotting, and all of that. But I don't think anyone's gone so far as to intentionally derail a train to stand out in the community. That's definitely breaking new ground there. I am shocked, though, how easy it was for him to do that. Like, I just always imagined there'd be, like, actual security parameters in place to prevent just any old fucking Joe Schmo from walking up and just cranking a lever to change a train track. But I guess in this case, there was a padlock that was supposed to be there that wasn't there. Or perhaps this rabbit hole goes deeper. I'm going to put on the tinfoil hat here and blast your ass with a conspiracy theory. What if he wasn't working alone? What if there was an entire network here that set up this train derailment? What if it was the deep state using this 17-year-old to derail the train and cause havoc? Perhaps they were banking on even more damages with cars flipping over, maybe spilling some hazardous waste or something. So someone on the inside at the trail company, Jesus Christ, at the train company, they took the padlock away. They had a secret agent go in there, remove the padlock, and then the 17-year-old showed up and had free access to that lever and then to film it. And this is just the fall guy that we're looking at here. Food for thought. Something worth stewing on a bit. Now only time will tell as the investigation continues what the truth of the matter was, but most likely it was just someone fishing for YouTube views through a really degenerate viral video idea. Now, there is something I want to mention about trains. I may have never seen a train derail, but I have seen a train stop. That may not be some jaw-dropping feat or an achievement. I'm sure millions of other people have seen stopped trains before, but mine comes with a story. So there was a train track that ran right outside of my university when I was in college, and one night when going to a bar, the train had broken down, and it was stopped on that train track, and everyone at the bar would go and climb on it and take pictures on it, and I wanted to be part of the crowd, so I did the same, and I took a picture in front of the train with my arms crossed. I'm pretty sure I pulled this up on stream at one point, but I used this as one of my Tinder profile pics for quite a long time. And it is perhaps one of the most revolting pictures you will ever find. It's so fucking stupid, it's so blurry, it looks like a picture of Sasquatch, and it is such a bad photo of me. It's when I still had the mutton chops for a little while. God bless, what a fucking awful idea that was. But I looked like Wolverine if he got scurvy. So I was standing there in front of the train, arms crossed and semi on my tippy toes, so I looked a little bigger in front of the train. And I unironically used that as my Tinder profile pic for quite a while. And I just had to share that here. I'm pretty sure I brought up that picture on stream, but I don't know if I ever told the full story to it. So seeing a train derail isn't really the same as seeing a train stopped and taking a picture in front of it, but both instances do. There's an expression, you're only as old as you feel. And I gotta tell you, I'm feeling octogenarian recently. The biggest content online undoubtedly has been TikTok style content, short, bite-sized pieces of either trends, challenges, or goofy dances, all of which I'm not really a fan of and I don't really understand. Nowadays, a lot of headlines leave me scratching my head, trying to even decipher if what I even read was English or even a human language to begin with. I swear to God, there's just a new thing every day that it goes right over my head and makes no sense to me. Did you squeeb today? Turns out 9 out of 10 millennials don't even know how to glorb. Don't be a lame-o. Well, lame-o I understand, but all the other words in there, it sounds like it's out of a fucking Rick and Morty sketch. I don't get it. So I have to research things that are popular these days in order to not feel completely left out and in the dark. I'm actually starting to feel what it was like to be a parent during the rise of the internet and your kids telling you, trendy things going on online, such as 4chan with pools closed due to AIDS, and you don't know what the fuck they're talking about, what's Habbo Hotel, what's going on. I'm reaching that point. But long-winded explanation to come to what I actually want to talk about today. There was something I really didn't understand a few days ago that blew up on Twitter with Skibidi Toilet. That made no sense to me. I didn't know what that was. It sounded like some kind of bootleg toilet or something. But apparently it was is a huge YouTube trend, a huge branch of YouTube content. So I looked into it, and it's a series of Gmod shitposts that are getting 20 million views a day per video. The channel DaFuck Boom is a classic Gmod shitposter, and over the last month he has gained over 2.9 billion views, over 7.2 million subs, and every month now for the last couple months is getting at least 2 billion views. He is blowing up all because of Skibidi Toilet. And that's the gift that keeps on giving, because everyone's suckling from that milky bosom of Skibidi Toilet, because anyone that's even making content around Skibidi Toilet, such as here's what you didn't understand about Skibidi Toilet number 33, hidden moments of Skibidi Toilet number 41, is this the end of Skibidi Toilet Cameraman in episode 42? All kinds of speculative game theory Skibidi Toilet videos are also getting tens of millions of views every day. This is probably the biggest branch of content I've seen since Minecraft first blew up, and maybe even bigger than Roblox. Like, it's crazy how huge Skibidi Toilet is. It's got the Midas touch. If you just put that in your title, you're guaranteed success. So I went over it a little bit more on stream for anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, but I imagine most of you have heard it by now. It is big with children. It's content that is primarily being consumed by the younger generation, which is why a lot of people, you know, around our age here in the retirement home haven't heard of Skibidi Toilet, but I want to put it on the front of your radar because for the first time in a long time, this is popular content geared towards younger viewers that I actually feel isn't dog shit. Whereas most of them I think is just actual trash. This one I think is pretty entertaining. I still didn't watch the latest Skibidi Toilet. I can't wait. That's just wild that that's a sentence I comprehend now. I was completely oblivious to this, and this is one of like the biggest phenomenons I've ever seen on YouTube. So I really wanted to talk about this because I think it was 2 days ago, I saw a post on Twitter saying, I bet if you're over the age of 16, you've never even heard of this. And it was Skibidi Toilet. And I thought it was one of those memes where it's like, oh, you're so old you probably don't even know what Baby Gronk rizzes up Livy Dunn becoming the new Drip King even means. These words don't have meaning to you, I bet. And I thought it was just going to be fake. But no, it turns out this Skibidi Toilet thing is unbelievably massive. Like, super huge. Look at these views. 21 hours ago, 14 million. And what's crazy is I recognize this channel from a long time ago. They struck gold with Skibidi Toilet. Every episode, well over 20 million views, pretty much. Like, it's unreal. And it's the gift that gives to the whole community. Like, you got the whole middle school lunch table spitting milk out of their nose with it. So all of these YouTube shorts are like digging into the lore. So they're like, it's actually the deepest lore ever. This is on par with, you know, some of Tolkien's best work. I've never seen such a such a lexicon of knowledge here, a cornucopia of little hidden Easter eggs. Like, it's mind-boggling how big this is. Like, they're putting it on the same level of, like, Game of Thrones, or rather, Song of Fire and Ice, I suppose, like, when it comes to lore. So I got deep into this Skibidi Toilet rabbit hole. It's so... Like, I'm actually happy that this is what's popular, though. I don't want to make it seem like I'm shitting on it, because this is actually reminiscent of what a lot of us in early YouTube grew up with as well. Someone made a great point on Twitter that no matter how much the internet changes, no matter how much humanity evolves, somehow there's something embedded deep in our DNA that has us gravitate towards Gmod content. Because this is just like old YouTube poops, this is just like old Gmod shit posts, and it's huge, all the same. So I am actually, like, this is the first time in a long time where I've been happy that something that I was completely oblivious to that's big with children, I think is actually good content. Like, Skibidi Toilet, I think, is fine. Like, it is very reminiscent of, like, old YouTube poop culture and all of that. So it's cool. It's like getting back to the grassroots. The world is resetting. Maybe finally the internet's beginning to heal. Because again, like, look at this. Like, just scrolling down a second. Skibidi Toilet, 48 secrets. And there's like 1,000 of these videos. Like, anything that even has Skibidi Toilet in it is a actual glitch in the YouTube ecosystem that guarantees you at least 1 million views. Anything Skibidi Toilet. It's a cheat code right now. Like, look at this Skibidi Toilet origin story. Like, they have been blessed with Skibidi Toilet. What the fuck is this? Play one of the videos? I don't know if I can. I think it's copyrighted music. But it uses basically that old viral TikTok song. It's like this generation's fucking Crazy Frog. Fine, I'll play it real quick. Here, let me do like one of the first ones. Probably this one would be the best one.
My style is ridiculous.
So this. It uses that, and then it does like a bunch of wacky things, and it evolves and grew into like a giant fucking war between Skibidi Toilet, the cameraman, Mr. Ass Blast or some shit. I don't know. It's got like layers to the narrative now, all stemming from that. It's literally old Gmod shitpost content, but blowing up in 2023. 2023 years after the death of our Lord, and we are still appreciating Gmod content. I just find that to be poetic and wholesome almost. Our species peaked with good shitposts. Why move from that? We did. For a while, we were straying from the light of God with like TikTok garbage content like dumb challenges and dumb dances, but now Skibidi Toilet's the new hotness. We're back. I'm gonna be honest, I think we're starting to get back to where it all began. We've got Skibidi Toilet, which is fucking huge. Gmod shitpost classics. And now we had that guy naring his butthole, like bare asshole. Fucking 30 million views on that. We're coming back. We're like, a flip has switched somewhere along the space-time continuum, maybe after we discovered all those gravitational waves, but things are starting to fall into place again. It's feeling pretty good. How long till MySpace profile songs make a comeback? Oh, I'm telling you, give it 3 months. I bet Threads is going to make a thing where you can make a song autoplay on your Threads profile. I feel like we're like going back in YouTube or in internet history. Give it a couple months. And then you'll be able to do your top 8s again on Threads, where you can organize your top 8 follower friends on your homepage or some shit. What was your MySpace account name? It was just my name, Charlie. I had a website, a Pixo website. I've talked about this before. It was coldflames.pixo.com, where I used to talk a little bit about RuneScape, but I also posted a lot of like music on there from bands I liked, and unfortunately at the time my favorite band was Lost Prophets, so I had like Last Train Home or something playing on the homepage, and then I had an entire section dedicated to Rooftops from Lost Prophets, and then it turns out that the lead singer of that was one of the biggest. Fortnite. Drake played it, which means if you play it, you'll be as cool as Drake. I don't need to explain what Fortnite is, because it's more than a game. It's a fucking movement. It's a way of life. Even if you've had your face buried in Comcast's asshole and haven't had access to the internet in the last 8 months, you're still familiar with what Fortnite is. Prisoners probably don't even use cigarettes as currency anymore. They probably use V-Bucks. The game is beyond any game ever made. Now let's take a moment and just take a little bit of silence here to remember that a lot of people died before 2017. Jesus Christ didn't even make it to 2017. Everyone who died before 2017 did not get to experience the joy of Fortnite, and that is incredibly fucking sad. I honestly think we should change our dating system and move from AD and BC to BF before Fortnite and AF after Fortnite. So we're in 2018 AF because we're after Fortnite, logically. Now, I personally like the game. I think it's fun. I play the shit out of it both on and off stream, but the best part about Fortnite isn't the game itself. It's the amazing content we've been blessed with on YouTube. The creative geniuses, the innovators, the visionaries, the masterminds have really been letting their creative juices just ooze out of every pore in their body, and they're producing some of the best content the internet has ever seen, such as posting full uninterrupted matches of Fortnite, 20 plus minutes, almost no commentary, definitely no jokes, and they might even lose the match in the end, but they post it 3 times a day and it's great. And then you have the super savage litty titty men that post like the great clickbait like I ride the meteor, or Epic Games gives me Fortnite 3 early, or like my mom starts flicking her bean because she sees me playing Fortnite, with like a wacky crazy original thumbnail, like, because it's just fucking mind-boggling. Like, why would their mom come in and start playing with her clitoris just because they're playing Fortnite in front of her? Like, is that the effect the game has on women? It's nuts. But by far the best content that's come from Fortnite is the 1 kill equals 1 removed piece of clothing, or 1 kill equals 1 second of my girlfriend sucking on my pee-pee. Sometimes they'll call their girlfriend their sister if they want to appeal to the incest enthusiasts. It's actually quite a common trend, and it makes sense because we like to appeal to the incest enthusiasts on YouTube. It's something that we welcome. And I just thought it'd be fun if we just went through and watched some of these 1 kill ones, so that way we can all get a taste at what Fortnite has really blessed us with on YouTube. Here we go. This one seems interesting. 1 kill equals 1 makeout on Fortnite. I love to watch 2 goobers just trade spit. I can't wait for this sloppy makeout. What a beautiful intro. That takes us right back to 2008 montage era shit. This must be his first time with Windows Movie Maker. Come on, god damn it, get a kill. I need this. Please. I need to get off. Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm fucking ready.
Get on my game.
He died so fast.
Get on my game.
Stop fucking talking to her and make out with her.
Get on my game. That's
Don't-
31 KO.
don't fucking tease me.
Second. I need to get loot first.
No loot. Just get to the action.
You ready?
I need to climax. Oh, I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Ooh, give me that.
Please. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. God bless you, Fortnite. 1 kill equals 1 times Auszeichnung. I don't speak German, I don't know what that means, but I'm excited to see some Auszeichnung.
Jo Leute, was genau? Willkommen zurück hier auf Fax TV. Für alle, die auf der
What's fucking crazy is I don't even need to understand German to know exactly what he just said right there. It's like douchebag is a universal language. I guarantee it was something about smashing that like button and ringing the bell. Oh, ugh, what is that, clothes that she's wearing? You're gonna make a 2018 Fortnite YouTube video and you bring a girl with clothes on? What is this, fucking amateur hour? Are you fucking kidding me? You're not gonna exploit her for views right away? No, I'm getting to the end here. There's definitely gotta be some tits coming out.
Ich darf nicht gucken, okay, ich darf nicht gucken. Wow, stop. Nein, Freunde.
No, don't stop. No, oh, I didn't get my little wiener off in time. I came for some fucking Auszeichnung, and all I get is an ouch blue balls. Ugh, she only got down to sports bra. That's all these Fortnite 1 kill, 1 remove piece of clothing till nude. That's as far as they go. They never show me the boobies, the magic milk tanks. I'm glad that YouTube lifted the ban on clickbait, so that way clickbait's alive and well out here. What the fuck? These kids don't look 18 or older? There's no fucking way this is legal. Are you fucking kidding me? If these kids are 18 or older, I'll eat Tom Brady's jockstrap. If he lets me. I don't think Tom Brady would want me eating that, but if he lets me eat it and they're above 18, I'll just gobble that shit down. Let's Google this. This doesn't bode well. The first auto suggestion is Morg's age. I think I'm absolutely right. He's not 18. Yep, fucking called it 16. I'm just gonna assume his girlfriend is the same age, which means that this video they posted is quite literally, by a lot of definitions, child pornography. I'm not gonna watch it clearly, maybe it's like a big joke video, but are you gonna use child pornography as your fucking clickbait? Man, that's making one fucking statement, and it's a recommended video from YouTube, so that's yikes.
Guys, I gotta run, guys. I gotta...
This perpetually congested, insufferable asshole makes consistently the worst content on the entire site. I've never watched one of his videos from beginning to end, and I don't think I ever will. They're just too fucking awful to sit through. It's no surprise he's hopping on this popular trend, but there's really nothing more that can be said about rice gum that hasn't been said about a shit-filled toilet in a dilapidated gas station. But maybe I'm just a hater who needs to get some clout, as his legion of brain-dead zombie 8-year-olds always say in the comments to anyone that insults their messiah, because they live vicariously through his success. Just a little news flash, just because he makes a lot of money doesn't mean you do by watching him. It's okay to criticize him.
Battle Royale. Ninja. Hey guys!
Oh, now we're fucking cooking. Losing clothes and ninja gameplay. This girl's gonna be butt-ass naked, super turbo naked with the amount of kills Ninja gets per game. Holy shit. Well, but where's Ninja?
What's up? It's a faff. You guys,
Oh god.
Nah, you win. Oh yeah.
Maybe once
you stop fucking lying to me. You said there would be ninja and removing clothing, but look at how much clothing you're still in, and you didn't even have ninja there. You just took clothing off watching a ninja clip. It's the stupidest shit I've seen in a while. Man, that is not only taking the trend, but it's making it even worse and more low effort. At the very least, the other awful fucking YouTubers hopping on this trend had to play the game. She didn't even have to do that. She just started taking some clothes off, minimal amount of clothes off, by watching someone else who has played the game before. That's amazing. Wow, look at this thumbnail. This guy's about to lick some ass crack. Oh my god, he's looking... He just licked cleavage. Oh, this is a wholesome intro. This is kind of like a Full House type of intro type shit, or like a 90s sitcom intro. This is so cool. But start licking some ass, please.
Okay, you ready? You know what I'm saying? I had to make sure I got a good lick in. Oh wait, so that's 2 things you gotta remove now. I got 2 kills.
No.
At first I thought that bucket he was handing her was for her to puke in, which would have been very considerate, but it's not, spoiler alert. At first, I honestly didn't think he was gonna lick ass cheeks, because usually a thumbnail like that, it's not in the video, it's just to draw some prepubescent kids in that are trying to jerk off. But he actually straight licked some cheeks. Hats off to him, that wasn't clickbait. Horrible content nonetheless, but it wasn't clickbait. He straight licked some cheeks. Fuck yeah. Good for him. But yeah, I hope you've had your eyes open to all the beautiful gifts Fortnite has bestowed upon the internet community. A clout-obsessed goofball on TikTok just ate parasites for views. He turned his stomach into Coachella for tapeworms when he knowingly ate tapeworms out of a fish that he was filleting, which to the surprise of no one apparently gave him a very serious parasitic infection here. Who could have seen that coming? He was eating tapeworms out of the fish like it was popcorn. I'm exaggerating a little bit. He did try to cook it to make it a little safer, but then I'll get into it a bit deeper in a moment. I'm getting into spoilers here for the anime arc. But anyway, his name is Nick, and his insatiable appetite for great high-quality fish was eclipsed by his gluttony for TikTok attention. I learned about this from a YouTuber named Atozy, so I appreciate him shedding light on this story because I wouldn't have seen it otherwise. So let's just get into it. Actually, pump the brakes real quick, hold your horses. Sorry for the blue balls. In Atozy's video, he censors the part that shows the tapeworms because there's a lot of blood there, because obviously he's filleting a fish, so there's going to be blood. I don't know if you have to do that on YouTube, but I'm not going to for this. I feel if I don't show the tapeworms, then there's always going to be that question in the back of people's mind on, is it fake? Because most things on the internet are fake these days, but this one, I don't think is. It would be very impressive props here to have a fish with tapeworms that look like this.
Let's go fishing in the hurricane. I'm gonna be using a whopper flopper, which is a topwater lure. This guy's coming in at 13 inches and a quarter. He has some nice fillets on him. There's blowing all over the place. Realizing that he has tapeworms, so it's gonna be pretty tough to eat. I looked it up, and apparently if you cook the fish thoroughly, the tapeworms shouldn't affect you, but I can't say that I'm not experiencing problems after I ate it.
So everything was business as usual here. Nick is a big TikTok creator. He has over 6 million followers, and it was just a normal filleting of a fish until he saw the tapeworms, and then, oh boy howdy, he got some dollar signs in his eyes, and he started to recognize that that is the gold right there. He just got the jackpot, because now he had something that he could do that's a little different that would generate some views for him. Eat the tapeworms. Because for some reason, everyone's like so poisoned with content brain that even something that is detrimental to your health, like eating a tapeworm, is something that people think is a good idea because it'll get extra views with people pointing and laughing at you or calling you an idiot, and that's all that matters is if you're getting extra attention. So he does it.
This is the fillet I got. I seasoned it, threw it in the pan, and then presented it right next to the tapeworms, which was a mistake. Yo, low-key, like, the tapeworms add some flavor. They're pretty good. This might be TMI. It's been 2 days and I've not stopped going to the bathroom. I'm kind of afraid that I literally have tapeworms in my stomach. I've never gone to the bathroom this much in my life. I'm mildly concerned. If you know anything about this in the comments, please let me know, because I'm kind of afraid that I have a parasite.
Hey Nick, I'm not a medical professional, but you ate tapeworms, so I'm going to say with a high level of confidence, you probably contracted a parasite. But, you know, I'm not highly educated when it comes to parasites. I'm just doing the old eyeball test here. Now, you can shit all over Nick like he's a public toilet seat. You can make fun of him for a lot of different things here for all the fuck-ups with eating the tapeworms, but one thing you can't hold against him, one thing you can't say he did wrong, was his presentation. He has a talent for plating, but I tell ya, that technique was flawless. The way he presented the fillet and the tapeworms was exquisite. That's something Gordon Ramsay would give his stamp of approval to. That was S-tier plating right there. It's just a shame that he was plating a tapeworm buffet.
Update on the tapeworms that I ate the other day. I went to the doctor and he said it is more than likely that I have tapeworm or some kind of parasite inside me. I'm going to the bathroom nonstop. My stomach is killing me. He prescribed me 3 different medications that are anti-parasitic. We've all seen that video of the bear that has like a 50-foot tapeworm coming out of his butt, and that literally could have been me if I didn't get to the doctor in time.
I've never seen that video, Nick. I don't even know why you'd assume that I'd see that video. I'm not looking up bear ass, and certainly not infected bear ass. But now that I've seen the clip, what a wacky one, huh? Jesus Christ. That tapeworm leaking out of its anus, that looks like it's just landed after skydiving. Like, it looks like the parachute strings when you're, like, walking away with your parachute bag and all that hanging out. That is a crazy tapeworm. Is that some kind of world record, or is that kind of normal? I don't really look into parasites all that often, shockingly.
The doctor didn't know what kind of worm it was, so he just like gave me all the different anti-parasitic things. Some of the worms cause seizure, muscle damage, and like you can lose your eyesight because the worms get in there. If there is any lesson you learned from this, it would be do not eat worms inside of a bath.
A lesson I didn't think anyone ever needed to be taught. I feel like that's just basic, common human knowledge that everyone would intrinsically be born with. The only reason you ate them is because your mind is so warped and rotted from all of this desire for more and more TikTok attention that for some reason you were able to justify putting your health at risk here. Now, interestingly, it only gets worse from here. So he went to the doctor, apparently got, some medication to help combat the mystery worm inside of him, even though I don't think it's much of a mystery. If I was playing a game of Guess Who, I think I'd get this one on my first guess. I think the culprit is a tapeworm. I'll take the mask off of the villain here like it's Scooby-Doo. I think it's a tapeworm that you've contracted. Yeah, just a hunch. But anyway, he gets the medication. He's now got a plan of attack here to get himself feeling better. And then something very, very interesting happens. This video gets posted.
Update on the tapeworm situation with Nick. 7:30 this morning, Nick passed away at the Kaiser Hospital. I was with him over the last 24 hours and he wanted me to inform you guys on the situation. Nick was on anti-parasitic medication and unfortunately it was not working. The worm spread to his eyes and brain. By the time we made it to the hospital, it was clear that Nick was not going to be able to make it.
That's when the really dramatic organ music comes in. Doom! So he didn't survive, apparently. So this is a friend of his, I guess, announcing that he passed away from the tapeworms that he contracted from eating the fish. Much to the chagrin of his audience, who was very upset, saying things like, fly high, Nick, rest in peace, this and that. It's just a real sad situation to see someone go down this way.
Tomorrow Eternal Funeral Services is where we're going to be hosting something for Nick at 10:30 a.m. on Saturday. It is going to be an open casket. He wanted you to know. Hopefully you guys can all remember him fondly and I'll be seeing you guys all at the service.
I apologize for the trauma I just gave you guys. I assure you I'm happy, I'm here, and I'm going to be making content for a very long time.
Oh my god, it's a miracle! He's not dead! Oh, we've been fooled! He played us like a fiddle. Wow! Just like Dino Spumoni, he faked his own death here with the ultimate goof. So, this is the cringiest shit ever. What's even wilder is the day before, or I don't know if it was exactly the day before, but the video before this, he actually had posted something about losing his brother, talking about the death of his brother here. And I think that one's being truthful. I don't think that one's also some kind of sick fucking twisted joke. So that's some psychopath shit to go from talking about the death of your brother into misleading your audience of children into thinking that you're dead. Now, no one watches the full video for things. Not on YouTube, not on TikTok. People don't even read past the headline on an article on Twitter before, clicking off and already making up their mind about it. So not many people watch the whole video for when Nick came out of nowhere with a patriotic, heroic return. So most people just assume that the guy talking in the beginning here was being honest. They just took him at his word because they don't know any better. They're young kids on TikTok. It was also super weird that they just dropped a funeral service homepage and told people that there was a celebration of life, a funeral taking place there for Nick. And like I said, a lot of people didn't watch the whole video, so I'm curious if anyone actually showed up to that place expecting a service.
Don't cancel me, Nick made me do it.
The anti-parasitic medication did work, guys. I am feeling a lot better.
I am editing this video right now, and it is definitely the wildest publicity stunt I've ever done. I have officially faked my own death.
I made a joke about Dino Spumoni, which is a reference to Hey Arnold. It's a guy who actually did fake his own death. That's not what you did, though. You didn't fake your own death. All you did was just lie. For only 20 seconds, too. You just had your friend come out and say that you were dead. It's not faking your own death. That's just like a really lazy, lame prank. That's like the pranks I would do on April Fool's Day in middle school when I'd tell my friends Dragon Ball Z spoilers that weren't real. It's just dumb. It's not some clever, crafty plot that you've hatched like some genius plan to fool everybody. I think there's a good chance the tapeworms weren't actually defeated and his friend is right. The worm spread to his brain. Cause you have to have brain worms to have come up with this idea. It's so fucking stupid and weird.
I'm really happy that you guys are holding me accountable for this because creators lying to their audiences is not cool, especially in the manner that I did. I was under the impression that because I was at the end of the video that it would wind up being taken as a lighthearted joke. I should have definitely seen that that was a super foolish take. It was just dumb.
Yeah, he followed it up with this apology video. His audience said, too much cringe, I'm out, lame joke, trash, goodbye. And he's like, wait a minute, I'm sorry. This was dumb. I don't know what I was thinking, it was stupid. You know, I can't tell you how effective it was. I'm not overly familiar with Nick outside of the tapeworms saga here. But yeah, I just wanted to cover this story because it's just a perfect example of how delusional people have become, that they will put their health at risk just for the sake of a couple extra views on TikTok, and then follow through with even stupider plans like pretending that you died for like 20 seconds, I guess for the sake of shock views or Hey, it's that magical time again, where we have a nice little heart-to-heart and go over criticism that gets made about me. I've said this for a long time, but I think it's extremely important for people to be open to criticism and reading it, learning from it, and just being like a little sponge, taking it all in. I just feel it's an important part of development as a human being. Locking yourself in a bubble, just trapped in an echo chamber, I just think is bad. There's no real benefit to just only seeing meat slobbery other than just your own ego. So I always try and at least see what people who don't like me are saying and like what all the criticism is. It's something I do every couple of years. I make a video on this subject, and I feel like it's crucial to becoming a stronger man, put some more hair on my chest and chisels out my jawline a bit further. So what ends up happening is I always get locked into these boxes in people's perspectives. And it's the reason why I only do this every couple of years, because those boxes subtly change over time. So when I first started doing these, the box that I was confined to was the React streamer, the reaction channel, the React Andy only YouTuber. Then it became the sex toy YouTuber and nothing else. And now the current anime arc that everyone says for me is that I'm the drama streamer / YouTuber. Though that drama title also existed back then as well, but more as like the side character, side quest personality trait. Now it's become like the defining one in a lot of people's eyes, which I personally find to be a peculiar turn of events because drama used to be far more prevalent in my content and on my streams a few years ago than it is now. I used to be the instigator, the fucking catalyst in a lot of drama back then. I would be bringing poop to a piss fight pretty often. Nowadays, I'm usually going over wackier stories, but I do still, of course, cover quite a bit of drama. I've always had a fascination with it all the way back in 2016, so it's always been a pretty core part of things I cover. But it is odd to see that that's now like the main label people give to me. But anyway, let's go ahead and start diving into these things a bit further. So if you're ever trying to feel bad about yourself, go on Reddit or Twitter. It's the most effective way of immediately feeling pretty shitty. So in the land of the narwhal baconing at midnight, there is no traction on any posts about me unless it's shitting on me, making things up about me, or just generally insulting me for a variety of things. So those are the posts that float to the top and I see. So I've got kind of like the main bullet points for most of these posts, and I want to address them. Last time I did this kind of video, I did pull up some of the Reddit posts, but people accused me of trying to lead a hate brigade against the people that didn't like me, which of course I've never done ever, so I don't know why that accusation got tossed out. But I'm not trying to roll around here in the mud and give any kind of bad impression on what this video is supposed to be about, so I'm just going to give you the main points that get tossed around here. And by far the biggest one is always my content used to be so full of passion and was generally better back before I showed my face. This is also criticism that has existed for about a decade now. Well, less than that, about 8 years now. And it's always a very big head scratcher for me because they used to say I put far more effort into my videos before the face reveal. Now, as I've always said, it's totally fine to not like me, or you get tired of my content, get tired of me, whatever, throw me to the side. Hey, you know, like that scene in Toy Story, I'm done playing with you. I get it. That's totally natural on the internet. But this criticism is one that I always am left with a question mark over my head. Because as I've stated multiple times, the content I used to make, the gameplay commentary videos, I shit these puppies out in less than 10 minutes. I was like Jimmy John's with a freaky fast delivery of content that I really didn't enjoy making all that much. Like, it was great escapism for me, but it became something that was more of like a mental strain sometimes, because as I've stated, I was going through a lot during this period. So the example right there, Halo Reach forklift, it's 5 minutes long. That's how long that whole video took me to make. Now, again, to reiterate this point, it's totally fine if you prefer that style of content from me back then, but it's objectively wrong to say that I was happier making that content or that I put more effort into that content than I currently do. Because nowadays I put significantly more effort into the content I make. Even something as simple as making fun of some alpha male douchebag tutorial looks maxing video or something is much more time that I put into that than any gameplay commentary video I ever made. Again, all of those gameplay commentary videos, the runtime is actually how long I spent on them. So they are factually less effort than anything I've done recently. But again, I didn't enjoy that process either. I've stated multiple times that when I was making these gameplay commentary videos, I had this like mental checklist of things I needed to go through for these videos, so I would just spit out this stuff that I had already kind of knew I was going to say beforehand. So I would always spam the word nipples as much as possible because people liked when I said nipples. I would talk about cum as much as I possibly could fit into the video. And then I'd make sure to interject as many XD random sentences as my little noodle could cook up. So in that Halo Reach video, the quote that everyone really loved was, "Well, rub my nipples with sandpaper and beat my wiener with nitroglycerin. Somehow that bitch got me." And that's just randomness out the wazoo. Like, I'm basically holding up a spork while saying that. And that was the vibe of every gameplay commentary video because I went into them with this pre-established checklist that I needed to tick all the boxes on. So another big one, you must be licking my nipples with the tongue of an elephant. Stuff like that. It's just random shit that I would say. There's nothing wrong with liking that. 100%, you're totally fine to still enjoy that, but it's not something that I'd like doing anymore. I don't script any of my shit. I feel like that actually takes a lot of the fun out of the process for me. I like just being able to go on the fly and get silly with things. And sometimes jokes work, sometimes they don't. But I just like that it's always a new experience. I'm not going in there like, okay, I need to mention nipples 5 times, I have to talk about titties and, you know, coming titties too. Like, I didn't like that. So I don't miss making those kind of videos, but I know one of the main sentiments a lot of people echo is that they miss those kind of videos from me. And I'm sorry to tell you that I don't see myself going back to that. I really hated it. Like, I really grew to not enjoy that process. And it's actually why, if you've been around for a while, you'll know, after my lung collapsed for the 3rd time, I took like a 2 or 3 month break from YouTube. I heavily contemplated not coming back because it was such a strain to me to like have to force myself to say these things while playing these games because it's what people expected me to say. But I eventually did push through, and then my content changed and I got happier and I liked a different direction I was going. Like, I've been happier making content now than I ever have in the past. Yet a main criticism is people think that I'm more miserable now than I was back then, which, you know, I don't know how to convince you. I can't take you inside and give you a little magic school bus tour of my brains and all the smiles inside of it when I'm making things. Now, the next major thing that people are often criticizing me for is abandoning React content, which is crazy because when I last made this video, people were attacking me for making React content, and now people are really nostalgic for it. The biggest post right now criticizing me is about how dog shit my streams are because I don't do React content anymore, and all the 100 or so comments are agreeing with them that, yeah, my only talent was reacting to videos, it was the only thing I was good at, now that that's gone, they had to unsub this and that. And I don't really understand why you're still in the subreddit if you've unsubbed and hate me. I don't really get the point of that, but I'm not your dad, you can spend your time however you want. But basically saying that now that the React content's gone, the streams suck. And then in other posts in the past, there was a lot of comments on posts like these saying that, yeah, now all he does is pump out low-effort slop, which I think is an ironic thing to say on posts missing my React content, because even when I was doing React content, I was very open about how low effort that was. There is nothing more low effort than React content, period. And even the biggest reactors on the planet will agree with that sentiment, and yet for some reason they're saying that that was higher effort content and higher quality, which I think is a little weird. Even like the drama content I make, like the Niji Sanji video I made a few days ago, that was multiple hours worth of research to get all of the information and learn about it, so that's already more than any React video ever made. So I used to be big into reaction content. Most of my streams on Twitch for the longest time were just watching other people's videos and making jokes about them with the chat during it, and I would upload those to my channel from time to time. And I did that for quite a long time. and over the last year and a half, I completely stopped doing it. I really had my whole perspective changed on it with all of the discussion around this topic, and I just didn't feel right doing it anymore. I didn't like the idea of taking other people's, like other YouTubers' content and just watching it in full on my channel and then even re-uploading it or uploading those highlights to my channel. It just rubbed me the wrong way because I saw that there was a lot of YouTubers making very valid points against that practice, that it is basically stealing from them. And there's plenty of like outliers you can point to where a YouTuber or streamer is reacting to someone else's content and it actually helps that content creator grow. There's plenty of cases of that happening, but it's not the norm. Let me give you an example of something. I watched a masterpiece of a speedrun documentary on stream once about the history of the Hobbit speedrun. And I made 2 videos on this react. I broke it up into 2 parts because it was a really long video that I thought was just amazing. So I highlighted it into 2 parts. And the 2 videos I made from this react that were just highlighting the most hype moments got more views than the original work itself. And the creator that actually put in all the hard work, all the blood, sweat, and tears to craft this magnum opus, which is almost 3 hours long, almost as long as one of the fucking Lord of the Rings movies itself, didn't see much benefit. If you look at the social blade here, you'll find that when I uploaded these 2 reacts, which I was praising the shit out of this work and highly encouraging people to go show support to the creator, he only got 2.7k subs from that. And if you look at his monthly gained views, you'll see that the 2 big spikes came before I reacted to the video, and then many months after, when it found its way organically into the YouTube algorithm. My reacts had no noticeable effect on it and may have even had a detrimental effect because it was clearly growing before I reacted to it. And that just does not seem fair to me. Now in this case, the creator of the video, Karma, was in the chat while I was watching it and seemed to really appreciate it and was having fun watching my reaction to it and everything. So like, it's not like I went behind their back and, you know, tried to steal the views away from them or anything. But even with permission, it's not like Karma saw a whole lot of upside to my react to it, other than, of course, just spreading word about this game that they love and the speedrun they love. But aside from that, their channel didn't really see a whole lot of benefit from it. And even still, it's just not really a fair transaction either. 90 to 95% of smaller content creators that have their work reacted to probably won't see any kind of benefit at all for it. Yes, their work got shared to more people, yippee yahoo, but that isn't always going to translate to success for them, or those eyes aren't going to go to them for the original most of the time because they were fans of the person that was reacting to it, and now they just got the entire video fed to them. So there's just plenty of arguments against it where you're just taking other people's hard work and you yourself are gaining from it, and the person who actually made that doesn't see as much of a return. So I stopped doing react content because I never want to have a negative effect on the YouTube ecosystem, period. So I'm not going to be going back to doing that. The only thing I react to now are trailers and news broadcasts, or occasionally if there's like some kind of big story that has a video associated with it, I'll watch pieces of it. But now when I'm talking about a video on stream, like for example, something about Chicken's video following the Kik Predator and exposing all of that, I watched it beforehand. So I was knowledgeable on the topic, knowledgeable about the video, and I talked about the video on stream as opposed to just watching it on stream. And I just feel like that's better for discussion as well, because then you already have all of the information and you can have a deeper discussion on everything to begin with. So even though people found that to be great content, it's not content that I was proud of, and it's not content that I'm missing doing by any means. But people are saying that the streams have really had a downward decline in quality because of the absence of reacting. And it sucks to hear that. Like, that doesn't feel good, because I still really enjoy streaming. I don't do it as much now, but when I do it, I have a great time with it. And I really don't think the format of my streams have changed at all. I even went back to like the golden age of Moist Critical streams where I was React Andy, really fucking popping off. And it's still exactly the same format where I'm shooting the shit with chat most of the time, but instead of like watching another YouTuber's video on stream for a couple hours, I go through a variety of different stories that the chat is teaching me about, reading about them, learning about them in real time, or discussing a YouTuber's video that I've already watched in detail and encouraging people to watch the original. Like, it's still the same thing. The only thing that's different is I'm not watching that video and just taking the person's work and putting it on my stuff. So I don't think it's changed that much. Another thing that I saw in a Reddit post today is that someone said I'm just always on my phone while streaming. And that one, that's a criticism that I'm just going to slap down because you are just making some shit up. My streams during 2020 through 2022, when I was still grinding my RuneScape, actually it was like 2019 through 2022, when I was still grinding my old school RuneScape account, fishing for max level, I was actively on my phone in every single stream grinding multiple skills. Let me just show you a clip of what a normal stream would look like. Lex government laboratory that we have to take it to where they'll analyze it and tell us if it's real or fake. We just haven't had a chance to do it yet. Alright, it's time. Instantly. Holy fuck. Thank you, Nick. Sponsor iDubbbz for his boxing match. That's such a cute idea. Riveting stuff. I would do this for pretty much every stream during these grind sessions, where I was more preoccupied with maxing my RuneScape account, so I had my head buried in my phone, deeper than an ostrich buries its head in the sand during mating season, and I would just sit there fucking grinding, and then I'd throw on a YouTube video, I'd still just be like grinding on my phone, I'd miss some things from the video sometimes, so I'd have to rewind it. My head was in my phone so much more during that period than it ever has been since. And I don't know where this criticism came from, because I am barely on my phone now. The only time I go on my phone is if there's an occasional text message that I forgot to respond to, or if someone messaged me about something important. I'm barely on my phone, so I don't know where that critique is coming from. That one is just wrong. I'm going to tell you you're wrong for that one. Now, I feel like I need to keep reiterating this here, because maybe I'm starting to sound like combative or something, and that is just not what I'm aiming to do here at all. It's totally fine to not be enjoying my recent content or recent streams or something. Tastes change. I get it. At some point, you know, you stop enjoying certain things. It's totally natural and totally understandable. I'm not upset about it. Like, sometimes reading the things hurts, but I get it at the end of the day. And there's nothing wrong with criticism, which is why I go out of my way to read the criticism and talk about it. And I'm just giving it my perspective here on all of this. So, for example, another thing that comes up is people are tired of me doing so much, like, coverage of things during streams or hanging out with chat as opposed to gaming as much. Now, I do think I haven't done as much gaming as I used to, because I used to do more, like, long-term shitty gaming, like where I'd play a shitty game for longer than I currently do. Nowadays, when I do a bad game night, I'll usually just play like half of a game, or sometimes not even half of a game, whereas back then, I used to just fucking full steam ahead finish those games that I wasn't interested in, force myself to. And I just felt like that didn't make for good content. So a game I didn't like that I was forcing myself to finish, I thought would probably be a big turnoff for a lot of viewers, like they weren't enjoying it. So I stopped doing that over the last year, where if there is a game that I either lost interest in or just didn't feel like finishing, I wouldn't force myself to. Though the consequence of that became even games that I liked playing, such as Armored Core 6, I never finished on stream. I started playing games more off-stream last year and even into this year than I ever did in the past. I talked about this years ago, but I completely stopped playing games on my own because I just elected to do them on stream with others. I went back to playing games on my own, like Alan Wake 2, and people didn't like that. So I started Alan Wake 2 on stream, the stream crashed, and then I ended up getting COVID, so I watched Alan Wake 2 on my own, and then when I got better from COVID, I played it on my own. I didn't stream it. Same with Spider-Man 2, played it on my own. So I do admit there was a lot of games I didn't play on stream to completion that I would have liked to, and I do understand that people probably want more of like completing games, so I've been doing that in 2024. I completed Suicide Squad on stream. If that doesn't showcase my perseverance and resilience, I don't know what does. I have been doing a lot more gaming in 2024 than in 2023, and I am finishing the games again, because I know people like to experience it with others as well, so I'm going to work on doing more of that again. But that's a totally fair criticism that I haven't been gaming as much, on stream that is. So I've been making sure to get back into the swing of doing most of my gaming while being live on stream. So you can expect more of that. And definitely more bad game nights, because those are always super fun. There's just been like a flood of games coming out, and a lot of them have been bad recently, so I've been getting pseudo-bad game nights recently too. But anyway, I think that is something that I need to actively work on and have been. So now let's go into another criticism I see a lot of. When I'm streaming, I'm always reading the chat, so I'm always talking with people in chat. Unless I'm playing a game, then I'm usually focused on the game and not interacting as much. But for the most part, I'm shooting the shit, so I'm seeing a lot of things. And it's Twitch chat and YouTube chat, so you're going to see some profoundly stupid statements. And oftentimes, I joke about those things. It's never really coming from a place of malice, unless of course the statement I see and call out is like a blatantly awful one or racist or something really terrible. Then I will get mean because that deserves to be slapped down. That is some bad shit, and I will call that out from time to time. But when it's just something like weird or a bit odd, I'll joke back with the person, and I feel like a lot of times people are thinking that I'm being nasty to them when that's not really what I'm trying to do. And maybe that's on me, maybe it's my fault for not making it clear enough. But when someone says something like, "Hey asshole, when are you gonna play Helldivers 2? You promised you'd play it," and I'm literally playing it in the stream that they post that message in, I'll usually say something back like, "When are you going to open your eyes?" or something. Like, I'll joke to them about it, but I'm not trying to be like nasty about it or anything. I'm just saying something silly back. Like, it's not trying to make an argument with the person out of it. And I feel like that might just get misconstrued somewhere along the way with viewers watching. So that's something I probably need to be more mindful of, I guess, because I'm never trying to make it like aggressive as a response. Or especially when we get into our heated alien debates where we start fucking talking about warp drives and I start getting real animated about warp drives and fucking the WoW signal. I'm never trying to be mean to people talking about it. I am just getting passionate and silly with them. And I guess that's just getting lost in translation somewhere along the way. So it's something that maybe I need to recognize more of, because people seem to think that I'm being mean to viewers, or I'm just a really grumpy old man. Another thing I see pop up a lot is how lazy I've become, where I post stream highlights now more often than I used to, which again I think is factually wrong, because if you remember the old React Charlie era, almost every video I'd post every day was a React video from stream the previous night. Like, I'd be posting 2 or 3 sometimes in a day that were all just stream highlight React moments. Now, I do still post stream highlights, of course, especially when it comes to like gaming related stuff. And sometimes I'll use some stream highlights in content. Like, for example, the situation with the cop and the falling acorn yesterday. I spliced in like a minute's worth of stream highlights, and that was a topic I learned about on stream and talked about further in that video. And I do still post like entire videos that are composed of stream highlights if I thought the topic was really interesting or if something was going on. But I do significantly less of that now than I used to, and it's really not even close. I feel like most people don't remember how much my content was just stream reposts a couple years ago. I really feel like I do more variety of content now than ever before, and I certainly put in significantly more effort to my content than ever before. It's just that big stuff, the really passionate, really expensive, and really like hands-on lot of work content is not the content that gets the most views. Like the MWL, our Moist Wrestling League, that takes months worth of planning, it's very expensive, and the views on that is significantly less than pretty much anything else I make. Which isn't the biggest deal to us because it's fun. I love doing it, so I have no plans on stopping it anytime soon, but a lot of people aren't seeing it, thus they're not getting exposed to this wide variety of content I produce. And even outside of that, like the Dungeons & Dragons show, Skill Check show, that is another massive time investment. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of passion behind that. It even has its own YouTube channel now. Music videos, again, another thing that I'm super passionate about, have been for a long time, but again, the views on that, much lower than anything else, so most people aren't seeing it. And even just like simple one-off videos like learning to dance, like where we brought out a dance instructor and we spent a few hours trying to master shuffling, which is something I've wanted to do for a long time, not super popular. So a lot of these things, this wide variety of content that I produce, isn't the ones that are popping off. So people aren't seeing it, thus they keep thinking that I'm only doing either stream highlights or drama because that's all they're being exposed to, or that's all they're choosing to click on. Which isn't, again, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but yes, it does make me a little upset that people are saying that I'm only this one type of content creator, when really, I'm really proud about the wide variety of things that I make, because I love doing that. Like, I have 2 comic book series, Godslap and Plague Seeker. Godslap might be getting a theatrical feature film within the next couple years. I can't blow the lid off that too big here, but just been cooking up so many massive projects. There's another huge project that I'm going to be revealing to all of you pretty soon that I'm super excited about. Like, there's just, I really feel like this wide variety of content I produce is, it makes it so nothing's ever just like a one track on this channel, where it's not just like one type of thing. It's not just always gaming. It's not just always news. It's not just always drama. Like, you never really know what to expect. And I think that makes it really fun. I love doing that. Just constantly keeping things fresh, like tier lists, really weird one-off things where we're trying olive oil ice cream, which is a downright scam. Just all kinds of different shit. So it does hurt when people say, like, Charlie's only a drama content creator, or a couple years ago, all Charlie does is play with sex toys for videos or whatever. It doesn't feel good. Like, I'm not going to pretend. Like, yeah, I wish more people knew about the large variety of things I do, so I wouldn't just get, like, a label slapped on me for something like that. But I get it. Like, I can't be mad about it or anything. Like, I do understand. So it's not like an incorrect criticism or something. Again, this whole video is just talking about these things from my perspective on all of it. And just listening to all the feedback and taking it in, thinking about it. I think it's very important for anybody, really. So yeah, I think this is all of the main criticisms that I've seen. If I asked you to think of something beautiful, where's the first place your mind goes? Your significant other? Your favorite song? A piece of pizza? Big ol' anime titties? It's gonna be different for everyone. But for me, when I think of beauty, the first thing that pops into my little reptile brain is people coming together to call YouTube out on some dumb shit they've done. And good golly, I'll tell ya, it's been a beautiful 24 hours. I bet YouTube didn't see this coming. The meteorologist in the weather report said nothing about a 100% chance of diarrhea showers falling upon them. Over the last 24 hours, there's been a lot of YouTubers coming together to talk about a problem that was brought to light this week by Corey Kinshin. And just over the last 24 hours, it's been great to see people, you know, calling YouTube out on some of their shit. Even Io's really excited about it. She's all about, you know, YouTube being held accountable. As you can see, she was so fired up. She's coming over here to slap the shit out of the headphone cord. So, yeah, it's just been a big day, honestly. A big week, really, overall. Corey posted this video highlighting a major issue with YouTube at the moment and something that he'd been facing. And in response, a lot of YouTubers started making videos showing support and as well as doing things to try and, you know, get some kind of response from YouTube, get some kind of answer. So far, still radio silence, but I just still think it's nice to see so much support for another creator on the platform. Now, Markiplier did something pretty unique and is starting somewhat of a trend with something called the Try Not to Get Age Restricted Challenge. Isn't that right, Io? So Markiplier posted this video where it's lightly poking fun at the policy that was being called out, where Markiplier is giving completely nude massages to women, and well, it's a game called Orc Massage. Mark himself wasn't giving the massages and happy endings or anything. At least I don't think so. I don't know if he does that in his off time or whatever. But the video is of a game where it is fully nude anime girls, and you play as an orc, and you like start like fucking playing their asses like bongos, and like there's nudity and shit. So Markiplier posted a video of that game, called it the Try Not to Get Age Restricted Challenge, obviously calling out this whole thing. And wow, unlucky, my power just went out. I guess those orc massages are so powerful they created the next biblical monsoon over my house here. But anyway, in response to Markiplier posting this video, YouTube got very petty. And that was remove him from their Game On segment, which Markiplier and his team had prepared a special thing for. And without warning, they just removed his whole section. And Markiplier went on Twitter talking about how upset he was. Io was distraught. You think she was mad slapping my cable? You should have seen her when Markiplier's section got cut. All hell was breaking loose. You know, it was like a fucking, like a plague had just been unleashed. You know, I didn't know much about cats until we got Io. I didn't realize they responded so heavily to injustice. They can smell it from miles away. I'll just quickly give a lore breakdown behind Game On. Game On was a big YouTube production. It was supposed to be a, you know, fun little event, a couple hours, a pretty big event in collaboration with a ton of other YouTube creators, and obviously Markiplier contributed to it. And YouTube allegedly didn't like Markiplier's most recent upload, so they took him over their knee and spanked his bottom. You know, gave him a firm pat on the keister to discipline him for misbehaving, and removed all of the hard work he and his team put into it. It was a pretty embarrassing look from YouTube to just inexplicably remove Markiplier from this segment, because he didn't even know it was coming. Right when the Game On section aired on YouTube, Markiplier made a tweet saying, "You're not ready for this." And fuck, was he right. No one was ready for that. They completely censored him. In fact, they still had him in the description with a timestamp of where his section was supposed to be, but when you went to it, it was something completely different. They just removed him. Markiplier posted a video today with the cut content, but obviously since it wasn't part of the entire performance, you don't actually get the full effect because he came up with an interactive game with his team that can't really be played the same way since it's now not part of the event. Overall, just a really douchey thing for YouTube to do here. I mean, this does prove to a lot of people there are human beings there because no robot could be this petty. Like, that's a response I'd expect to see from a power-tripping Reddit mod who got their feelings hurt that someone called them out in something on the comments and then they send like a passive-aggressive DM to them. Not behavior I would expect from a multi-billion-dollar company that has a stranglehold on video sharing. You know, this is just not professional. They didn't give an explanation to Mark, they didn't give an explanation to anyone, they didn't say anything about it, they just removed it. And they probably never will explain it. And that's something I want to briefly touch on. All of this effort to try and get more transparency or answers from YouTube always seems to be in vain. They just don't seem to have that capability. They just refuse to be transparent and explain things. Trying to get answers out of YouTube is like trying to milk a brown cow for chocolate milk. It just doesn't work. They just absolutely outright despise communication, it feels like. And that sucks because, you know, that's the Chemical X to the Powerpuff Girls formula here. If they could just explain things, their reputation would be doing a 180. People would feel like more comfortable and less fearful. There'd be less things up for speculation if they could just explain why they do some of the shit they do. You know, it just doesn't make sense why they're so against it. Because if someone like Markiplier, one of the biggest creators on the platform, and an amazing person who has always been deeply ingrained in the YouTube atmosphere, as well as working hand in hand with YouTube for so long, if he can be abused by the platform, what hope does everyone else have? You know? Like, he, of all people, is getting slapped by them. You know, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And after the Try Not to Get Age Restricted challenge Mark posted, Jacksepticeye made one of his own. And Jacksepticeye also made another video talking about the situation more in detail, but he followed Markiplier's trend of this age restriction thing. Once again, just shining light on this whole issue. Now, again, I don't know if this is ever going to lead to anything positive on YouTube's end. I'd like to think so, but I've completely lost faith that they'll actually ever be able to be transparent and explain shit. So, for now, I can just appreciate people coming together to support someone so deserving like Corey Kenshin. I just wanted to talk about flying elbow drop onto toaster. Hold on a second.
This is super fuck this shit! Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! Oh.
Gets a like from me? Fuck yeah!
Microwave. This is for chocolates and chocolates.
He has that intro perfectly. It's the same every time.
Fuck this shit!
Why did he get the fucking toughest microwave available? He like fucking jumped onto a brick. What the fuck is that, a titanium microwave? Just listen to this clunk.
Fuck this shit!
It would have been lighter to jump on a bed of broken glass. It would have hurt less. God damn. It's like the Nokia of microwaves. This guy's awesome.
Oh my, I hope you like it. Whoop whoop.
How do I know that's barbed wire?
Fuck this shit! Oh, fuck!
I don't know if it was real barbed wire or not, but he sold the performance. That'll get a like from me.
This is super
I just love the title.
This is for chocolate.
Butt Buster onto mini cactus toy cars.
Fuck this shit! Oh, my... Whoop, whoop.
Does he just jump into the dumpster, or is there like a WWE stunt here as well?
Whoop, whoop. Oh god!
Oh, I could do that too.
Oh!
That gets a like, whatever. Underwhelming compared to his other stunts, such as elbow strapping a microwave, but whatever, it's fine. He even throws the shirt in the same place.
God! Oh, fucking
Damn, he really caught a bad angle there. Oh, I forgot to leave it a like. Like, his body is made for these flying elbows.
Fuck this shit!
Oh,
fucking God!
he missed it with his elbow. Should make him my stunt double. Yeah, for when I get into the WWE tricks.
Let's do this.
This guy's getting sponsors for this? Fuck yeah. Hope they're dropping him a crisp 10K for this stunt. Reimbursing him for the hospital bills. Don't do it! Well, as advertised, it's not even a bush. That was like one plant and then dirt. It's not even a stunt. I can do that. What I can't do is fucking powerbomb onto a microwave. I didn't like that one. Don't brace. Don't brace. Don't brace. Braced.
Oh my fucking God! Oh my... oh, fuck.
Try watching Room Raiders or Man vs. Beast.
I'll excuse that one because that mousetrap fucking shot out like a cannon. It's like someone hit a piñata, like his belly was the piñata and they got mousetraps out of it instead of candy. Drinking hot sauce and running into metal gate. Why is this NFL style? Since when is the NFL known for drinking hot sauce and running into a metal gate? I don't really know that from the John Madden's playbook. Oh my God, just like the NFL! Holy shit, his form is flawless. Well, I'll leave it a like for the NFL style. If this was real NFL style, he'd be beating his wife as well. He's not even committed.
This is superhuman shit to that mic.
Hey, why is he wearing glasses? Did he do a flying eye drop onto a microwave? Yeah, get him. Get him! I'll leave it a like. It was just really quick and to the point. Fair enough. So he's only improving.
Fuck this shit!
He hasn't even reached his full potential. Like, that one's a real stunt. Like, that one definitely be hard to fake. All 150 pounds is hitting that microwave of steel. On YouTube, you can find all kinds of people doing the most dangerous shit imaginable. Slapping raw meat on their body and swimming in the ocean open waters. Taking bug bites and stings from poisonous creatures just to feel the pain and rate it on a scale. Jumping out of planes and waiting to parachute to the last possible second. Giving a hot take about some type of drama going online. You can find people doing absolutely death-defying stunts and shit. But above all of this sits the most dangerous niche of content on the platform. Backyard wrestling. There are so many channels that I've found that have like less than 100 subscribers that are doing these backyard wrestling events where they are just beating the shit out of each other for real. Now, of course, everyone knows that, you know, WWE, AEW, it's sports entertainment. It is wrestling entertainment. The outcomes are predetermined, the moves are choreographed, but that doesn't discredit the athleticism required or how brutal the stunts are for the human body. So those are professional athletes doing it, and even they are breaking their necks, breaking bones, concussions frequently. So you take that kind of activity and bring it to people that can't even spell their own name, and you get a fucking disaster. For anyone that grew up in the 90s, you probably remember just how crazy backyard wrestling was. You had extreme backyard wrestling like the CZW, which I believe stood for Combat Zone Wrestling, where they were taking real barbed wire bats and just actually annihilating each other with them. I watched one where a guy took a weed whacker to someone's stomach and split his stomach open. Like, you know, breaking beer bottles on each other's heads. Backyard wrestling was about as wild and wacky as it could get, and while it's not as popular now as it was back then, it still is a pretty popular niche on YouTube in terms of how many backyard wrestling organizations there are. And I'm using the term organizations lightly because these aren't like official entities or anything like that. It's like three brothers and one of their friends who set up a kiddie pool in their backyard and start hitting each other with mailboxes and call it the fucking South Alabama Home for Badassery Wrestling Federation or something like that. But there's so many of them that do that, And they do it for real. They actually just start brutalizing each other. It goes insano style. And there's one channel in particular I want to talk about and show today. A channel where the wrestlers are, without exaggeration, risking their lives for YouTube views and wrestling fame. To die in the ring and be sent straight to the wrestling Valhalla. It's called POR Wrestling. Profits of Regret, I believe is what it stands for. Maybe it stands for probably overdosed right now wrestling. Actually, if that was it would actually be porn. I didn't even plan that, but what a beautiful coincidence. But the thing is, these wrestlers are risking everything. All to an audience of 7,000 subscribers they've built up over the course of, I believe, 5 years. So they're getting roughly 1,000 subscribers and some change per year for this level of danger. It seems not worth it if you ask me, but they just fucking love it. It's an extreme sport, extreme entertainment sport activity. They call it POR stunts, and they got into wrestling. And I'd like to show you the clip that I found initially from them that blew me away and actually scared me. I still think about it from time to time.
He just lit it on fire.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh my God, what is this? Holy crap, he just blasted Jamal.
Wizard!
With a flaming
He just blasted the wizard!
Oh my gosh, Jamal's out of it, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy shit!
Holy shit! Oh my God! Oh my God! Out of nowhere, a car just slammed into Jamal the Wizard. Holy crap, Jamal is...
Yeah, this dude just gets absolutely blasted by a speeding vehicle going 20 plus miles per hour. And there's no smoke and mirrors here. The man just actually takes a full-blown hit from a vehicle. Now, of course, the guy in front, the one that hit him with the flaming bamboo stick, he wanted no part of it. So you can see him try and like pretend like he got hit. So he like jumps out of the way and like flops on the floor like a fish. I think what was supposed to happen is they both get hit by the car, but at the last second, this guy's like, this dude just put a brick on the accelerator. I'm getting nowhere near it. So he gets out of the way and jumps. But the other guy commits to it. He's like, you know what? If I'm going out doing what I love. So he takes a full hit from a car. No safety equipment or anything. Now, of course, him getting hit with the flaming bamboo stick wasn't real. He didn't, like, fully hit him with it or anything like that. But all of the blood on his face is, because the match prior to this was using sharp objects and shit. So it's about as real as it can get while still being, like, loosely rehearsed. But I'm pretty sure him taking a direct hit from a fucking time-traveling DeLorean going 88 miles per hour was probably done on the first take here without any prior rehearsal for it. He probably just signed up on a whim saying, fuck it. Yeah, you can hit me with a car, that's fine. After he just finished butt-chugging 5 moonshines in his bathtub. And, you know, they did it live. They really did go for it and pulled it off.
Oh my God,
James, this is the craziest thing I've seen in wrestling.
Is he even alive?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Look who it is.
We should have freaking known. JJ Escobar just ran Jamal over with a car.
What the hell is he doing in here?
What in the world? I know Jamal and JJ.
Look at the carnage.
They show a replay on the Jumbotron, but I'm not going to show that. It is a very real hit that he takes. I'm pretty sure he was okay based on what I've read. However, he did not return to POR wrestling from what I've seen. His name was Jamal the Wizard, and I think he retired after this. Whether or not that was by his own choice or highly recommended by his doctors. I don't think he is still competing. I haven't seen him return. And from what I've read, he was okay from this incident, but just didn't want to continue in the league. Which I think is understandable. When you take a hit from a car like this for, 11,000 views on YouTube, whatever this was, it's probably one of those things where you have to weigh the pros and cons. Like, is it worth it? Maybe not.
Let's go, Seisky. Let's fucking go, baby. Oh, shit.
Yep, this is another very real stunt involving a speeding vehicle. This one looks like it's pushing like fucking 40, 50 miles per hour here. This bad boy was zooming. And it blasts through a camper and crashes into like a garage in the back or something. It looks like a scene out of the Dukes of Hazzard. The danger in this one was astronomical, not only for the wrestlers, but everyone even around the vicinity. All the spectators could have just died. Like, there were so many ways that people could have been hurt here, I don't even know where I'd start with naming them. It could have shot glass and debris at the crowd, which I'm sure it did, but they don't care. You know, they're probably so fucking drunk they didn't even feel it. You know, hey, Grandpappy, you got a piece of that window lodged in your oblique. You alright? He's like, yeah, I don't feel it. It's fine. Let's see what's happening over here with the wrestlers. He might get a 3 count on this pin. And speaking of the wrestlers, the dude hits him with like this crazy atomic power bomb through 2 tables and 12 light tubes. And I believe those are real light tubes. They're not using sugar glass or anything like that. As far as I know, they're using like actual light tube fluorescent lights. So the little glass there. And it knocks the guy out. He ends up unconscious and bleeding. And he does get the 3 count, not to spoil the ending. So the guy with the mask wins. But it feels like everywhere that guy goes, it's like the GTA 5 Chaos mod where cars are just shooting all over the place. It's fucking crazy. Another extremely dangerous stunt for so little views on YouTube. It just really feels like it's not worth that risk. But even as of today, they are still going and the danger is still there. They posted 3 weeks ago as of the time of me making this video, and they are still just as fucking extreme as ever from what I've been able to tell. It's wild. They do not let up. They have a passion for danger, and my God, nothing's gonna stop them from it. I still can't even believe the level of stunts that they do here, because it's not just like a life or death situation for the people involved in the actual, you know, extreme entertainment showcase. It's anyone around them. That car could have absolutely, while speeding at the camper, taken a bad swerve by hitting like a slick in the mud there, or hitting something and swerving into the crowd and just hitting them like bowling pins. There's just so much that could have went wrong there, and they just said, fuck it, let it ride anyway. But yeah, I just wanted to briefly talk about this because I started thinking about backyard wrestling again. Because, I mean, growing up, I used to be a fan of it. I used to watch a lot of it. I even had the old Xbox game, Backyard Wrestling. It was fun. And somehow it's still around and probably more extreme now than ever, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of a bold claim to make, but fear of the unknown is probably the most popular fear on the planet. I feel like most people are afraid of things they don't fully understand, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. And I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this, but I am fascinated and disturbed by a very popular branch of TikTok live streaming content that's blowing up right now. I'm like a dog when you get a vacuum cleaner out. I cower in fear because I really don't understand it. Now, TikTok live streams already have a reputation for being horrible. It's just an absolute wasteland. It's full of trash, more so than a landfill. I don't think there's ever even accidentally been a good TikTok live stream, except for the time a ton of people were illegally rebroadcasting the Super Bowl on there. Just going onto that platform to watch live streams is like going to an active war zone to tiptoe around landmines, but in this case, there's no safe spot to tiptoe. You always hit a landmine of fucking cringe.
Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ooh. Ice cream so good. Yeah, strong woman. Balloon. Yeah, strong woman.
This is what we're here to talk about. This is some kind of NPC live streaming trend where TikTok creators go live and then just act like NPCs here. Someone really summed it up best by saying that this feels like someone canceling combos in a fighting game. She just keeps randomly emoting like if you're spamming taunts in Chivalry 2 or in like Super Smash Bros. Melee. Show me your moves. Oh, show me your moves. Show me your moves. I don't know how long she streams for, but it's gotta be fucking exhausting. It is non-stop jingling keys with no breaks. Because she's smart. She knows that on TikTok, kids leave if there's even a split second of dead air. Silence is the #1 enemy on TikTok. Silence is the devil. It's like the opposite of a quiet place where you have to be quiet to keep monsters away. This is the loud fucking doofusville platform where you have to be making as much noise as possible, and stimulation out the wazoo, or else people immediately turn it off. Which is why most popular videos have like 5 different tiny videos inside of them, like cutting soap in half with a knife, or the loud sounds of 5 trash cans being slammed together like cymbals while Temple Run's playing on the bottom right and GTA 5's on the top left. And she's come up with a more effective money-making strategy than free armor trimming in RuneScape. She is constantly acting out tips. So, people tip her, and she acts out the associated emoji with it, which incentivizes more people to keep tipping, which keeps supplying the stream with the NPC content.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, strong woman. Yes, strong woman. Slay, huh? Oh, take your gaps. I love you. Slay, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yes, strong woman. Ugh. Fire. Butterfly. Beautiful. Okay. Fire. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Oh, where's my feet? Ooh, gang, 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 gang. Yes, popcorn. Gang, 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 gang. Fire. Gang, gang. Pop. Amazing. Ooh.
For those that don't know how it works, on TikTok, they're so quirky and raw XD random that instead of just donating to a creator on live, you tip them with like emojis. So you give them like some roses or a dragon or a galaxy or a lemon or some shit like that. And then the creator can take this random assortment of Microsoft clip art and then turn it into money. So that's what's happening here. She's getting these tips and then she's just doing a short little performance with the tips as like an NPC. And on TikTok, it seems like people are constantly tipping. It seems like one of people's favorite pastimes on TikTok lives is giving away all of the money they have to their name. Like, these kids are like 12 years old and just give their whole allowance to TikTok creators in order for an actual split second of acknowledgement. So here, she doesn't actually like acknowledge the donators. She just acknowledges the dumbbell, for example. And she'll do like a little performance when you tip a dumbbell. I don't know how much money that is. Fucking 5 glue bucks or something. I have no idea what the conversion rate in money to emote is on TikTok. But that's the whole strategy, and it's very effective. She's not the only one doing it, but she is the most popular right now. And she is engaging in a bit of whimsical silliness by having a hair iron out and popping individual popcorn kernels with it. So that's just another like piece of the puzzle here for keeping people hooked on it, because it's so weird and wacky that it makes it mysterious and mystical. Like, oh my god, she's cooking popcorn with a hair iron, kernel by kernel, slowly? Why, I gotta message my friends to turn off the Finger Family videos. We gotta get in here quickly. They gotta see this. She's cooking popcorn with a hair iron. There's nothing like it. You don't want to miss it. So it works out really well because it's a combination, a perfect storm, a geostorm for everything that works on TikTok. Perpetual stimulation while, you know, being able to constantly spam the emotes and talking so there's never any silence, while also having that like XD random with the popcorn and hair iron, which is something that does very well on TikTok. So she's fucking crushing it. Now there's a lot of copycats doing it. So the big trend is a ton of TikTok creators like her doing this exact same performance, and they all do well, but she's by far the biggest. So they like move around, like they have idle animations. It's like you're on the Choose Your Fighter screen in Mortal Kombat, but for them, the only fatality they have is fucking cringe.
Yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me read it, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yes, yes, yes. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good. Oh, take it, I am. You got me feeling like a queen, huh? Slay, huh? Slay, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good. Balloon. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Oh, what is that? Gang, gang. Balloon. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good.
If this isn't evidence of people's brains devolving thanks to TikTok, I don't know what is. This is the purest example of what's happening with your brain on TikTok, where now all you need is just noise and you're entertained. Again, it's the same performance every time. She has a set list of how she responds to the emotes, and she doesn't deviate from it, and she very rarely breaks character. She only broke character one time over the last, 4 days I've seen this, and it was brief, very brief, actually just 5 seconds, and then right back into it. There's no interaction. There's nothing beyond just seeing the same emotes over and over again. It's like if you watched a 10-hour compilation of the same 5 Fortnite emotes repeated forever. And you keep tuning in every day and you're giving money to it in order to keep fueling the perpetual motion machine. Very smart on her end, but man, I don't get how she is like averaging 40,000 viewers all watching the same performance every fucking day. It's mind-blowing to me. It's baffling. Nothing but respect to the creators capitalizing off of this here, but nothing but shame for seeing the state that entertainment for young people is in. I was just talking about Skibidi Toilet yesterday, like actually applauding it by saying, finally, a piece of content I think is pretty solid in a sea of dog shit content for kids. There was finally something like a bright light at the end of the tunnel with Skibidi Toilet. Finally something that looked like maybe good content still exists for kids. And then immediately I started jumping into this rabbit hole with the NPC live streams, and I'm right back to where I started, where I feel like every single kid is doomed to failure for the rest of their life thanks to their brain being rotted by TikTok. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it pretty interesting. In the never-ending pursuit for internet clout and attention, no price is too high. Some degenerates on TikTok would sacrifice their own grandmother if it meant they could film a TikTok over her open casket at the funeral in order to get some followers and likes out of her tragic demise. There is just simply no depths they won't sink to. Of course, most of the shit on TikTok is fake in order to farm impressions out of it, and I'm sure you've seen it all. Fake pranks, fake rage, fake titties, but I can promise you, you probably haven't seen what I'm about to show you today. A fake suicide savior. A guy decided to try and make a viral video out of portraying himself as some kind of angel who saves a man from jumping off of a parking garage and killing himself.
On my way home from work, I noticed a teenager leaning over the parking garage. It could just be someone chilling, but it's really high up and he looks young.
What a remarkable situation we've already entered into here. This guy is a master writer. He should be working for Scorsese. A beautifully crafted narrative already. Let's suspend disbelief for a moment. So you're on your way home from work, and for some reason your attention is drawn to a teenager on top of a parking garage, and you connect dots that, wow, this guy might be up there to kill himself. How do you even reach that conclusion? And then why would you then take out your phone and film him from a distance? Like, what is the thought process there? And then also the statement of he could be chilling, but he looks young and it's high up. What does him looking young have to do with anything? Why does that matter? It could be a 95-year-old geriatric man up there. The situation doesn't change. It's just somebody on top of a parking garage looking out. It's not exactly suspicious behavior. I absolutely love that this is the best his brain could cook up. All of his neurons were firing, and this is what they produced. This is his maximum potential. This pile of dog shit. Obviously fake and scripted, yet was good enough to convince some troglodytes on TikTok that it was real. And they were patting him on the ass, telling him that he's a hero, and that the Lord chose him as a guardian angel to save that guy's life. It was actually pretty sad to read, honestly. But yeah, he's now going up to the rooftop to have a conversation, a stern talking to with the man up top in order to try and save him.
I'm going to go up there and just make sure everything is okay. Then I got there and noticed him pacing back and forth. Time to go talk. Then this happened. You never know when someone just needs a hug. Be there.
I had tears in my eyes the first time I watched this. This benevolent saint, he set up his camera and filmed himself going over there to save a life in order to teach all of us that sometimes someone just needs a hug. An overall positive message done selfishly because he just did this to farm some likes and have people praise him for being some kind of hero because they're 11 years old and don't realize it's all fake. I just love this entire thing here. He sets up his camera before going over to talk to the suicidal person. Now let's just have a little fun and suspend disbelief. Let's assume everything we just watched was real and genuine. What a silly and whimsical idea from this guy to get his phone out before going to talk to him. Like, holy shit, this guy might actually kill himself. Where's my phone? Where's my fucking phone? I need to set this up properly. Oh, the lighting's bad. Hey, loser. If you're gonna kill yourself, you're gonna jump, can you do it over there? The lighting's better. The sun's like casting a bad shadow. Can you do it over there? It's for a better shot. My framing's off. Like, you've actually got to be fucked in the head to try and farm some internet clout out of, like, a legitimate suicide situation. Like, that is beyond deplorable. So, obviously, it's all fake. The guy isn't actually suicidal. He wasn't on the verge of jumping. It's a friend of his that was doing him a favor. It's one of his buddies. And together, the two of them did a fusion dance with their smooth brains and hatched this idea for the fake suicide-saving video to hopefully get some likes out of it. And it only moderately succeeded. This isn't like his best performing video or anything like that. In fact, it didn't even really get big. So he ended up just making a fucking fool out of himself for no reason and embarrassing himself publicly. But he did have about 100 or something people in the comments all praising him. A couple other people in the comments did say, like, yeah, it might be fake and scripted, but it's a positive message. And you're not wrong. The message is positive, yeah. Sometimes maybe a person could use a hug. A consensual hug. And not like a just jump scare hug where you squeeze them like a tube of Go-Gurt, you know? Just a nice, friendly hug might be a helpful thing. So I guess the message overall isn't bad, but it's done because he wanted to gain from it, and he tried to play it off like this was a real thing that happens. I'd be more inclined to believe that this is a good guy trying to spread a good message if his other fake shit wasn't so vain like this.
Walking back to my car when I noticed this guy taking pics in front of it. I was totally cool with it until he started to sit on it.
Yeah. Can I see the inside? Yeah, hold on. Let me just get the keys out of my bag. Bro, thank you, man. So crazy, man. This is my dream car.
Well, you can't find the keys, bro?
Dude, they gotta be here.
What's this then?
What do you... Wait,
it's my fucking car, bro. Get out of here.
When he's not doing the old peck dance on TikTok, he's flexing his expensive cars and his wealth and making these little fake pranks and situations around them. I also had a good giggle at that one in particular because I'm pretty sure the guy that was leaning on his car is the same guy from his suicide script, and also he forgot to remove the fucking rental tag from the keychain. That is a goddamn rented car that I'm sure they got just for the sake of banging out some fake TikTok pranks. So it's not even his ride to begin with. So it really feels like a guy that's just desperate for attention, so he really thought by pretending to save someone from killing themselves, it'd help blow up his TikTok career. But that kind of fell flat. It put it on my radar though, because I love seeing goofy shit like this and people like sinking to the absolute depths of hell to scrounge together the most awful ideas and actually going through with them. I think there's nothing more shameful than trying to pretend like you saved someone from killing themselves. There's really no justification for it. You went through the effort of making this shittily acted B-movie Hallmark thing to try and like make yourself seem like some kind of hero or great person. It'd of course be worse if this was a real situation where he actually did encounter someone going through such a hard time they were considering suicide and he decided to try and use them as a prop for his own gain. So I guess in the grand scheme of things, choosing between two evils, this was the lesser one. At least he faked it. It wasn't actually a suicidal person that he tried to farm for internet clout. But I will say he's somewhat of a pioneer, I've got to be honest. I haven't seen someone fake something like this before, and it's pretty low. It's not the worst fake shit I've ever seen online. That still goes to fake animal rescue videos. Those absolute sick fucks. For those that don't know, on YouTube there is a very popular genre of content where these absolute scumbag pieces of shit take animals and put them in dangerous situations like fighting a snake. Sometimes they even like run over their leg with a tire, so they put the animal under a car tire, and then they film themselves saving the animal as if they just encountered it and now they're gonna save it and take care of it. It's so fucking gross. And those are still extremely popular on video. Fuck those fake animal rescue videos. That shit is awful. I know I'm getting a little off topic, I'm getting carried away, but that makes me just absolutely heated to know that that shit still exists. But, bringing it back to the topic, faking this kind of thing I still think is extreme. The only thing I know about Kik is when Tinder was first becoming a thing, there was a ton of Kik bots where you'd match with them, and the first thing I do is like, hey, you want to see me spread my pussy? Check me out on Kik. But obviously everyone knows that it's a scam and a bot, so I never knew anyone that actually went to it, and that's all I know about Kik. So, from what I understand, it's supposed to just be like a messenger app, right? So is it like WhatsApp? Do we have any like Kik enthusiasts in here? It's for grooming and catfishing. Seems like a pretty risky business model. Like officially, that's what they target? Man, no one has anything nice to say about Kik. Why does it exist? What the fuck? This is all horrible. This all sounds miserable. Jesus Christ. Ooh, this is like a full-blown movie here from Tuve. Unfriended on
Hey
Kik.
guys, welcome back.
Lay it out for me. I don't know shit
I don't
about
know about y'all, but Kik Messenger ran my middle school in 2013 to 2016. If you thought a girl was cute, your first word should have been, "Hey, yo, what's your Kik?" or "Add me on Kik."
Man,
Keep
what
in
the
mind,
fuck?
this was before Kik Messenger was created on October 19th,
Thanks, you're so goof
2010,
and
and it
fluffy.
was and still is a mobile messaging app available on the App Store and Google Play Store. In September 2019, Kik CEO and founder Ted Livingston announced in a blog post that Kik Messenger would be shut down with over 100 employees being laid off. However, this decision was later reversed, and it was that same month Media Lab acquired Kik. Like I was saying, Kik was so goated back in the day, but nowadays, if you talk to anyone about Kik, first of all, they're gonna laugh at you. But also,
when was Kik founded? Was it like just after my time? Because I never heard of Kik until Tinder because of scams. Oh, did he say 2010? I didn't even hear that. Sorry. I guess I got too hyper focused on it. Yeah, I missed that whole wave, man. But what about Yik Yak? Do we have any old Yik Yak fans? Yik Yak ran my campus for like 2 semesters, or 2 years probably, before it got banned. Yik Yak was like a local chat app. So at my college, everyone would go on there and just post house party addresses.
The whores. The horrors, guys, not the whores. The horrors. So just like the Discord video, we spoke about the dangers on this specific app. It ranged from groomers to doxers. However, like I was saying, this app is not mainstream anymore. Since this app is so under the radar, this is abusers' favorite app. It's very cool, right? So as you can see, we have like Fortnite, for example. We have
Let's go to the Naruto one.
Just things kids like. But if you click any of those topics, by the way, this is right when you download the app, they're all overrun by sex and porn group chats. People bypass this by using the host word at the beginning and then simply adding filler to the rest. Joining them will cause a bunch of sex bots to message you and send you scam links. Some keywords such as child or anything inappropriate will result in nothing. Kik blacklisted those words.
This is exactly what I thought
like they're
Kik was.
protecting the kids, right? No, let's keep talking. And they told me that a popular method abusers use on this app is by looking up sad or depression group chats and will prey on children that are looking for someone to talk to, aka a shoulder to lean on. You can apply that to any case, but I just didn't know. I don't know, man. If I didn't know that, I feel like other people don't know that, and I just want to make you guys aware of that. That's a method abusers will use. These abusers will look up depression chat or LGBT chat simply to prey on vulnerable minors. And this is a huge problem on the app. There are articles and articles.
The big problem is anyone downloading the app, it sounds like.
Put into place.
Sounds like just downloading the app should flag the FBI.
About CP. Yeah, the live section is extremely sexual and revolves around girls getting money from simps, or guys too. I even joined and asked if you could make a living on the app like one would on Twitch.
How does the donating system work? What is the... So that is, if you would like to donate and tip your streamer guy, you hit that gift box at the bottom. The wheels, it's hard to know what they are, but they like spin like this, and they're mystery wheels. It says mystery. And then you could hit a bonus.
Oh. Nice. Let's go.
Because he's like, I'm waiting. Let's
I
see
don't
what
get
you
it.
got to
Can
say.
you dig in and
Tough.
tell me a little
Come on.
more? Whoop, there it goes.
She saw me in the nudie.
Sarah and I saw each other talk.
Give her the dragon.
Changing into our panties and bras. Can people make living off of going live on Kik? Sure, guy, if you're cool enough. If you suck, then no. I mean, maybe if you suck, you could. If you know what I mean.
The live section is definitely not for kids. I mean,
hey, what are you talking about? That was good. That was high quality stuff.
So now let's head on over to Kik's contradictions. The worst thing about the app is the
I'm signing up.
Demographic. From everything
that looks
I've
like
just
great
told
live
you,
streams.
You'd expect this to be an 18+ sex app, right? No. The minimum age to use Kik is 13 years old. And this is a document taken from their website, Kik.com. Want to know the name of the document? Kik's Guide for Parents. Yes. That's probably going to be their excuse. They're probably going to be like, well, actually, we always tell the kids to get their parents to give them permission first. It's like, no.
To be fair, and not to defend Kik, it is absolutely a parent's responsibility to monitor what their kids download and engage on the internet. I am so tired of parents blaming companies. The parents have a fucking responsibility to actually be a parent. It's not up to the internet to raise the kids. Now, this obviously shouldn't be accessible to kids in the first place. Like, this is just like a dog shit degenerate app. But I'm speaking on the whole. Fucking parents don't do shit anymore and blame everyone but themselves when, like, oh my god, my kid was... He left YouTube Kids app, and instead of getting Finger Family, he watched, Ludwig talk about why he's not his friend. And now all of a sudden my kid's crying, and I'm fucking pissed at Ludwig, and YouTube ruined everything. You know, it's like, do some parenting. It makes me so frustrated. That is one of, like, my biggest pet peeves. Thanks to the gift sub Jinx and the resub Croven. It's been like that for the last, like, 3 years, I'd say. It's gotten really bad. Especially on YouTube, where they keep having to, like, pressure YouTube, like, YouTube fucking hates kids. YouTube ruins kids' lives. When it's like, you just let your kids go on YouTube completely unmonitored. And then they found a Nexpo video on a morbid topic or something. Like, it's your fault. You suck.
If you see this video, or if people are outraged by this or some shit, either remove all the sexual content from the app, clean up the hashtags and sex bots, or simply make the app 18 plus everywhere.
True, it should just be an 18 plus app.
Kick. Like, no, this is a sex app. It is clearly a sex app. Look at this. Do you guys see this?
No, I can't.
13 plus, right?
I can't see it. Just paint a picture. Is it Goatsy?
Chatting with single
Blue
guys,
Waffle?
21. Oh my god. You will see explicit photos. Please be discreet. What is that an IP address? What did you just send me? And you know, it's so weird.
Don't click it.
The same profile picture. Dude, I mean,
Thanks,
literally,
Brian Baca.
think about it. A kid downloads this app, right? Ooh, Pokemon. Let's go to Pokemon. There are nudes right there. There are nudes right there in the app, right? It's horrible.
How cool is that, right?
A guide for the
you
parents,
get Pokemon
in their right mind
and tits.
And some group chats actually do help people. Like I was saying, there are depression chats where people do help each other, but it's like such a gem to
just
find
go
an
somewhere
actual
else.
group chat with humans.
Why stay on
or at
Kik?
least decent
just
humans.
go to Discord.
There's no point in downloading the app or depending on the
fucking
app.
Skype. I don't know, man. Why stay there?
Please fix your app. Please fix the ratings. Do something about it. And I'll see you guys next time I upload.
Bye, Tov. Nice. Well, that was interesting. I can't believe Kik Messenger is still alive. I really can't. Discord with Discord mod and admins. Yeah, but the thing is, on Discord, you can still just take those people from Kik, like that are human beings, and just make your own Discord. It's not like you're going to interact with the moderators. You can just talk to them on there. Right? Like, you don't have to actually interact with, like, a Discord mod and Wumpus and Springle. I mean, God rest their soul, they've been retired now, but... You know, you don't have to actually interact with them at all.
My husband and I have removed the bottoms of all of our shoes.
Has the world gone mad? Jump in Jehoosaphat, cutting the bottoms of your shoes off so you can walk around in the city streets barefoot and into businesses barefoot is absolute insanity. But that's TikTok for you, baby.
We decided to start walking barefoot, and one of our followers had a great idea. Since some businesses don't want us being completely barefoot, if we cut off the bottom of our shoes, it'll allow us to be barefoot but blend in with everyone else.
It's the perfect plan, the masters of disguise. Hats off to that follower there, shoes off to that follower there, who suggested this fucking stinker of an idea. The barefoot Batman giving them a symbol of hope here. Why not just cut the bottoms of your shoes off so you can walk around barefoot all the time? I bet they said it as a joke because it's the most outlandish suggestion they could think of, and these goobers bought into it hook, line, and sinker. No one will ever know that you're actually barefoot underneath the skeleton of your shoes. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, big business. Also, it's really comical to me that the husband is wearing socks in the house. So they walk around the city streets barefoot, but draw the line at walking around their own home barefoot. What, is your house dirtier than the fucking city streets? You don't trust your own house floors, but you trust the city streets that are covered in poop and all kinds of other bodily fluids and chemicals and yuckiness? But you get the heebie-jeebies thinking about walking around your own home barefoot. Ooh, I would never walk around here without protection on. I'm double layering my socks today, actually. Do you not clean your own floors or something? It makes no sense to me. That's so weird that they'll wear socks in their house, but not in public. They're just full-blown barefoot, letting it be raw.
This is a huge commitment, but we were willing to make it. These are our favorite shoes. Our shoe collection is worth more than $20,000. But this is a sacrifice we're willing to take because walking barefoot means the world to us.
Rest in peace, 20,000 bones. That's a lot of money to just flush down the shitter just to be able to secretly walk around barefoot. Far be it for me to question what people are passionate about, but why this? You know, I'm a bit of a daredevil myself, a bit of a rebel. I like to walk around barefoot in the comfort of my own fucking home, where it makes sense to get my little hobbit stompers out and just roam around here. Why sacrifice 20 grand just to do it in secrecy? Like, you can't just wear shoes for a little bit. You have to be barefoot all the time. It's almost like a fetish at that point, it feels like. They can't help themselves. It's so weird to me because it's a dangerous thing to do. I remember back in college when my campus would do like shoe drives where we donate shoes. My roommates and I did it once, and we walked back barefoot, and my buddy cut his foot on a piece of broken glass and just gashed that shit open. Now, amplify that danger times 20x because you're just walking around the city streets barefoot. It just doesn't make sense. Plus, you're risking, of course, like disease, infection, and shit. Like, probably get like fucking hookworm and COVID, and those two mash together and form like COVID turbo strain or some shit. I don't know. It just doesn't compute. You can't just wear shoes for a little while. You have to just ruin 20 grand worth of shoes to be barefoot secretly because businesses don't want you barefoot inside there, which is a totally reasonable thing to not want because it's gross.
The benefits of walking barefoot are priceless, so now our shoes are worth more than money could ever be. So today we got to work and started removing the bottoms.
The benefits of walking around barefoot, huh? That had me scratching at my chinny chin chin, so I did a little research. There are some stated benefits of walking around barefoot. On grass, in nature, where again, that makes sense. Not dirty ass city streets that are covered in poop and in fucking grime and grease and filth. Or on like the floors of businesses, which again are going to be covered in all kinds of shit. The benefits of walking around barefoot are minimal at best, but there are some, and it's all in nature. Like in the forest, on the beach, like literally anywhere besides just contaminated city streets. This is just vile and disgusting. I bet if you brought out a Geiger counter and held it to this couple, that shit would blast off the charts. They're gonna need Radaway or something after a single trip to the grocery store while barefoot in these incognito boots.
We weren't sure if this was going to be easy or hard, and it ended up being pretty easy. We made little shelves where our toes are and our heels are. We made a little lip on the bottom of the shoe where our toenails will go so they can latch on, so we'll actually be able to hold on to the shoe while trying to walk without the bottom. And we did the same thing for our heels. The experience of cutting off the bottoms of our shoes was very freeing and detoxifying, just like walking barefoot is.
The word detoxify has completely lost all meaning. It's just a useless buzzword now. It's truly baffling how far we've fallen, but that's the beauty of brain rot. Yes, I start every morning with a dirt and urine smoothie while walking around barefoot to improve my connection to the earth and realign my chakras to detoxify my body. Absolute lunacy. You're not detoxifying anything by walking around dirty-ass city streets barefoot. You are actively toxifying yourself. If anything, there's all kinds of sewage and shit that spills onto the pavement that you're now just barefoot raw dogging. And even outside of that, you could step on like a small piece of metal or something, give yourself tetanus. Like, there's so much risk associated with this and no benefit whatsoever. What do you get? The ability to wiggle your toes a little bit in the open air on the pavement? Yippee! It's just so stupid, and they're trying to preach about it like it's a good thing, and this is supposed to be a tutorial for other barefoot enthusiasts. So that way you can go incognito while barefoot in businesses and on the city streets. Who would want that? Why?
So after we cut the bottoms off, we decided to try it out. So we went to our favorite store, Sephora, and as you know, they don't really like us in here without shoes. I needed to grab a few things for a trip we're going on. The experience was absolutely perfect.
I love the dichotomy between we walk around barefoot because it's good to detoxify and it's freeing and whatever, and then going right into Sephora, which has more chemicals than the goddamn plant Homer Simpson works at. Of course, I have no problem with Sephora whatsoever, but I just really would have thought a couple like this that's so desperate to be barefoot that they'll destroy a $20,000 shoe collection just to cut out the soles so they can be barefoot on the grossest surfaces possible would be really apprehensive about going to a store like Sephora, which has like a lot of really unnatural ingredients in a lot of their products. So it was just weird to me. And it starts to make me wonder if this is all just performative. Like, I feel as though there's a chance they don't actually walk around barefoot ever, and this was just for the sake of being quirky and unique on TikTok. And that's also helped by the fact that the dude was wearing socks in his house. If they really loved their bare tootsies out all the time, I bet he probably wouldn't even fucking own socks, let alone wear them in his own house. So I'm starting to think that they're just lying here and this is all just fake, but I'm not entirely sure. Either way though, it's fucking gross.
The workers came up to us, they talked to us, they even complimented our shoes. I definitely recommend this if you're trying to go incognito barefoot. It's the perfect way to get all the benefits of going barefoot, but also have no one know.
It's also the perfect way to contract the disease if you're looking for a speedrun percentage, because I'm guaranteeing you're going to pick something up along the way here for this journey. What a great tutorial and what a wonderful lesson. I also love how effective this is. Just look at how top secret this is. As her entire foot pokes out the side of this destroyed shoe casing, the corpse of that shoe is just hanging on by a thread here as her whole foot is exposed. I'm sure nobody knew. I'm sure they were completely in the dark. Of course, the workers, I would imagine, probably saw this, especially because the sound their feet would be making, slapping against the floor. Like, that's not the sound shoes make. I have no doubt they knew, but they probably just didn't want to deal with the headache of confronting people like this about it. Like, hey, excuse me, why are your dogs out underneath these shoes? We really would prefer if you came back later with shoes on. Can you please leave the store? They probably just didn't want to get into any kind of argument with people like this, so they just let it slide and were praying that they'd be in and out quickly for their stupid TikTok video. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because the insatiable appetite for internet affirmation that not only do you exist, but that you're special, drives people to do some wacky things. And one of the worst ways of getting this craved attention is through being a douchebag. And that's what I want to show you today. A young man so blinded by his low vitamin C levels, vitamin Clout, and in his desperate attempt to get this clout, decided to make an absolute fool out of himself on TikTok and ended up being its punching bag for about 24 hours because his whole idea was to just be an asshole.
Post Malone, you a bitch. You suck.
That's rude.
Thank you so much.
You a bitch. You a bitch. Post Malone suck.
What you just witnessed is one of TikTok's biggest and toughest men. A man who's feared even at the salty spittoon. What a absolute fucking Chad. Going to Post Malone's fan signing where Post Malone was just meeting with fans, signing their things, talking with them, and this guy marches all up, puffs out his chest, and just starts being an asshole. That's the entire piece of content. And you can tell that this guy's not insecure because the second he started being rude to Post Malone, he immediately ran away. So you know he's not afraid of anything. This guy wakes up every morning and drinks a glass of rusty fucking nails. He's so tough. So yeah, Post Malone got drive-by heckled by a rejected Jonas brother who's desperately trying to get any amount of internet points that he can get. And I just find the whole situation super sad. Not just for Post Malone, but for this guy as well, because this is just such an embarrassing thing that I think any level of self-awareness will have him regretting immensely at this moment, I would hope. But Post Malone, even if you don't like his music, you have to recognize he is one of like the most authentic and genuinely kind people in the music industry. I like Post Malone's music, but I recognize not everyone will. But even if you don't, like every interview I've ever seen from him, all of his Twitch streams, because he streams on Twitch, or at least he used to stream pretty actively on Twitch, every interaction I've ever seen from him just portrays a really kind person. So to go out of your way to be mean to someone like that takes a special kind of delusional douchebag. And even in the video here, you can see him smiling and talking to fans. He smiles at the guy who's about to be rude to him. And when he gets insulted, he just looks like actually hurt. He's just like, that was rude. And then he just keeps piling it on. Like, I don't know how you don't feel bad after the first time, but he doubles down on the douchery and continues to insult him. And he's just, you know, Post Malone's like, that's just fucking rude. Why would you say that? Like, it's so, like, rough to watch. Now, I don't know much about this kid, but he looks pretty young. I'm sure he's still suckling off his parents' finances like a parasite in order to pay for his trips to the hair salon every 2 weeks in order to match whatever the most trendy TikTok hairstyle is. But I really think he should have saved some of his allowance for a better phone. Instead of just blowing it on White Claw, he probably should have just saved up for a phone that would record in something beyond 140p. This video looks like it's straight from 2009. I don't even know how you have video quality this dog shit, this turbo ass in 2022. You have to be extremely incompetent in order to make your phone look this shitty in this day and age. Now, the whole goal with this stunt was to go viral, and it did. Mission accomplished. It got over 6 million views and is still getting views. But I guess he just wasn't really ready for that because he ended up going in full baby meltdown mode and took down the video and made a really embarrassing post about how it wasn't actually him in the video, it was his friend. Now, is it possible that it's actually not him? Sure, I suppose. There's some universe out there in the multiverse where that happens to be the truth, but I don't think that's where we're at right now. I think in this reality, he's just using the lamest and oldest excuse in the book. This is like that textbook cringy shit we used to do growing up, where if you send a text message to a girl and you regret it or she doesn't respond, you're like, oh, God, I'm so sorry. That was my friend that sent that. Oh, but stupid friend. I don't know why he'd say that. I'm not weird. My friend did that. Don't get mad at me. Not exactly a watertight response here, and I would have expected someone that puts up this persona of, I'm so tough and, you know, I'm such a badass, I'll go insult anyone on the street. I would have expected them to just, like, embrace the villain role, but it seems like they're just not built for that. They immediately just fold and just crumple in on themselves here, which of course makes it even more embarrassing for them. But I want to use this as, like, a little example of the drive to make a viral video where you just throw away common sense in the pursuit of numbers. This guy knew that this would get some attention, and he probably knew there would be some level of hate that came with it where people would get upset about it, but he clearly wasn't ready for the full response he got. He was just so blinded by the pursuit of internet clout that he made a dumb fucking decision and made himself look like a complete asshole on the internet, and that'll follow him around forever if he continues to try and be a TikTok star. Musical.ly is a platform where you lip sync to popular songs and act like a big douchebag in an attempt to sexually seduce children. In the 90s, the warning parents gave children was, hey, don't accept candy from strangers in a van. In 2018, the warning is, hey, don't go on Musical.ly. If you're above the age of 13 and using Musical.ly, you're either a pedophile or going through a very severe insecurity crisis. Now let's go ahead and look at some popular Musical.ly going on right now to a popular song. I don't know the song or anything, but I've seen the Musical.ly now, so let's go ahead and watch that together. I bet you weren't expecting that transformation. He went from a dweeb to a bad boy, a pussy slang magnet, from a dork to a bad boy, a gnarly man who's annihilating vaginis now. Be careful who you call ugly in middle school, because they might just turn out to be a sex offender on Musical.ly. When you're on Musical.ly, you just gotta get used to seeing a lot of tongues coming out from some very creepy looking men. I also like how Dr. Frankenstein also got in on the trend here with this one. He's reading directions for the fucking necromancy spell he's about to practice. This is a lot of bad boys we're seeing right now. It's like we're all having a That's So Raven flash to the future, but our future, all we see are the baddest boys. The amount of sleeveless leather jackets in these Musical.ly videos is absurd. It would make a biker gang jealous as fuck. Or maybe they'd ejaculate in envy of all the leather and shit. But the point I'm making is this really what being a bad boy looks like in 2018? Because if so, thank God. These are some cool fucking men right here. Musically has shown me that I should be embarrassed for having tattoos. I honestly think Musically is gonna make tattoos go extinct, drive that entire fucking market out of business, because they make it so embarrassing. They make tattoos look like the cringiest shit in the world. I've been a bad boy, and it's plain to see. I'm not weird, but let me see you pee. And then there's like that army guy, I don't know what he was doing there. I've been a bad boy. And then he swipes and he's in his army getup. That's the kind of shit that gets you kicked out of the army, I imagine, like fucking getting expelled like a misbehaving toddler. Gotta keep this shit on the down low here, Sergeant. Anyway, I mean, Musically's pretty fucking cool. I'll keep watching, because I'm hooked now. Hi there. I keep getting asked to talk about the Tide Pod Challenge, so I'll talk about that for a moment. For those of you who don't know what it is, it's where you eat a Tide laundry detergent pod, take a video and post it online, because apparently our species is devolving, and because the Tide Pods are colorful, that means they look like candy. Now, I think it's fucking dumb. That's nothing new. That's not a groundbreaking, valuable insight or perspective. It's not reinventing the wheel. It's not opening any third eyes. I think that's an opinion shared by anyone with common sense. But I do think I'm at that age where I just don't understand the new generation. I really don't get people that are younger than me anymore. I don't understand their music with their little pumps and their nonsense mumble rap that you have to walk through Google Translate just to even get it in English, and I don't even think it was ever in English in the first place. I think Google Translate just has doomsday protocols where if it can't make out what you type in, it just throws up the closest English word to whatever verbal queefing came from the rap song. I don't get why every rap song has to treat everyone like a child by teaching us what certain things sound like. For instance, the biggest one being guns. The gun goes bang, bang, brat, brat, and then coming through on my car, skirt, skirt. It's just so fucking childish. It's some elementary school shit, like when you press a button on one of the toys to tell you what a cow sounds like. I don't understand why everything is savage and lit now. I don't get why all the young people idolize internet personalities and worship them like boring-ass douchebags like Rice Gum and the Paul brothers. Just the worst braggadocio, fake personality pieces of shit there are. And the Tide Pod Challenge is another example of something I just don't understand. I really don't get why this would ever be an issue or a meme in the first place where people are actually dying from it and there has to be statements made by certified professionals, don't eat Tide Pods. Excuse me, I have a PhD in Tide Pod abstinence. Trust me, I know what I'm saying. I've done my research. It's just fucking dumb, you know? Why do you need a fucking Tide Pod avoidance expert to come on TV and tell you not to eat them? Now, since the Tide Pod Challenge has taken off in a big way, the Poison Control's hotlines have been ringing off the hook like a fucking 2004 radio station being requested Green Day songs by callers. And I'm no stranger when it comes to poison control. In fact, recently, about a month ago, a big fucking flying cockroach crawled up from my bathtub drain, and I had to battle with that motherfucker. It was like a clash of titans. It was some David versus Goliath shit. It was biblical. Cockroach, of course, being David, me being Goliath, even though I'm short enough where the cockroach and I would probably be eye level if on an even playing field. But anyway, for the sake of the story, I was Goliath, it was David, and I managed to trap it in a bucket. And the cockroach was definitely fast enough. It definitely had maxed out agility, 99 there. And if I had lifted that bucket, I don't think I would have been able to hit it in one swift motion and smash it. So instead I turned to Snapchat after I trapped it, and I was asking for suggestions on how to kill it. Tried filling up the bathtub with water and drowning it. It could swim, of course. It probably fucking brought scuba gear. It was well equipped. This was a special ops cockroach. Long story short, after a lot of other Scooby-Doo-esque suggestions, it wasn't enough to kill it. So another dude on Snapchat suggested bleach and ammonia to kill it. And like a fucking idiot, I was blinded by fear of this cockroach. I didn't think. And I did bleach and ammonia, and for those of you who don't know, it creates chlorine gas, which is, it's fatal. It can be fatal. So I'm fucking sitting there in my bathtub making chlorine gas, which, you know, it does kill the cockroach, luckily, but then I've got this fucking issue of, well, I've just poisoned my whole fucking bathroom, so call poison control and take care of that. The long story to go full circle here, I understand poison control. I've called them. That's kind of what I was saying, yeah. And now these Tide Pod stupid people are calling poison control as well. Those are some fucking heroes there at poison control with the amount of shit they have to put up with. Stupid stories like dudes making chlorine gas trying to kill a cockroach and people eating Tide Pods. Those are the fucking heroes we need to celebrate. But anyway, moving on, I kind of thought it'd be interesting to talk about how eating Tide Pods will kill you. Could kill you, not will. So what typically happens is most people who do this chew on it and it bursts. Now the second it bursts, your mouth is going to burn. Absolutely just... It gets lit up. It's gonna hurt like a bitch. If you swallow the detergent like some brave soldiers out there have done, it can burn your esophagus, burns your stomach lining. Most of the time, you're going to puke it up. Almost 100% of the time, you're going to puke it up. But those unlucky people who happen to have gasped or inhaled once it burst and it goes into their lungs, they're in a bit more of a sticky situation. The people who swallow it smoothly aren't really at a risk for dying from it. It's going to hurt really badly. It's going to burn your stomach hard and it's going to feel like shit. But when you inhale it, that's when you put yourself at a real risk of dying. So it can burn your lung lining, obviously, but what can happen when that happens is it starts filling up with fluid, and then you've got a lot of respiratory shit that's about to go wrong, and that's when people die from it. Mostly kids. Kids die from it, but some teenagers have died from the Tide Pod challenge as well, and that's how. It's not really from swallowing it, which does hurt you and can cause some long-term damage, but it's not typically fatal. It's when it gets into your lungs where you have the real issue. Not that that makes it okay to do it as long as you keep your fucking nose plugged and you don't breathe while you do it. That doesn't make it okay. Because, I mean, obviously it still carries that very big risk. But the people in these stories like this I feel most bad for aren't the dumb people that were stupid enough to do the Tide Pod challenge. It's the people that get affected if they die from it. It's embarrassing, really, more than anything. Like, shit. No one's going to want to tell your story how it actually happened. No one is going to want to say, how'd you lose your brother? Well, it was the Tide Pod challenge. That's just embarrassing. That's fucking sad more than anything. So if you're going to take the Tide Pod challenge, at least have a story backed up in case you do die from it. A good story. One that your family would be proud to tell. Something like, oh, how did Jefferson die? Well, our neighbor's house caught on fire and he heard 2 cats inside and 3 children crying. The parents weren't in there, so he busted in there like the hero that he was in the flames. And then there was ninjas in there as well, so he had to fight off the ninjas while inhaling all the smoke in the flames. He managed to get all of them out alive, but unfortunately he perished. See, like, that's a good story to tell. It's a lot better than saying he died from a Tide Pod. But yeah, anyway, that's really all I got to say about the whole Tide Pod challenge thing going on. I'm excited for 2018's newest trend that'll be taking off soon, I suspect. Good evening. I was feeling rather sophisticated, so I threw on a pair of these spectacles. They're not like a prescription or anything, unless that prescription is an ass beating on blue light, because these are just some blue light blocking glasses, I think. The main purpose is they're supposed to help you sleep better, and I've been having a hard time going night-night recently, so I'm giving them a whirl to see if they help at all. This isn't like a hashtag ad or anything, it's just I know most of you haven't seen me in glasses, so I wanted to explain the jump scare here, because I've learned it's always an alarming situation when I don't look exactly the same like a goddamn cartoon character. So anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to make fun of some losers, some turbo douchebags that just recently embarrassed themselves. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen the clip. I don't know if I can show the clip, so I'm just going to show an image from it and explain what happened. Yesterday was Gamescom, which is a huge gaming showcase where a lot of trailers and a lot of information come out about games that are coming up, and it's something a lot of people tune into. It's hosted by Jeff Keighley, and pretty much right off rip for the presentation, a rowdy little rascal in the audience went up on stage with his goofy, glue-sniffing sidekick and did a little unholy fusion dance of cringe, just interrupting the whole thing for this.
Don't be jealous. I'm not allowed to say anything about it. Yes, exactly. All right. Well, guys. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Really disappointed. They're disappointed. That's just so disappointing. This is such a special night for so many developers.
Goober really tried to emulate Matan. I'm sure most of you remember the Bill Clinton kid from last year. After the Game of the Year award was given out, he went on to the mic and said that he wants to dedicate the award to his Reformed rabbi, Bill Clinton. And it actually, blew up his online presence as a result of that. And this absolute goofball thought he could get the same thing happen to him. So he went up on stage, tried the same thing, basically, and got 0 clout, and nobody laughed. It was just met with sighs and boos. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. And he wasn't alone. Most people don't even realize that there was a friend of his that went up there with him. So if you freeze frame right here, and I feel like I'm getting in a fucking, some kind of film Easter egg here where I have to break it down in order for you to see the hidden messages, there is another guy on stage who is not supposed to be there. He's the guy doing this pose, are you not entertained? And the answer was a resounding no. Nobody was. This is lame as fuck. He had the gall to put his online handles on his shirt, thinking that people would flock to it and be like, wow, that was such a good troll. But what's so good is no one even realized he was there. This man was basically invisible. I had to catch him like some kind of ghost in a photograph. I had to freeze frame because I thought I caught a glimpse of something, and it was this dumb asshole. So he tried to get, like, Clout out of it even more desperately than his friend who just went up there with the Bill Clinton wants GTA 6 line. He actually put his handles here, and nobody saw it. The camera cut away too quick to see it, and even if you do pause it, it's too blurry because he was moving too fast for it to actually pick up what the words say. And just when you thought the L couldn't get any bigger here, what if I told you this isn't that one guy's first time doing it? A couple years ago, he went on a different show in Germany and basically did the same routine but without Bill Clinton. He just said, GTA 6, where's GTA 6? And got water thrown on him and kicked out. It's just so pathetic. Extraordinarily desperate for just an ounce of attention. And he doesn't even get that. People just boo and move on, completely forgetting about this guy. It already happened to him once a couple years ago, so he said, you know what? What about second breakfast? And tries it again. This time he tried to follow the recipe that Matan laid down, but he was unable to get in the kitchen and get the same result here. He tried to copy his homework but failed. So he got no clout, no attention, nothing out of it. Just a complete waste. Legitimately just a massive waste. And his friend, even bigger waste. They need to be stricter with security here. This has to be a wake-up call. Last year was bad enough because Matan was on stage for like the entire acceptance speech. He was on stage for like 15 minutes and no one did shit. No one recognized he wasn't supposed to be there. This guy walked right up, no problem, no questions asked, and also lingered for quite some time, him and his friend. Like, that's just dangerous. That is just dangerous. The security has got to be improved at these kind of events. Otherwise, people are going to stop going to them from the industry because it's just downright not safe. You could have an absolute fucking lunatic in the crowd that goes up that's doing more than just saying Bill Clinton. Like, it's pretty crazy that they haven't taken those steps to ensure this doesn't happen again. Because now it's happened twice. Also, I just wish Jeff Keighley was a little bit more mean in a situation like this. Him telling them that it's disappointing, like he's right, it definitely is disappointing and pathetic stuff, but go a little harder. This is that kind of special, embarrassing moment that will haunt you for the rest of your life, and I just wish Jeff Keighley put that little cherry on top of the cake. Like, I would have laughed my little tookus off if Jeff Keighley just hit them with like a sarcastic, haha, good one. Just something. Because this was a flop. And just imagine Jeff Keighley driving the nail even deeper. Just in the moment, making sure that he rubs their nose in it. Like, damn, I got paid a visit by the doofus committee here. You came on stage, you stunk it up with this cringe. What a waste of time. Like, I just wish he had done something to, like, really highlight to their face how embarrassing this should be for them. Now, obviously, I think these two didn't get, like, thrown in the slammer or anything. They probably just got trespassed from the venue or something, maybe. I don't even really know. But no doubt they went home super giddy to see the response, hoping that their follower numbers got pumped up or something, and this stirred a big controversy. And I can only imagine the shock and disgust that washed over them when they realized nobody fucking cared. Nobody knew who they were. People quickly made fun of them and moved on. It didn't even trend. There were just like 2 posts about it, one from Zexerto. It was just like 500 comments in total across both posts, and people couldn't even be bothered to throw tomatoes. They'd either just leave a picture of Matan and saying like, the worst copycat attempt I've ever seen, or not even that much, just something like weak and moving on. This was probably one of the worst plays for attention I've ever seen. It's got me talking about it though, but that's only because I love to roll around in the mud of silliness, and this is quite silly. They tried so fucking hard to get some kind of attention from this. One of them tried twice, and both attempts fell right on their fucking face. It just, nothing, less than nothing out of this for them. Just now, a little Boy Scout badge of shame that they can both remember fondly, I guess. I'm really hoping this doesn't become some new trend. This is the second time it's happened, and hopefully the last one. I think it should be buried after this last awful attempt here. I'm hoping this Bill Clinton, charging the stage meme doesn't continue past this. And I really do hope they start upping the security and actually taking security seriously at the upcoming events. That way this kind of shit doesn't even have a chance of happening at like the upcoming Game Awards or anything. But today I learned about an inspiring story of one man's unwavering determination in order to accomplish his dreams and then finally succeeding. It's a heartwarming, wholesome story that I'm excited to share with you, but it got me thinking about a deeper message: the value of hard work. As a YouTuber, I of course know a thing or two about back-breaking labor. Being an internet content creator is often considered one of the most physically demanding things a human being can subject themselves to on the planet, second only to maybe being a firefighter, or even third place if we're going to give second to something like a mother in labor. But even there, that's a close competition, that's neck and neck. You could have a very intense debate there on which one's harder work. You know, a mom's only giving birth like once a year, maybe. I'm giving birth every day to a brand new YouTube video. So, you know, we don't need to get into the weeds of it. The point is, going out there, entering turbo mode plus ultra and giving it 150%, just putting your best foot forward to work towards a dream is something beautiful. And for some reason, a lot of people these days are very defeatist, like, you know, kicking sand and saying, it doesn't matter how hard I work, I won't accomplish, you know, what I want to, my goals in life. And to that I say, bah humbug. I spit on that. It's like you've never watched anime and the power of never giving up. So I want to make you believe in dreams again. I want to show you the story of Josh Nally. I don't know how many of you have heard of his story, but it's pretty inspiring. Josh is a TikTok content creator who hatched an absurd idea a year ago. An idea so extreme people called him crazy. Said, this man's lost his marbles. He doesn't know his ass from his elbow. This is such a dumb idea. But you know what Josh said in response to that? Nothing. He put his head down and went on that Sigma male grind set and committed to the dream, the goal that he set for himself. You see, Josh Nally wanted to be a professional corpse. He came up with the idea of pretending to be dead every day for a year in the hopes that it would eventually land him a spot on a television show or movie as a dead body. And by golly, I'm happy to say Josh has done it. As God is my witness, Josh has pulled it off and has landed a role in a new CSI episode as a corpse. But let me walk you through the humble beginnings. It all started with a dream and a man who was brave enough to follow it. He lied face down in a small body of water as his dogs looked on concerned, and he was the most convincing dead body I'd ever seen. His acting is second to none. He looks more dead than actual mangled corpses. He somehow looks even more deceased than the legitimately dead. Josh was born with a gift, nay, a curse, that when he lie in the prone position, he is easily mistaken as dead. And he wasn't afraid to use this ability to get ahead in life. I'd like to show you a bit of a story Inside Edition just made on Josh, because I find it very touching.
This guy has been playing dead for an entire year.
Day 19.
Every day on TikTok, there's Josh Nally, yup, lifeless.
Lifeless, maybe. Dreamless, no. His faith never wavered. Anyone can act alive, but it takes a special talent to act dead, and especially to the caliber that Josh is able to perform.
Day 50, playing unalive. Let's see if I can't maybe get into a movie or television show.
Did he say TV show? Well, guess what? It worked.
All of the hard work, the year-long commitment that Josh put into this art form paid off. He was contacted by CSI Vegas and they recognized the skill. They needed him, so they begged him, groveled at his feet, praying that he would accept their offer to be a corpse on their show. And Josh? He said yes. So he flew out to Hollywood and he got his role in the show. And they got him in makeup. He's in like a body bag that's opened and he was very happy with it.
His big moment airs tonight, but we've got a sneak peek behind the scenes. Couldn't resist asking Josh to play dead one more time.
This is how I play dead.
I'm never too big of a fan of people asking someone to do like their signature move or whatever, because it just feels like that whole dance monkey dance thing, do the thing. Like, yeah, I just never really appreciate when someone does that. But when you have what Josh has, it's hard to fight that urge to ask him to play dead just one quick time, just for the one time. And you could even see in the background, the person behind him couldn't help but peek over and take a look at Josh as he was performing his Play Dead stunt. I have no doubt when he does the TikToks, he draws a giant crowd, all of them scratching their chin wondering, is this man dead? And that's the whole idea of it. And honestly, I just think it's commendable. He committed to a year long of this little fun shtick. It's outrageous idea, something I've never seen done before. And he accomplished exactly what he set out to accomplish, and I think that's just overall great. But this is not the only example of hard work paying off that I'd like to highlight today. If you were on Twitch yesterday, you may have noticed a new kind of stream pop off, a particular genre that really went hard yesterday. A brand new streamer hit the scene in a big way. Her name is Eileen. Now, Eileen had a pretty interesting idea as well, to try and carve out her own niche on the platform as well as gain a lot of followers quickly. She must have been taking notes on a previous streamer I've talked about and pulled a page out of her playbook. I'm talking about the streamer who had sex on stream, got a 7-day ban, and came back bigger than ever. Well, at least bigger than she was previously. Eileen, however, didn't have sex on stream. She instead went fully nude and masturbated on stream, in front of 5,000 viewers, all looking on with a smile on their face and confusion in their hearts, wondering, how is this happening right now on Twitch? Or at least, that's what you were led to believe. The truth is, this channel never actually had 5,000 viewers during her masturbation. That was a claim that was falsely made on Livestream Fail. That is not the actual number. According to the Twitch tracking sites, the peak was around like 300. So that claim's wrong. But she really did spread her full asshole on stream and masturbate fully nude for the camera. And it was live for about 30 to 45 minutes based on all of the Twitch tracking sites that I've seen. That's about the average that I'm seeing. The question on everyone's mind, as they looked into Eileen's butthole, they couldn't help but wonder, how long is her ban length going to be? Because the streamer that fucked on stream got 7 days. What Eileen did wasn't super different. Is she also going to receive 7 days, or will this be a permanent ban? And I'd like to weigh in on this because I think this is a pretty open and shut case of a permaban. The account was created on November 3rd with the sole purpose of having this viral stunt. I'm pretty sure this was all manufactured from the get-go, and I'm also fairly confident that Eileen, the person in the video, was never actually like the one behind this. I would imagine this was taken from another cam site. They just took that cam girl's video and broadcast it on Twitch for this account, and then the post went viral because it's been such a talking point recently. Since there was a streamer that did fuck on stream, that was an actual streamer that did that, and it was a great publicity boost for her, and she benefited from it. So I imagine the idea here was to try and make that happen again on this account, and it's somewhat worked. At least in terms of a conversation regarding Twitch's policy on sexual content. The Eileen1 account here wasn't promoting an OnlyFans, it wasn't promoting an Instagram or anything like that, and there's nothing even linked to Eileen1 elsewhere outside of Twitch. So this really seems like it was just like a one and done thing for the sake of having like a viral controversy, I guess. And that seems to be it. I cannot imagine Twitch says this is like a 7-day ban when it's just blatantly porn on purpose for the sake of porn. But I guess we'll see. Maybe they fall for the old excuse that's already worked a couple times of, didn't know I was live. But I really don't think the woman that appeared in that video was the one behind that account. I really think that it was just someone else that took the video and put it on Twitch. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit, just because I find that to be a really goofy situation. That I was the one that discovered why good girls like bad guys. I was the fucking scientist that cracked that code. The fucking shit archaeologist who dug through shit, trying to find and clean his finds of shit on the Musical.ly or TikTok app, and then I made the video about good girls, bad guys. And then Pyrocynical has the audacity, he has the gall, the chutzpah to steal my video idea, my video in essence. He takes it from me without even mentioning me. And then Memulous had him on the fucking podcast. I raised the boy. I made him a man, put hair on his ball sacks on the podcast, and he turns around and does a TikTok video as well. Again, without even saying that I was the cream supreme of TikTok finds. Disrespectful. Now no one even knows that I was the one that discovered it. And it's a shame. It's a fucking shame. So now I, the holy king, chosen by God himself to sit upon the throne of shitting on insufferably bad TikTok content and watching borderline illegal TikTok content must retake my place atop this mountain of dog shit that is called TikTok.
You sure you want to do this, little girl? I mean, what if we're dangerous?
This is exactly what I meant by borderline illegal. So apparently this dude was under the impression that he was communicating with and singing to like a 6-year-old girl, and then it turns out she's not actually 6. Fucking got him. Catfish. Lied to. This is like a Chris Hansen play right here, right out of his playbook. I don't understand. And what the fuck was that picture anyway? It looked like a missing person on the back of a milk carton picture. This is just some weird shit, and it's apparently a trend on TikTok. There's a fucking 100 of these.
Sure you want to do this, little girl? I mean, what if we're dangerous? What if we're dangerous?
How many child predators are there on TikTok? How many dudes were under the impression that they were communicating with children, and then they do this challenge and it turns out they're not children, so they're all surprised? What a fucking weird trend and culture on TikTok. Let's go ahead and check out some more of them.
Oh well. Karma's a witch.
This is cheating a little bit because I already knew about this one. This was a very popular trend a couple years back. The karma's a bitch, and then you like throw a blanket in the air and then all of a sudden your dick's 9 inches long or something. But since it's Halloween, it's got a spin on TikTok where karma's a witch. But I unironically like this clip just because I think that mask is fantastic. It must be a homemade DIY creation from this guy. It looks like Gandalf face-fucked a hobgoblin, and the tongue out from the guy wearing it's that nice little cherry on top to remind you that the platform is still just for sex offenders. That face, the mask, probably is what most of the people who hit like on those videos on TikTok look like behind the phone screen. Who reacts that way to seeing a bottle of water on the floor? If I saw a bottle of water on my floor, I'd be like, oh shit, must have left that bottle of water on the floor. But she stumbles in here like she just walked into a crime scene. She's just fucking disgusted by it. Makes a face like she's watching her parents have sex. Then it turns out that bottle of water's super heavy like Thor's hammer, but luckily she had a real man on standby to come help her with it. It was just a little sneak preview, a little taste of the comedy stylings of TikTok, the comedy genius of the TikTok creators. I know you're probably still recovering from the hoot and holler you had from that heavy bottle challenge clip right there, but trust me, it gets even better on TikTok. Did you see those goofy faces? In case that didn't really tickle you pink, did you see what he was curling? It wasn't a weight, it was a fruit. That's right, this is part of the comedy trend on TikTok called the Fruit Fitness Challenge. I mean, need I say more? This is where all the good shit goes to die. I think that's enough of TikTok for today. I've scrolled through plenty of videos. Code babes? Now we're fucking cooking, baby. Oh, I thought it was a TV show. Build an Android app faster than you can fap with Code Babes.
Is that an Android phone in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
You're too late, I've already come.
Welcome to the Code Babes
I've been
Android
clickbaited.
Virgin course. Let you pick clean.
What the fuck is, like, what is the point of this channel?
Let's get started. I promise to be gentle.
I feel bad for this girl. She wanted to be an actress, but she only landed a Code Babes gig. That sucks. Well, this project didn't go very well for them. They haven't done anything in 3 years. What's their most popular babe coding? The views on their stuff is pretty good for coding. I don't know why they stopped. They had a good thing going.
Want to learn to code, but you're having trouble
Nope.
paying attention?
I'm here to jerk off.
Your solution.
Hey, now we're cooking.
Pass the quiz, and your instructor removes one piece of clothing.
What?
How much clothing, you ask? Enough to motivate you. But let's not get carried away here.
Strip coding?
So join a
Wait just a minute here.
Codebabes and start your
I've been learning all
website
wrong.
today.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and bookmark that page. I've been meaning to learn a little HTML5. This is gonna be straight up porn now. They just dropped the whole coding thing. The website still works. Am I an internet virgin? A CEO virgin? An HTML virgin? Do I have to be a virgin for all of these? The professor will not find me attractive. Oh, there's comments here. That's bold. From Coding Ninja. Glad I already knew Android. Just did quizzes to get to the end. Me too. Cute smile. She's sexy and I'm imagining my dick up her ass. I'll pull it. This seems safe to pull up. It should be fine. And if not, I won't mind taking a little risk for the old code babes. So we were on the Android happy ending, and I was reading some comments. So I left off here. She's sexy, and I'm imagining my dick up her ass. I wanted to see what was under those bikinis. I was kind of disappointed when there was no nude. I would be too. If I went through that entire course and I didn't at least see a nipple, I'd be so upset. Damn you, code babes. I exoacted at least boobs. I love you, ma'am. Look at all these happy customers excited to learn how to code. Miss you, baby. Such a hot and sexy website. Keep it up. I started missing you already. When are the advanced courses, babe? I've just finished all the courses. When will you launch a new virgin code course, babe? Why isn't this... This should have been far more popular. Jesus. This should have been the college courses. We'll start at the beginning. Well... What the fuck is this? You're at the wrong place, John, to be talking about FTP method in Microsoft. We're here to look at tits. Great work, babe. See, thank you, Lola. Ew, lesson! But, there's no reason not to do it. Did I win? I'm not seeing no strip for you. You got something wrong. Damn you, professor. You know I'm a virgin. I need positive reinforcement. What have I got? Do we have any Code Babe veterans in here? What if I answered it incorrectly? I didn't read any of these, but... Can someone just give me the answers? I put false for 3 already. Christ, we're way past this. Please. She's getting cold. You guys fucking suck. I'm never gonna see a human breast. Come on. What is wrong? Does anybody know how to code? Title for 4th. Where are we at? What the fuck is this? This is YouTube. There's no titties on here. I've been scammed! It was all just a ploy to get me to sign up to their newsletter. The community must be outraged with this. What do they have to say about that one? Ready for the hard stuff? Nope. I'm ready with the hard stuff. Just kidding. Hope you bring more courses. Melissa, you are so hot. Why the strip is too short? I want Melissa. Melissa is sweet. We want Melissa in upcoming courses. Want Melissa to appear in future courses. Fan favorite. Melissa, are you in the chat? Can't believe this shit actually exists. You're not naked, lol. Not naked, though. I spent 5 hours to learn this shit and you're not even naked. What the fuck? How do you make your website faster? You're in the wrong place, Luis. We're not here for real advice. Well, I feel like I've learned a lot. And at the end of the day, that's kind of what it's all about. Thank you, Melissa. And all of the hard-working coders at CodeBabes. I wish they didn't give up on this. There is no bigger crime on YouTube than making a video on a topic another YouTuber has already covered. If you do that, you should honestly have to uninstall your fucking internet and be thrown in the slammer. You should be branded with something that haunts you for the rest of your life, like on your fucking permanent record. You should have to register like a sex offender registry, but for YouTubers that steal content ideas. It's disgusting, you filthy vermin, stealing ideas. Oh, Man, I really hate that idea where if someone talks about something, everyone else is forbidden from talking about it. Yesterday I posted the SNL is awful video, but 2 hours before I posted it, Drew Gooden posted something about SNL. I didn't know he was making that. He didn't call me on the phone telling him that he has reserved rights to talking about SNL. So I didn't get the memo. I was unaware. It just happened to be a complete coincidence that I had made that earlier in the day, and it went live just after his did. Just pure coincidence, and I truthfully, I apologize. Please don't arrest me, FBI. It was just a mistake. I didn't mean to steal his idea. I hope you understand. So again, I want to apologize for accidentally talking about something someone else talked about on YouTube. Luckily, the Internet Justice Police in the comment section let me know that I stole the idea, so that way I was made very well aware that I am a criminal because of what I've done. And this happened 2 days before that, where I did something on Neil Breen's scene, and it just so happened PewDiePie had talked about the same Neil Breen scene a couple years ago, and I didn't know. So again, I guess I'm just stealing fucking ideas all over the place. Everyone knows on the internet when someone does something, no one else is ever allowed to do anything even closely associated with it, and I'm embarrassed to say that I broke that sacred rule. I didn't know that I was stealing ideas. I guess I just didn't do enough thorough research throughout every corner of the internet to make sure no one had ever talked about any of the things I did. I really should have done my due diligence. I should have hired a team to figure it out or something, and I'm truly embarrassed, so I'm sorry. I'll drop the sarcasm now. People that truly believe someone steals someone else's idea just because they cover the same topic or something close to it, they can suck the filthiest part of my butthole. I hate that mentality. I really do. Gus Johnson sent me a Twitter DM not too long ago because he made jokes about a Blockbuster video that I made jokes about like a year or two ago, and he was very upset. He apologized to me profusely for no reason, and it's because his comment section got on him for copying something I did. I don't own the rights to making fun of that Blockbuster video, just like Drew Gooden doesn't own the rights to talking about SNL. He wasn't upset about it, and I don't think Gus was either. It just so happened that, you know, people sometimes come up with similar content ideas, and I fucking hate how the comment section just assaults people that cover similar topics to each other. It's so dumb. No one's stealing from someone else unless they're blatantly just plagiarizing the video, which I don't think very many YouTubers do because it's really obvious when that happens. It's so silly that, you know, PewDiePie talked about Neil Breen once, so thus no one else ever is allowed to talk about Neil Breen. Well, you know, PewDiePie also talked about Flex Seal way after JonTron talked about Flex Seal, and PewDiePie got shit on for stealing from JonTron. It's just so dumb. I don't understand it. When someone makes something, that doesn't mean they are exclusively the only person that is ever allowed to make something in that field ever again. They didn't put the fucking flag down on the moon there and now own it. People are allowed to talk about the same topics or make videos on the same type of shit. I don't understand why you'd want it to be where only one person holds the rights to do something. Because if that was the case, then no one would ever be allowed to let's play a game after the first person does it. No one would ever be allowed to make a joke reacting to a TikTok video. Although if we are going to go down this route, I own the rights to making fun of every single TikTok since I was the first one to do that. So you can suck my dick if you want to play this ball game. I own all of the TikTok insults. That's my side of the playground, you pussies. It's just dumb. And I hate that, and I hate that mentality, so you can suck my fucking asshole if you really think that it's bad to cover a topic someone else has covered in a different way. I hate that shit. That shit makes my dick real soft, really soft. And I just wanted to vent about that and just tell you just how silly and ridiculous that train of thought is. That's it. Don't forget to go to twitch.tv/moistcritical. Oh, I've seen this girl's channel. This is a fetish. This girl just like blasts mean burps into the camera for 50 some videos. It's like really gross. Like, I burp a lot, but my burps are kind of like innocent sounding, not like revolting, repulsive shit. Her burps are like disgusting.
Hey everyone, it's your favorite. Ooh.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Hey
She shit her
everyone,
pants.
It's your favorite. Oh, burping girl, Andrea,
Yeah.
and today we have some corn nuts, barbecue flavor. Ooh.
The comments are what always get me. Though there are still some weird ones. Can you show feet and burp on them? So. That fart was... To be fair, it was a good fart. I'll leave that a thumbs up. I agree. That fart was top notch. I could literally hear the shit hitting her underpants. How much would it cost for a private session with you to what, like just burp at him? I love farts from Brazil. That sounds about right. Porn has been taken over by Brazilian fart porn. I don't know how often you guys go on Pornhub, but like almost the only thing left on there is fart porn.
Ooh, they're pretty stinky on their own.
Ooh, listen to that stink sound. Very rank.
Crunchy.
Actually, I don't know if I've seen this one. Maybe she just like shits her pants at the beginning of all of them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Now we're feeling it. I can hear the relief.
They're so good.
I'm like vicariously tasting them.
Ooh, these are making my burps stink.
What does it
Come
smell
closer
like?
so I can
Ass?
smell them.
Yes. Ooh, yes, corn nuts. Oh my god. How abhorrent. Yucky. What true God-given talent.
You hear that crunch?
Yeah. Oh, surprise. A little more than I bargained for. I think we're a little overdue for more Burping Girl content, but hey, if you guys aren't interested in seeing what real content looks like, then I can't help you with your bad taste.
A lot of good meat in them. There's 5 to 7 different types of meat in a turtle. Oh yeah.
5 to 7 different types of meat in a turtle? No, there is not. What are you eating? Turtle chimera? There's only one type of meat in a turtle. Turtle meat, I imagine. It doesn't look like moonshine at all. It just looks like someone's menstrual cycle that they jarred up.
You take a less chance of getting caught.
Just stop flavoring moonshine. Like, it's so worthless. No one's drinking moonshine for the fucking flavors. Ah, I put a nice little garnish on this one. Ah, this one tastes like Fruit Loops. Great. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, I hear you, chat. What do we want? More Burping Girl. When do we want her? Uh-oh. Ooh, it's gonna get stinky. Oh, she can't even make it home. Oh, she took down my internet.
I am so.
Oh no, we're back.
When am I never? Where a burping girl can be herself.
What kind of aspect ratio was all of that filmed in? This looks like someone was looking through a box at one of the carnivals from the 80s, and they saw like pictures of boobies, but instead they just get.
Hey Charlie, I just
Burping
got my
Girl.
first page.
I need more
that's-
gassy food.
That was good camera work.
Yeah, they were delicious.
To be fair, the camera work there is better than anything in the DC movie universe. My goodness. Well, I think that's probably enough. She can't get stinkier than that. She's definitely peaked with that last one.